You are now listening to Mr. Z Blackneffect.
What's going on, y'all? What's going on? What's going on? Happy Indigenous Slaughter Day, Native American Murked Day, Indigenous Murked Day. Z, you can't start off quote unquote Thanksgiving this way. Yes, I can. And I just did. What's going on, y'all? Happy Turkey Day, we'll say that. We're living in the belly of the beast in this neo-colonial white settler state. Um, with that, hopefully you guys enjoy your families. Um, Enjoy your day off. Clearly, because this is a reckless stream, that's why the background is what it is. Um, Mr. Z will be enjoying Turkey Day, Indigenous Slaughter Day, Indigenous Merc Day, way later, right? Way later, but we will be enjoying this way later. Anyway, with that said, not Passport OG using juveniles, huh? That's a reference, right? So shout out to shout out to Passport OG. Thank you for the shout out. And yeah, great video. It is funny because he used Burb and Bougie, and I actually am using the same video, and I'm going to be referencing that in a little bit also. So shout out to Passport OG. Um, and there's a lot of stuff we got to cover. We're gonna bring up a panel, so I'm gonna try to move a bit quickly. Um, because we're not going to be able to stream too long. Z, what do you mean? We might be able to hit a couple hours, but this is not going to be the 7 hour marathons, the eight and 9 hour marathons. Um, but yeah, so that's funny, Pathology, right? So let's get underway, and before we do, we have to give our obligatory fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. So we're gonna be referencing, and I'll put the links after the stream. Before we do that, Chief Rocka. Um, so I did look for that Lily Gaddis video that you said. I'm still looking for it. Still can't find it. I did look up her name and the title. I checked out her page. Yeah, and I know who you're speaking about. The uber racist blonde blue-eyed chick. The one that is out here saying the N-word, out here wearing blackface, and just trolling and just trying to be as irritable and as 12-year-old edgelord white boy as humanly possible. She's just an edgelord, and she's really not even that good. She's not that talented. She says as offensive things as she humanly and possibly can. But there's certain dudes that find her attractive, so they'll watch. She's not that talented. And she's not that smart. She's just saying as offensive things as humanly possible, and shout out to her. But um, shout out to Chief Rocka. If you get a chance, Chief Rocka, if you can find that and send me the link, much appreciated. But I am still looking. Yeah, I don't find anything particularly interesting about this young lady, but I will review that video if I can find it, or if you can send me the link. So yeah, we'll get to it when we can. Um, what other thing that I want to say? Oh yeah, so we will be, if we can, we will be speaking on Bourbon Bougie, but before that, we will be, and I the South Korean clip, so we'll finally, hopefully, be able to get to that. But before we do that, we're going to be speaking about one of Medium Man's most recent videos that I have broken down into 3 different parts. A shout out to Medium Man doing the Lord's work. Um, we're we'll let this be kind of the reference for what we want to speak about. And it's something he says at the end. As a matter of fact, I might want to play that first and then come back to it. So let's do that. Let's play that first, even though it's towards the end. We'll play that first, and then we'll come back to it and wrap this up in a nice, pretty bow. So once again, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. And let's get underway.
for us. And so what are we to do? Well, I do have a couple girlfriends that have gone outside of their race and they enjoy it.
Another common example is when white men proclaim that white men and black women have the lowest divorce rate.
A white man and a black woman are 44% less likely to get divorced. Pretty interesting, isn't it? My sister. My sister. My sister.
Black wife, white husband marriages are 44% less likely to result in divorce.
Now the tea is hot on this one. So recent data shows that black women and white men are less likely to divorce than other interracial couples, with black women in these relationships being 44% less likely to split compared to white couples.
But that claim comes from a 2008 study using marriage data from the 1970s and 1980s. Modern research shows that black women have the highest divorce rates of any race, gender group, and that interracial marriage outcomes have changed dramatically in the recent decades. Yet again, a flattering but outdated statement becomes widespread, shaping beliefs far removed from today's reality. And the statistical reality is clear. White men overwhelmingly do not choose black women as wives. According to the census data, only 0.5% of married white men in the United States are married to black women. That means 99.5% of white men are not choosing black women. As outlined in the Dating Divide book, when white men do express interest in black women, it is often rooted in sexual curiosity rather than long-term commitment.
As outlined in the Dating Divide, when white men express interest in black women, that interest is often rooted in sexual curiosity, not long-term commitment. In the study, many of the white men interviewed described black women in fetishized terms rather than relational ones. Given that black women receive very little interest from white men, experiences like Deborah's suggest that even that limited attention may be driven by prurient motives. The white men interviewed reinforced the notion that black women were viewed as highly sexual, yet unsuitable for lasting relationships.
So I'm just going to let this be known. I do not hate pink people. I just dislike shit that pink people do. Like that whole thing with, the pink dudes, telling me, oh yeah, I like, black women too. Whole time, a lot of them don't like black women. They might be sexually attracted to black women, but they don't like them. There's a difference, okay? Motherfucker, and that's what a fetish is right there. Like, for real, like, you are sexually attracted to a person, but you really ain't trying to have no relationship with them. You just want to try something. Or you want to rebel against your family because they dislike black people. So that kind of turns you on. It's like when somebody tells you no and you like, oh, like, you want to do it. Like, mother ain't going to tell me no. Like, I'm finna go do this. You feel me? So that's the type of shit that I dislike. And I'm not saying that I'm the only genuine pink dude out here that, appreciates black women. But I just feel like a lot of pink men do not really appreciate black women.
This is why so many black women continue to circulate the outdated Bratter and King study claiming that black women and white men have the lowest divorce rates. They push that statistic in hopes of convincing white men to consider them as wives. Yet, the numbers haven't changed. White men still overwhelmingly do not marry black women.
Me personally, though, it's just something about a black man that I love. I love the fact that I can understand what he deals with on a daily basis, that I can relate to him. It is just something about that. And unfortunately, while we are so loyal to our black men are more disrespectful to us than any other nationality, and they are quicker to go outside of the race.
As a group, black women have been the slowest to dip their toes into the interracial dating pool, one of the most racially loyal when it comes to relationships.
Black women are the most loyal.
Black women are the most loyal to black men. And I'm talking about any other race, any other ethnicity. Black women are loyal to black men.
Black women are very, very race loyal. They really want to be with black men.
We often hear this narrative floating around social media. Black women are the most race loyal. That's why they don't marry white men like other races of women do. At first glance, that sounds honorable until you ask one critical question. Are you being loyal or are you just not being chosen? Because in order to be considered race loyal, both sides need to want you. You can't call yourself loyal to your team if no other team has offered you a contract. When people say that black women are race loyal, here's what they're actually trying to say. They date and marry within their race, but what they leave out is the context, because loyalty implies options. Let's look at what the data says. According to the Pew Research Center of the U.S. Census Bureau, in 2023, only 13% of married black women were in an interracial marriage. And black men, 21%. You can't call it loyalty if you were never recruited. And that's what we're seeing on the dating market. Despite the growing TikTok trends, divest, black wife effect, swirl, and soft life content, white men are not marrying black women in significant numbers. In fact, the latest data shows that less than 0.5% of white men are married to black women. And that's coming from the U.S. Census Bureau in 2015. So is it race loyalty or is it race isolation? So who is marrying black women? The answer is clear. Black men. Black men marry black women 79% of the time, even with almost twice the out-of-marriage rate of black women. So if anyone's being race loyal, it's black men. But instead, we're painted as disloyal, unavailable, or undesirable, all while other men aren't lining up to marry black women either. You see how backwards that is? And while we're here, let's dispel some of the myths that circulate in these conversations. Number one, good black men are in jail. False. Only 2.9% of black men are incarcerated at any given time. Let's stop acting like the entire dating pool is behind bars. It's lazy. And to be perfectly honest, it has never been a time that black women have disqualified men who are in prison. They actively search for those men, and I've done videos in the past pointing this issue out. Number two, Black men aren't educated enough. Here's a real story. 29% of black women have a bachelor's degree or higher, and 22% of black men do. That's a 7-point gap, not 70. And even with that gap, black men still out-earn black women overall. So the education excuse doesn't hold up either. Number 3. Black men don't make enough money. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, in 2024, black men earned a median income of $52,000. Hispanic men earned a median income of $50,000. So if it were just about money, how are men who earn less getting married more? Maybe it's not about economics. Maybe it's about attitude, culture, and expectations. Black men are told that they need to be flawless. They need to be educated, rich, not dusty, not toxic, and definitely not average. 6 feet, 6 figures, 6-pack. Meanwhile, other races of men can be plumbers, warehouse workers, and Uber drivers, and they're still considered marriage material men by black women. But let a black man drive a forklift, and suddenly he's settling material. So this is not about loyalty, it's about double standards. The bottom line is this: you can't be race loyal if no one else is checking for you to begin with. Black women aren't the most race loyal, they're just the least interracially selected. And that's not a morale badge, that's a marriage market reality. So let's stop romanticizing rejection and calling it loyalty. And let's stop blaming black men for not being picked more often when we're the ones actually marrying black women. In the black community, we often talk about saving the family, rebuilding the household, or restoring what was once lost. But the truth is, we can't fix what we don't measure. For years, people have said, black people just don't get married anymore. That's become a cultural slogan repeated so often that even we've started to believe it. But when you separate the data by gender, when you look at black men and black women individually, a new picture appears. This is the only time I'll make that separation publicly. And I'm doing it not to divide us, but to clarify where the momentum is and where the community needs the most help. Because if we really want to restore the black family, we have to start with the truth and not talking points. Let's start with the numbers. According to Pew Research and the US Census data, as of 2023, 36% of black men are married, as opposed to black women's 29%. That may not sound high, but what matters is the direction. Back in 2017 to 2021, black men's marriage rates was around 34%, and black women's was closer to 28%. Black men's marriage rate has grown about 0.8 percentage points per year. If that same steady pace continues, no miracles, no manipulation, black men will reach roughly 40% married by 2027. That's not an exaggerated claim, it's a statistical projection based on real data. This is the story of a quiet, consistent comeback. And remember, this growth is happening despite real obstacles: economic inequality, incarceration history, cultural barriers, and changing attitudes towards marriage. Even with all of that, black men's marriage rates are trending up, not down. That tells you something powerful. Black men still value family. They still believe in legacy. They still believe in building something stable, even in a generation where many are walking away from it.
A 2020 study published in Innovation in Aging, titled Social Support, Everyday Discrimination, and Depressive Symptoms Among Older African Americans, a longitudinal study by Muzan et al., examined older African Americans and found that black women were more likely than black men to report that they neither have nor desire a romantic relationship, while more men were married or cohabiting, and that gap widened with age. That finding matters because it highlights a persistent difference in relationship engagement over time. It's not about who's better or worse, it's about willingness and intention. Pew Research adds another layer to this. Among singles nationwide, 61% of single men say they're currently looking for a relationship or dates, compared to just 38% of single women.
It's not about who's better or who's losing. It's about choices. While some men are choosing love, wherever it's found, some women are choosing independence because they can.
Some women are choosing independence because they can. Black men are looking for love, for the good and bad of it. Black women are looking for their freedom, their liberation, their autonomy, their negative liberty, and there is nothing wrong with that. Have fun by yourself. So I'm going to play Bourbon Bougie. I was going to wait to play her, but I'm going to play Bourbon Bougie speaking. And shout out to Passport OG, because I think we both see what the issue is. Black women, you can have your freedom from men, from the male gaze, from black men's supposed ineptitude, right? You can have your freedom and your liberation. But black men and men in general don't owe you subsidizing that. Don't owe you, quote unquote, community, which is really safety net, which is really, in case of emergency, break glass, which is really the backstop to your supposed freedom and liberation and negative liberty and autonomy. I agree with Burb. Y'all will see what Mr. Z is speaking about in a minute. I agree with her that white men are finagling with the mechanisms, with the levers and knobs and buttons and switches, right? That move society in different ways. What white men are saying to women writ large, that includes you black women, is you don't have to have children for America. You don't have to be coupled up with a man. You're going to have to fund your life then by your goddamn self. What will no longer be happening is that you get to give society the middle finger, be an overall drain on society, and then still be subsidized. Huh? So you're going to be single, not coupled up to a man, and have no children, and then claim rich auntie. White men are saying, I agree with Bourbon Bougie. White men are saying, oh, you said rich auntie, we gonna make you mean that. You want to be rich auntie, we're going to make you mean that. You're not gonna be able to be rich auntie being subsidized. Huh? Yeah. Shout out to Media Man for doing the work. Yes, black men's marriage rate is increasing, as black women's marriage rate at best is stagnant, and at worst is declining. You damn right. Black women want to put black men in a pincer move of, well, you got to deal with us and our overweight and our snarky attitudes and okay. Is it truly black men have nowhere to go? Is it truly black women's loyalty? If black women want to throw a temper tantrum because they're not the beauty standard, this society's going to make y'all pay for that. Not black men. Huh? You're going to have to fund your independence and your liberation and your autonomy and your negative liberty by your goddamn self. The issue is black women don't have enough. This is where the co-munching covens come in. Huh? That's where that comes in, everyone. This is where the hive model comes in. Shout out to the nameless protagonist. Huh? I wasn't just guessing my way through this. America's no longer in the place where it can afford to blow this type of money, subsidizing wayward women that are giving the men the middle finger. And let me read this one now. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. KMS says, cantankerous equality help me act an ass black women. Yeah. Cantankerous equality help me act an ass black women. Yes. Because they can't fund themselves. And the handful of them that are earning a few dollars, the Shaynas of the world, the Kim Fosters of the world, the Chrissies of the world, the Bourbon Bougies of the world, they doing all this talking. It sounds good, but the masses of black women don't earn enough. Yeah, it's that simple. Black women can keep on using these mythical, magical white men, right? The notions of these mythical, magical white men as a, well, black men, I mean, you're not white men. And as we continue to stream today,
but my thing is, like, I don't understand the obsession.
I'll play that in a minute. That's not the one. I want for y'all to have this video playing in the back of your minds, because really, this is what the end goal is.
What if black
end goal, not goal, excuse me, end goal.
What if black women were supposed to be the leaders and black men are just supposed to protect with their muscles and use their listening ears and carry out instructions?
Like, I knew it, bro. I knew it, bro. I've been saying this forever, but I just needed a little clarification.
Huh? That's the end goal. Because as Whoopi said, the Black community is very matriarchal. As Sonny Holston said, the matriarchy is strong in the Black community. But Black women don't earn enough. And the problem is the second a Black man starts being a bit stable and above, once he starts getting to stability, then he has some real questions to ask himself, especially if he has no children. Am I really going to subsidize a Black woman who's not on my program and thinks she run the show? That is the question. Once again,
What if Black women were supposed to be the leaders and Black men are just supposed to protect with their muscles and use their listening ears and carry out instructions?
huh? So as we continue with today's stream, have that video playing on in the back of your mind. Black women are essentially saying, if we don't get to be if we don't get to be the prize for white men, then we don't have a problem being with Black men if they're on our program, carrying out instructions, being the muscle, contributing most of the resources, financial resources. Yeah, because the matriarchy is strong in the Black community.
Well, look, for me, it has never really been about Black man or man. It's been about men.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's this myth out there that Black men can't handle being spoken to, you know, and told what to do by Black women. Black men come from our bodies.
Yeah.
So Black men have Black mothers. So they're used to having these conversations with women.
The matriarchy is
you know?
strong with the Black
It is
community.
very strong.
Yeah.
Conversations with women.
The matriarchy is
You know.
strong with the Black
It is
community.
very strong.
Yeah. The matriarchy is
You know.
strong with the Black
It is
community.
very strong.
Yeah.
Told you. I told you. I told you.
I miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
As a man, if you don't have house court job,
God damn it, Z, you didn't give us a warning.
Job. And for the men that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three, and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
I'm reading y'all comments, hysterical. But the clips that I played, supporting evidence, the reason why I'm playing them for this stream is to emphasize on Indigenous Murked Day the background noise in the Black community. The issue that Black women have is that no one wants to get on their program. No one is going to subsidize them so that they can then run the show. And it drives them crazy. Don't ever expect any of them to outright say it. Although every once in a while, every once in a blue moon, you'll get one that does say it.
What if Black women were supposed to be the leaders and Black men are just supposed to protect with their muscles and use their listening ears and carry out instructions?
Like
Every once in a while, one of them will say it. Huh? But don't expect your academics to say it. They're going to say equity. They're going to say egalitarian. They're going to say queer your relationships. Because we need to get away from these patriarchal, white supremacist notions of family. Huh? The nuclear family. And they'll mix in some truth with some BS because all lies don't catch it. It won't take root. So they'll mix some of the truth with some BS, and it's all to have you question. Just because I earn more, just because I'm the one funding this, that doesn't automatically mean that I should be the one making the decisions. Huh? So we're going to play this from Bourbon Bougie, and then we'll get back to Media Man. Because Bourbon Bougie, and this is only part 1, by the way, of 3 parts, but she's going to read some of the Heritage Foundation, and this is going to give you an idea of the pincer move that Black women put themselves in because of the warpath that white men are on. Right? Continuing.
So we have seen this going around, the Trump administration planning to exclude some professional degrees as being professions, and they're doing this on purpose. And just about all of the professions are typically female-dominated professions. But where is this coming from? The people behind all of this is the Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation are the people that are responsible for Project 2025. They can go full mask off now that Donald Trump is in office, and they are set out to implement what is going on in Project 2025. They think that harming women's professions, they think that harming women's money is how they are going to increase the birth rate because they're going to attempt to drive women back to the home. This came out November 15th. Education policy reforms are key strategies for increasing the married birth rate. They're doing this on purpose to drive women back into the home and back to being married and pregnant. They want to strip our rights piece by piece. And some people acted like Project 2025 wasn't real. And some people acted like, both sides are the same and all of that. So this PDF is long. This report is long, but I am going to read it to you. The fertility rate in the United States has dropped to 1.6, an all-time low, and far below the 2.1 replacement rate required to maintain steady population. Fertility rates are dropping worldwide and are proving resistant to a variety of policy efforts to reverse the trend. While no silver bullet can increase the married birth rate, you see they say married birth rate. They don't want people having kids outside of marriage. The married birth rate, developing pro-family policies is essential if Americans want to maintain their political and cultural traditions, avoid economic decline, and strengthen national defense. While most pro-fertility policies focus directly on addressing the costs associated with children by providing financial incentives and subsidized services, those measures have shown limited success. The decline in the number of children is driven primarily by values and priorities. Having and raising children can be expensive, but that has always been true. People had more babies when the standards of living were much lower than today. In 1970, a decade after the U.S. Food and Drug Administration approved the birth control pill, and long after children were needed to work on farms, the fertility rate in the United States was 2.5, even though per capita GDP was almost 1/3 of what it is today. Now that society has become richer, people have greater financial resources to cover the cost of having children, but they have decreased inclination to use their resources in that way. Although the general standard of living and overall societal wealth is greater than it was a century ago, that may be a double-edged sword where it comes to fertility, as wealthier countries tend to delay marriage and family formation and have lower overall fertility. The average age of marriage in America in 1960 was 22.8 for men and 20.3 for women. It's now 30.5 and 28.6 respectively. Much of this trend can be explained by the subsidy-induced explosion in the amount of time people spend in higher education, where married students are far from the norm and young student parents are practically non-existent on American campuses. Put plainly, massive and unnecessary education subsidies are artificially steering people into delaying or even foregoing marriage and children. For both men and women, the uptick in college enrollment is not necessarily a function of increasing skills and education required in the job market. For example, 33% of secretaries hold a bachelor's degree today, compared to just 9% in 1990. Increased college enrollment has come in the wake of ever-increasing federal subsidies and access credentialing requirements. Spending more years in higher education often means delaying many traditional markers of adulthood, such as getting a job, getting married, and ultimately having children. Postponing having children until later in life also tends to mean having fewer children. Finally, to reverse the tide of declining fertility rates, it is necessary to consider barriers to parents educating their own children in ways that increase the likelihood that those children will have pro-fertility values. Needed reforms on this score include universal education choice at the K-12 level to enable all families to have the option of choosing private, home, or religious schools for their children. Religion and fertility rates. The decline in fertility rates in the United States is driven largely by a decline in religiosity. Among people who attend religious services at least once per week, fertility rates show no evidence of a long-term decline, fluctuating between 2 and 2.4 children per woman since 1982. Among the non-religious, however, fertility rates are significantly lower, and the proportion of Americans who do not engage in any weekly religious activity has been growing dramatically. According to Lyman Stone at the Institute for Family Studies, these two factors, low fertility rates among the non-religious and their growing share of the population, account for virtually 100% of the decline in fertility in the United States from 2012 to 2019. Countries with higher rates of religious observance do not necessarily have higher fertility rates, since country-level differences in politics, economics, and culture also influence how many children people have. But in studies from many developed countries, research shows that at the individual level, religious practices exert a strong and positive effect on fertility. So religiosity explains variation in fertility within countries, even if it does not account for variations across countries. According to researchers Charla Lampos Dantes, Esther Lucia Riza, and Thomas Baudin, the mechanism by which religiosity promotes fertility is that it alters perceived cost-benefit calculations. Religious people see more benefit in having children and are less concerned about the cost associated with children. As one study put it, the results show that part of the positive effect of the religiosity of fertility intentions can be explained by more religious people seeing higher benefits of having children. Furthermore, but only in the case of women, religiosity moderates the impact of perceived costs on fertility intentions, suggesting that the effect of perceived cost decreases with increasing religiosity. To translate this into non-technical language, religion does not change the cost associated with children, but it does change people's values so that they more greatly appreciate the personal, societal, and even eternal benefits of having more babies and are willing to allocate more of their family resources towards children. In the United States, the government may not enact policies that establish a national religion, but it is entirely appropriate to alter policies that hinder or burden religiosity. When the government compels parents to enroll their children in school and then provides secular public schools as the only tax-supported option, it is erecting a significant barrier to parents giving children a religious education. Families must be able to afford to pay twice, once in taxes supporting the district public schools and a second time for private school tuition to be able to access instruction that matches their faith and values. But school choice policies that place religious schools on a level playing field with secular options allow parents to choose a religious education for their children on an equal basis. Making religious education available on equal terms with secular education is likely to help stem the long-term decline in religious belief and practice. Students who attend religious schools are more likely to engage in religious activities as they grow older than similarly situated students who attend secular schools, and also tend to have better education and life outcomes. Education savings accounts, tax credit supported private school scholarships, and vouchers should be viewed as pro-fertility policies. Lowering barriers to families selecting a school of their choice, including religious education for their children, increases the odds that parents will have children and that a larger share of those children will retain religious beliefs and practices that boost marriage and fertility. So this is about halfway through. I'm going to make a part 2 and continue it at earlier family formations and fertility. This is part 2 of me reading this heritage.
So I want to read, and I actually want to combine these two comments. Where is that? Eric Denman saying, the administration is coming for the feminist-led world of academia. I agree. And KMS, which I had this comment highlighted for a while, because, it's not a super chat, but this comment says everything. And KMS has said this before. Well, yeah, I don't get a family, you don't get a society. This is why I mention that backstop of men. When I keep on mentioning freedom is not free, freedom is not free, freedom is not free. Ladies, you don't have to adhere to any of this. You can have your autonomy. Dear women, dear Black women in specific, you can have your liberation. You can have your autonomy. You can have your negative liberty. Someone has to fund it. Someone has to backstop that. Black women have literally and figuratively boxed themselves into a corner. If your negative liberty and your autonomy is so important to you, you're going to have to fund it yourself. And if being able to essentially say to society, F this job, I don't need it anyway. I don't have to play this role. I don't have to play a role. You're going to have to fund your independence, your autonomy, your negative liberty, right? Appreciate something. A handful of you might be able to. The Kim Fosters of the world, huh? The Angela Rye's, right? The Tiffany Cross, the Amanda Seals, the Tracy Ellis Ross, huh? A few of you can do it. The vast majority of you cannot. Have fun with that sisterhood of struggle. The sisterhood of struggle. The co-munching coven. The reason why I left this comment highlighted for so long, shout out to KMS once again. I don't get a family, you don't get a society, you don't get a community, Black women. So whatever hodgepodge thing over there you gonna create with a bunch of Black women, one or two Latino men, white men, a crap ton of LGBTQ Black women and Black men, whatever that's going to be called, you can mess around and call it community all you want. A handful of white knight Black men, one or two white dudes, one or two Latinos, one or two feral women that are not Black, a crap ton of Black women, a crap ton of LGBT to be your quote unquote community. Cool. As people go in and out of that, no guard gate, nobody's saying what the rules are because there won't be any rules, except for maybe don't offend the queen bee. Nobody guarding the guard gate. Huh? Just a bunch of feral ass people doing whatever the hell they want to do. No rules, no norms, no nothing. Just once again, a bunch of feral ass people doing whatever they want to do. Look, well, you look at that. Feral, especially of animal. I'm not calling Black women or any woman for that matter an animal. In a wild state, especially after escape from captivity or domestication, resembling a wild animal. I'll just say wild. Just do whatever you want to do. There's nothing wrong with that, ladies. You're just going to have to fund it yourself. You are just going to have to fund your independence yourself. And if you are okay with same-sex loving relationships, you can engage in that. If you're just going to be single, well, that indicates, hopefully for you, that you can fund your life yourself. Huh? I wanted to end, well, I want to start with the ending of what Media Man had to say, with that Black men are looking for love, and Black women are looking for their freedom. Nothing wrong with that. But freedom ain't free. You're going to have to fund your life yourself. As I've said before, you want to know why women are trying to piece together men and piecemeal men? They got wrong video. They have a dude for this and a dude for that and a dude for this. Yeah, because that independence cost. Huh? That independence cost. And they out here throwing temper tantrums because that independence cost.
Niggas be so quick to let me take you on a trip. Let me take you on a trip. Pay a fucking bill. Pay a bill. pay a goddamn bill.
Always begging. Damn.
Can we get on the phone? No, get on the phone with billing. Don't talk to me. Talk to billing.
Shoot the messenger. Feminism told y'all be strong, independent, and alone. And y'all followed it to the grave. Y'all pushed all the good men away, called submission slavery, and think being difficult is cute. Now y'all 35 and tired, looking around like, oh, where the good men at? Sis, they moved on. Real men want peace, not problems in a lace front and a loud voice. Feminism sold y'all freedom, but they didn't mention the price. Loneliness.
Feminism sold y'all freedom, but they didn't mention the price. Loneliness. Black women, you're not going to be lonely. Romantically with another man, of course, yeah, you are going to be lonely in that respect, but you're not going to be lonely. You're going to have this sisterhood, the merry band, miserable band of co-munchers, huh? The miserable band of co-munchers. That's one thing. Black women will not be lonely. They'll be leaning on their networks, huh? They'll be talking all that empowerment brunch crap and all of that.
Personally, I am done with all women-centered events in 2025. The women empowerment brunches, lunches, the ladies' nights, I'm just gonna take a pause. Like, I need enough. I have my sisterhood. Of course, I'm open to making new friends, but there's other ways to do that and to spend my money. Like, where's the...
Huh? Yeah. All of this, we're going to date the white man. Yeah, you're going to get piped by certain white dudes. Attractive black women are attractive women. Yeah, you're going to get piped by certain white dudes. But you will be the Kayla Nicoles of the world. Telling men what you not going to do. I don't cook, I don't clean, right? Cardi B said that, and guess what she does? Oops. Huh? Y'all are going to be the Kayla Nicoles of the world. Getting piped by Schrumpert, tossed. Piped by Travis Kelce, tossed. Yeah. Huh? And when he get on and he leave your ass for a white girl, then you out here doing the Tony Braxton, he wasn't man enough for me. Yawn. The miserable band of coal munchers. Shout out to Media Man. Yes, black women are going to continue to speak all this interracial crap. Huh? They're going to continue to jab because all they're really saying is know your place, black men. Well, this is a long war. And all black women want you to do is know your place.
What if black women were supposed to be the leaders and black men are just supposed to protect with their muscles and use their listening ears and carry out instructions?
Every single argument they're making, outside of being resentful that you didn't choose them when we were in middle school, but every other argument they're making, goddamn Z, is for you to know your place, black men. Huh? All the jabs, all the DL talk, all the you're not educated enough, you don't earn enough. All of that is really trying to get you to know your place. You're not a white man. And because you're not a white man, shout out to Dr. Tommy Curry, that means you're man not. And if you're man not, then we should queer our relationships. And queering our relationships, in this case, means that, well, you protect, you provide, and you shut up. That's what queering our relationships look like.
I miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
Huh? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with you protecting, providing, and shutting up? What's wrong with you being bullied?
I do believe genuinely that there needs to be a public works department that is dedicated to being mean to men. Like Parks and Rec, like sewage, like being mean to men. Or we could laterally integrate, whatever that means. I don't know what that means. We could laterally integrate being mean to men into these departments. Like pick up the trash, degrade a man, you know what I mean? Clean up a park, insult a man. We've said it time and time again. Women in a relationship with a shitty man, we turn him into a good man for the next woman, right? What if we all just collectively, because what's happening in those relationships is we're bullying them. That's what's happening. What if we all just did that? I do think that is what keeps the world safe. The world's not even safe, honestly. But I think it will make the world safer. I think it is akin to picking up trash on the side of the road. Yeah, I think being mean to men is like picking up trash on the side of the road. It's something that has to be done to keep our streets clean, clear, and kind. Someone's got to do it. Bully a man, save.
She's saying it and she's being comical. She's dead ass serious. Huh? She is so 100% serious. They're not joking. Huh? And Giovanni says, the what is strong? You heard what Whoopi said. You heard what Sunny Hostin said. Play it again for the people, Z.
Well, look, for me, it has never really been about black man or man. It's been about men. Mm-hmm. You know, there's this myth out there that black men can't handle being spoken to, you know, and told what to do by black women. Black men come from our bodies. Yeah. So black men have black mothers. So they're used to having these conversations with women.
The matriarchy is strong with the black
community. It is very
community.
strong.
Yeah.
Conversations with women.
The matriarchy is strong with the black
It is
community.
very strong.
Yeah. The matriarchy is strong with the black
It is
community.
very strong.
Yeah.
I told you. I told you. I told you.
And once again, shout out to Edward Anderson. And yes, Giovanni, you heard. Giovanni says, and thank you for the super chat once again. The what is strong? You heard? Huh? Yeah, Whoopi Goldberg said that, and Sunny Hostin said that. Huh? And they mean it. And Dr. Dunbar says, stop wearing those quarter zips. Look, I have pictures from 2013, 2014 with quarter zips. That's nothing new to Z. I have pictures with quarter zips on, so that's old for Z. That's not. I got pictures going back before, you know, over a decade ago with a quarter zip on. So, huh? Black women, you can have your freedom, your liberation, but no one owes you subsidizing it. No one owes you putting their life on the line for it, backstopping it. Freedom ain't free. You're going to have to pay for your negative liberty and your autonomy concerning black men. You're going to have to pay for that your goddamn self. Huh? And on that, continuing with Media Man, and shout out to Media Man, because how are the ladies talking? How are they really talking?
75% of women of color have never been married. And I'm going to give you 3 reasons why this actually is truth. And before I get into
It's not women of color, it's black women specific, if I'm not mistaken. Continuing.
75% of women of color have never been married. And I'm going to give you 3 reasons why this actually is truth. And before I get into this, let me just tell you, y'all probably going to get mad at me on this one too. I did a previous post and many of the men kept commenting, we're the prize, we're the prize, we're the prize. Maybe that is so sassy to me. I'm just going to be very transparent about that. I think it is very sassy. And the truth is this is, I don't know if y'all understand what y'all are saying. So let me break down 3 reasons. So the first reason is because of incarceration. 13% of the population in the United States is made up of black men. And out of that 13%, we're talking about when it comes to prison and jail, 37% is black men. So that means while we're already the minority, we then become the majority in jail. A lot of us are locked up.
Let's talk about a narrative that we've heard 1,000 times and one that the black community refuses to let go of. Black women aren't getting married because all of the good black men are locked up. Sounds familiar, right? What if I told you that's not just wrong, it's mathematically false? Let's go straight to the numbers. There are around 2 million people incarcerated in the United States. Black Americans make up about 37% of that, which is roughly 740,000 people. Let's say that every single one of them is a black male. That still means 96.9% of black men are not incarcerated. That's over 22 million black men and boys who are not behind bars.
And I'm just not a girl that's about to go meet a man in jail. Okay, we're not doing it.
We?
Now here's the twist. Black women, more than any other group, are willing to marry or support incarcerated men. They visit, they wait, they support emotionally and financially, and many maintain long-term loyalty during and after incarceration. So if black women are disloyal, even to the men most others would disqualify, then why are their marriage rates still the lowest? Because loyalty doesn't always equal marriage, and often it isn't even mutual.
Now, the second reason why a lot of women are single is because we are making more money.
In America, the black woman out-earns and out-educates your mate. What power do we have over you?
More black women are graduating from colleges, which in turn will mean that there, of course, there's black men that are doing well, but if you have more black women graduating from college, more likely more black women might do more than black men, financially better than black men.
A lot of women, especially black women, and I might get in trouble for saying this, but I will, in our society right now, black women are making a lot more money for the most part than black men.
Black women are excelling. They're getting accelerated degrees, graduate degrees, doctorate degrees. They're starting businesses. Black women are running circles around this.
In 2024, black men ended the year earning just over $52,000 annually. By mid-2025, that number had climbed to around $1,100 per week, showing consistent year-over-year income growth. That's the strongest trajectory we've seen for black men in years. Shout out to black men. I know you get a lot of flack in the black community, people calling you guys bottom of the barrel, but if you look at the statistics, man, you guys are continuously improving. It means so much in these spaces because I understand how much flack we get. Bro, I done like 4 videos recently where everybody had the same narrative that black men are just getting cooked in the black community. And it's just so satisfying to see you guys working hard and increasing your annual earnings, man. It's amazing for the first and second quarter. I'm so proud of you guys. Thank you. Weekly earnings of wage and salary workers, second quarter 2025. So of course I did this myself just so you guys can understand it. I got 2024 and 2025. So at the top, from first to last, Asian men for the first quarter 2025, they earned $18,222. And then if you look at the second quarter, which is what was just released, they earned $1,759. So they had a slight decrease, and you can tell I put it by red. Asian women, $1,455 in the first quarter, and now they earned $1,363. Even though both Asian men and Asian women decreased, they still out-earned all other major racial categories, to include white folks. White men earned $1,342 in the first quarter, and for the second quarter, they earned $1,357. So they had a slight increase, which puts them in the green. Then you have white women, $1,103 for the first quarter. Second quarter, just released, $1,100. So they actually decreased slightly by $3. Black men, you guys see that? And I told you, I predicted this. $1,017 in the first quarter. We increased our annual earnings to $1,053, okay? Now, if you guys remember, we've been talking about this since the last year, fourth quarter, when I reported those earnings, when black men out-earned white women. I predicted that black men would continue to increase. 2025 just hit, and I'm predicting that you'll see a spike in black men's earnings. Although Hispanic men, they earned $991 in the first quarter of 2025. They increased their annual earnings $1,005 in the second quarter. Now, black women, this is where you need to pay attention. And like I said before, it's very rare that Hispanic men were out earning black women, but this is the second quarter in a row, third quarter in a row, that Hispanic men have out earned black women. Black women in the first quarter earned $984. It decreased to $942 in the second quarter of 2025.
I'm just being honest, y'all. We're making more money. More of us are making over 6 figures than our male counterparts.
And then 100K earners, black men versus black women. This is $926,000 for black men, $721,000 for black women. That is a $205,000 difference in people for black men in favor for black men. And then with the representation of the respective labor force, that is 6.09% of the 15.2 million of black men in the workforce. And then that is 4.26% of the 16.9 million black women in the workforce. So that is a 1.83 percentage point difference in favor of black men. So black men have more 100K earners, because that seems to be a sticking point, because people point to there being more black women. That is true. There are more black women in the workforce. There are more black women in our black population. However, that doesn't shake out in regards to 100K earners. Yes, there are more black women, but black men still have more 100K earners. Okay, just the facts. I don't care about your.
And the truth is a lot of my six-figure honeys, they don't want to date men that make less than them. And most men that make over six figures, or, you know, are doing very well financially, they either don't want to date their race, or they're already married. Or if you're an older woman who's a little bit more established, they're not trying to date older women. And so then we result to just having a little fun boy. And then people got a problem with that. But I ain't even gonna get into that. That's another conversation. The third reason why a lot of women of color are staying single is also because it's a lot of DL situations going on.
And let's read this comment from GC. GC says, comical how often they get on platforms and lie. Yes, GC, they're lying because they need you to know your place.
What if black women were supposed to be the leaders and black men are just supposed to protect with their muscles and use their listening ears and carry out instructions?
We're still having the ain't I a woman conversation. We're still having the ain't I a woman conversation. I'm better than these Negroes. They need to bow to me. It doesn't matter if they earn more. It doesn't matter if they're more educated or less educated. It doesn't matter if they're physically stronger or not. None of that matters. I'm better and they must bow. For the mere fact I came out the womb, XX chromosome, and he came out the womb, XY chromosome and black. Oops. Huh? He came out the womb, XY chromosome in black. And well,
what if black women were supposed to be the leaders and black men are just supposed to protect with their muscles and use their listening ears and carry out instructions?
Like, I knew it, bro. I knew it, bro. I've been saying this forever, but I just needed a little clarification.
huh? Yeah. So all you heard were a bunch of lies and misnomers. Shout out to Media Man. Yes, over 200,000 more black men earn $100,000 a year or more compared to black women. But it doesn't matter because it's the way black women feel about it. Huh? See, black women feel that they earn more. And so that's what it is. All in attempts to get you to appreciate your station beneath them. Huh? That's what the lie is about. That's what this is about. And continue to call me says, I'm not going to say the rest of that. Continue to call me says, you have it all wrong. What do I have wrong? Huh? This lady is speaking about the income of men and women, black men and black women, excuse me, and claims that black women earn more than black men. Huh? Black women earn more than black men. And what's the point of saying that? Well, I mean, America, you're giving us these defective men. What are we supposed to do with these things? Huh? What are we supposed to do with this? They're not white. And Saint Cyr says 77 watching, 42 likes. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Hit the like button. Exactly. Thank you, Saint Cyr. Thank you. All right. People robbing me of my likes. All right. Shout out to the replay gang. Thank you button and hype button, please, and thank you. Vince says, I just hit the like button. What about y'all? Exactly. I'm still waiting to see what Continue to Call Me says. And while we're doing that, let me read this from Saint Cyr. And Saint Cyr says, they don't want families, so men went SYSBM with women that do want family, or passport bros if the SYSBM thing doesn't work out. Right? And he puts a plane and he puts a bunch of different nations' flag. What's that? I think that's Turkey, that's Brazil, that's Argentina. I don't know what the one star is supposed to be. I don't know if that's supposed to be China. That looks like Greece. That looks like Italy, the Philippines. That looks like Colombia. Is that Thailand? I can't remember that next flag over. I see Dominican Republic and Germany. I don't know what that third to last one is. Yeah. Right? Detro says, lookers, likers, and lurkers. Exactly. Apparently Mr. Z got all of them watching right now. Huh? So the idea that black women earn more than black men. And by the way, this is for full-time workers, if I'm not mistaken, 40 hours a week, 52 weeks a year type workers. Huh? Because I think overall it's lower than that when you combine full-time with part-time and et cetera, et cetera. It's important that we have these type of streams. It's important. Shout out to Media Man that we have brothers that come with the numbers and the stats. Shout out to Jason Black, as much as he likes to defecate and mock the Black Manosphere and then say similar things to us, if not the same thing as us, and sometimes not even before us. But okay, fine. Shout out to all the people that claim not to have an ego, as they sound like egotistical maniacs. But okay, cool. Anyway, it's important that we have the folks that bring the numbers and that are pinpoint accurate, and then we watch as this society, in particular for this conversation, the black community and black women ignore them because it's about narrative. It's about narrative. Huh? What did Naaman say? Why would I let the truth get in front of a good narrative, a good story? Huh? Ah, yeah. Oh, and Saint Cyr gives us all of them. And he says Turkey, Brazil, Guatemala, Vietnam, Greece, Mexico, Philippines, Colombia, Thailand, Ecuador, DR, and Germany. And let's put that super chat back up. Give me a second. We can get to it. That'd be great. And here we go. Right. So yeah. I'm going to continue because I want to tie this to the clip from a few weeks ago that many of y'all sent me about South Korea, because it speaks to something, especially how the South Korean men, as petty as it sounds, or as petty as it's going to look, what they started showing women through being petty is the cost, right? The cost of these women's quote unquote liberation from the men, right? And what you're going to see when I play it is the men really started moving like how Mr. Z says, we going to make you mean that. And you watched as a matter of fact, I'm going to play it next. You'll watch as South Korean men tit for tat South Korean women. And they made them mean every bit of that. The street harassment, fine, we ain't going to talk to you. Ooh, goddamn. And then you see the fallout of that. And you'll see similarities happening in America, in particular the black community, right? And shout out to the orator who's going to be reading this out and calling this out. Mr. Z says, make the bourbon bougies mean that. They're going to be okay. Bourbon bougie's going to be okay financially. Shayna is going to be okay financially. Kim Foster's going to be okay financially. Chrissy, Real Talk with Yanni, the majority of them, that particular sect of Black women, are going to be okay financially. The masses of Black women will not be. Y'all notice this is a theme on Z's channel recently. Because I'm letting everyone know the cost of this. Yeah? I'm making sure we all know the cost of this. Yeah? Continuing.
South Korea is now one of the countries with the highest level of gender conflict in the world. If in Japan young people adopt a Zen attitude, trying to deal with tension passively, in South Korea the situation is completely different. It has turned into a full-blown gender war fought in the name of political correctness. During the last Olympics, one case caught public attention. A female archer who won a gold medal was attacked online simply for having short hair. Male netizens accused her of being a feminist and demanded that she return the medal. Many were shocked. How can you attack a champion who brought pride to the country? But a closer look at the comments revealed something even stranger. The men attacked her because they thought she was a feminist, while those defending her did so by saying she wasn't a feminist. See the pattern? No one was debating whether feminism was good or bad anymore. They were only arguing about who could or couldn't be called a feminist. Why did the word become so rejected in Korea? To understand that, we need to go back about 10 years. Just like in Japan, there was once a time when Korean men and women walked together toward a modern future. Urbanization, economic growth, and the ideal of free love created an atmosphere of optimism. It was in that context that Korean feminism emerged, preaching independence and a break from traditional roles. At first, many men supported the movement as well. But history followed the same script as in Japan. China's rise weakened Korean industries, unemployment grew, and internal competition, the so-called involution, exploded, especially after the 2008 financial crisis. As the job market became a survival game, men and women began to turn against each other. And, as in Japan, women lost ground. But something even more extreme happened in Korea. Radical feminism gained power. Groups like Megalir, founded in 2015, appeared. They began by addressing sexual harassment and workplace discrimination but soon shifted to promoting radical ideas, campaigns against male babies, hate speech, and even violent attacks on men. In extreme cases, women stabbed random men on the street or took selfies holding knives to their fathers' necks while they slept. National heroes were attacked simply for being men. In terms of radicalism, Korean feminism came to be seen as the most extreme in the world, surpassing China, Japan, and even the West. But the biggest mistake was choosing the wrong enemy. Instead of targeting big corporations and power structures, these groups turned their anger toward ordinary men, who were also victims of the same system. The result?
Message!
Men fought back and became radical too. But unlike in Japan, where men simply checked out of society, Korean men decided to fight back using the same weapon, political correctness. For example, if a photo showed more men than women, feminists would call it gender oppression. Instead of responding rationally, men's groups would reply, yes, it's discrimination, take the photo down immediately. But if there are more women than men, then it's discrimination against men. They started demanding absolute equality in everything, every show, every image, every statement. Any difference was labeled discrimination.
Make them mean it!
Political correctness became a weapon against itself. In everyday life, this led to absurd situations. On dates, if a woman suggested that the man should pay more, he would answer, that's gender discrimination. TV programs began being analyzed frame by frame. No jokes about women were allowed, but neither were jokes about men. Entertainment began to lose its life, and women themselves started realizing they had less and less content to enjoy. Another example, harassment laws. Complaints about inappropriate messages led to the banning of any form of flirtation via text. The so-called 3 attempts crime appeared. If a man showed interest 3 times and was rejected, he could be accused of harassment. At first, many women supported it. But soon, they realized the law benefited men. It eliminated persistent romantics, and men began to say, I don't want to risk a crime. If she says no, it's over. Romance disappeared. Women complained, 3 attempts are too few, it kills the magic of love. Men replied, so you have more chances to be harassed. Feminism lost control of the narrative, and men began to occupy the moral high ground. This even divided women themselves. The most attractive and successful ones continued to be approached, while average women complained that men were no longer interested. For men, unity was simple. Everyone preferred a system that spared them effort and risk. Men's groups took advantage of the moment and attacked feminism at its weakest point, marriage. While feminists denounced marriage as a tool of oppression, men replied, we agree. So why do you still want to get married? Thus began a kind of competition, to see who wanted marriage the least. Women believed they would win, since it was commonly said that men had a greater need for marriage. But the result was the opposite. Men truly stopped wanting to marry. The explanation is economic.
Message!
In a country where living costs are sky high and wages stagnated, marriage became a burden. Family pressure is the only remaining reason, and feminism, by destroying traditional norms, also removed that obligation. Men realized that staying single was financially better. When women accused them of being cold and unmanly, they replied, perfect, then you don't have to marry me. The logic flipped completely. Now it's the men who reject marriage the most. And those who still want it end up being ridiculed. In the end, feminist movements realized they had lost their social base. The gender war shattered the old alliance between young men and women. Men accepted and adapted to capitalism, while women remained trapped between feminist ideals and social reality. At work, if there are few women, it's called male oppression. If there are many, it's because men are incompetent. Either way, men are always the target, so they think, if we're going to be blamed anyway, we might as well have more power. Inspired by Japan, many Korean men adopted the motto no marriage, no dating, just work. And so, South Korea sank into a spiral of isolation and emotional coldness. Women were left with no room to respond, and the gender war became a battle where no one wins. But the worst was yet to come. The gender war in South Korea didn't stop at online discussions or social movements, it infiltrated every aspect of daily life. In universities, companies, families, and even political campaigns, everything began to revolve around the issue of gender. The environment became so polarized that any statement, even a neutral one, could be interpreted as an attack on one side or the other. Politicians soon realized that this division brought votes. They began to use the rivalry between men and women as an electoral strategy. Parties and candidates created specific agendas to attract angry young men or outraged women. The result was predictable. Message! Plunged even deeper into fragmentation. The internet turned into a battlefield. On forums and social media, male and female groups organized themselves like cults, with their own symbols, codes, and jargon. On one side, communities like Men's Solidarity, made up of young men frustrated by job insecurity and social pressure. On the other, radical feminist forums that preached the elimination of men as a path to liberation. Both sides saw the other not as opponents, but as existential enemies. And while the two groups attacked each other, the real problem, economic inequality and worsening living conditions, remained unsolved. Young Koreans, regardless of gender, faced low wages, expensive housing, and suffocating competition. But instead of uniting to demand structural change, they started blaming each other for their misery. The social consequences were devastating. South Korea's birth rate plummeted to the lowest in the world. The number of marriages dropped sharply, while the number of people living alone reached historic highs. Cities are now full of one-room apartments occupied by men and women who have given up on building families. The government tried to intervene with policies encouraging marriage and childbirth, but nothing worked. Trust between genders was completely destroyed. Korean men and women no longer see each other as potential partners, but as enemies on a minefield. In public spaces, the atmosphere is one of mistrust. Many men avoid talking to women, afraid of being accused of harassment. Companies hesitate to hire young women for fear of workplace accusations. Mixed social events have nearly disappeared. Even at universities, parties are now separated by gender. The most tragic part is that this hostility is no longer just social, it has become emotional. The new generation of Koreans is growing up without positive examples of affection between men and women. In TV dramas, music, and online forums, love is portrayed as a trap, marriage as a prison, and the opposite sex as an enemy. South Korea, a country that in just a few decades rose from poverty to the technological top of the world, is now collapsing from within. Not from a lack of money or innovation, but from a collective emotional breakdown. Radical feminism destroyed empathy between men and women, and reactive masculinity turned love into war. And while both sides keep fighting to prove who the real victim is, the country is running out of future. Young people no longer want to marry, have children, or even get close to one another. They just want to survive, each in their own corner. And so, ironically, the society that once preached gender equality more than any other has created the deepest divide between the sexes. South Korea has become the mirror of a global dilemma. When the pursuit of justice turns into revenge, and the language of freedom becomes a weapon, everyone loses.
The gender conflict in South Korea has long ceased to be a simple battle of ideas, it has become a social identity. Many young people today define themselves first and foremost as anti-feminists or feminists, and only afterward as Koreans. Social media is full of profiles dedicated exclusively to attacking the other side. There are videos, memes, false accusations, coordinated campaigns, all meant to prove that the enemy is the one truly responsible for the country's decline. Men blame women for living off privileges, for not serving the country, and for using feminism to escape responsibility. Women, on the other hand, accuse men of being cowardly, lazy, misogynistic, and emotionally immature. Each side isolates itself in its own bubble and creates its own narrative, and any attempt at dialogue is immediately seen as betrayal. Amid all this, a new generation of young people has simply given up on participating. They don't call themselves feminists or anti-feminists, they just watch the chaos with indifference. But that indifference comes at a cost: emotional emptiness. On the streets of Seoul, more and more people walk alone, wearing headphones, with distant expressions. Cafes are full, but conversations are rare. Relationships are short, disposable, and almost always marked by distrust. The market quickly adapted to this new behavior. Dating apps multiplied not to connect people, but to sell a temporary illusion of companionship. Hotels offer loneliness packages, where you can spend an entire weekend without seeing anyone. Companies rent fake boyfriends, girlfriends, and even families for social media photos. South Korea has turned loneliness into a product. Meanwhile, the birth rate keeps falling. The government has launched desperate campaigns from cash bonuses to tax breaks for couples who have children. But financial incentives don't work when the problem is psychological. Young people no longer want to get involved. They carry fear, resentment, and a weariness that goes far beyond the body. It's the exhaustion of living in a country where every gesture can be seen as an attack. Korean society is divided between two deafening voices. One cries out for equality, the other for revenge. And, in the middle of it all, the voice of reason has been lost. The result is a technologically advanced but emotionally broken country. A country where robots make deliveries, but people no longer trust one another. Where there's an app for everything except curing loneliness. And perhaps that's South Korea's harshest lesson for the rest of the world. When the fight for rights turns into a gender war, society doesn't progress, it fractures. No side wins, because love, respect, and empathy cease to exist. And without those three elements, no nation, no matter how rich or modern, can survive for long. What remains is a generation of young people who no longer believe in love, no longer trust others, and live in a world where even a smile can be misinterpreted. South Korea once...
Yeah, hopefully I don't get dinged for that music at the end. But yeah, huh? Notice the market still kept being the market. Oh, y'all gonna be single? We're gonna make money off y'all. Have a singleness hotel, a loneliness hotel. It don't matter. We gonna make money off of you anyway. Huh? The ladies throwing a goddamn temper tantrum because I guess they can't be with the Asian chads and well the white chads. Huh? And let's read this one now. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. KMS says, I can't afford you, woman. But I'm not a 304, man. Oh, then I really can't afford you. Shout out to Jack Reacher and it's foreshadowing. And that's exactly what it is. What we have are like market created XX chromosome. They're extremely expensive, particularly for the men that they're not so hot and bothered about. And they're disrespectful, and they're mean, and they're sassy, and they're snarky, and they're insulting. Goddamn. Yeah. You know, when I covered South Korea, I think last year sometime, I played a news clip or a segment speaking about South Korean women who want the government, and Kevin Samuels covered this too, who want the government, the South Korean government, to find ways of paying for these women as they get old. And we have similar in America. A disproportionate number of black women are kinless as they age. Advocates say they deserve a social safety net too. South Korea has its own version of this. Mr. Z, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding, y'all. South Korea has its own version of this. And the South Korean women are saying the same thing, the single ones. Huh? They're advocating for the government to find a way to pay for them as they retire. And to those ladies, I say, maybe you don't retire. Maybe you work until you die. Mr. Z's not going to make fun. I'm not going to get my 5 chuckles in. Maybe that's what your autonomy cost. Maybe you work until you die. Like, I'm not even trying to be funny. That's not a joke. Maybe your negative liberty in giving men, in our cases, black men, maybe giving black men the middle finger means you don't retire. Right? You never had children. You didn't get married. You weren't going to be on a black man's program. Cool. No one ever signed anything saying they're going to be obligated to you. They're going to be obligated for you. Not a white man, not a black man, not a Latino man, not an Asian, not anyone. Not another woman. You want to be rich auntie. Well, maybe being rich auntie means that you're rich auntie to death. Huh? It goes back talking about super chats, and once again, KMS, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. It goes back to what KMS said earlier. If I don't get a family, maybe you don't get a society. It's a society. That it wasn't an FDR with Social Security. That's a social program. You need a society to do that. You need people who don't want to see grandma eating out of the trash can. That's tax dollars. That's the younger people paying for the older people, which also is whatever, because men tend to die before women. That's also some of your husband's social security paying for you, his pension or his 401k, and the children that you should have had that you moved in with as you aged. That first time you take a fall, and you can't get up, that's your kid saying, yeah, okay, that's it. Take mom's keys. She's moving in with one of us. Which one of us? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Rock, paper, scissors. Flip a coin. Huh? Oh no, she said she wanna live. She said she's okay. She just had a little fit. Nope, nope, nope. Take mom's keys. That's all of that process. But you never had kids because autonomy. Huh? You never got married because to hell with this white patriarchal nuclear family. And the black men, they don't want to queer their relationships. Well, huh? That's the cost. And you're seeing that happening I want to say North Korea. Woo, whole different story there. In South Korea. KMS comment is a genius comment. If I don't get a family, if men don't get a family, it is their right to say, then fine, then. I will become a minimalist, I will become a recluse, and y'all could go huddle up on the elite men. We're a few decades away, so maybe millennials don't get to enjoy it, and Xers don't. Maybe even Gen Z, but alphas, maybe there'll be a robot for them in the future. I'm not advocating. I'm saying maybe this is the new normal. If the ladies are saying, not all, but a significant amount, are saying, look, I don't want to couple up with these average dudes. I don't want to be married to an average man who think he's going to call the shots just because he earned $1 or $2, just because he puts in more hours, just because he was born with a bat and 2 baseballs. I don't want to be on his program. Ladies, there's nothing wrong with that. Ladies, there's nothing wrong with that. From South Korea to Black America, there is nothing wrong with that. But you go have to fund yourself. Particularly in Black America, which you see with the JD Vance crowd, with the Nick Fuentes crowd, with the Stephen Miller crowd, is they're gonna make you mean that. If you say you rich auntie, they're gonna make you mean that. If you say you could do bad all by yourself, they're gonna make you mean that. Huh? If you say I don't need no man, they're going to make you mean that. You are watching as white elite men maneuver the mechanisms to reward and punish. And y'all gives you a second. And we're back. You are watching as white men maneuver the mechanisms, the levers, the knobs, the buttons, the switches. You're watching them maneuver the mechanisms, use the mechanisms, turn on and off the mechanisms to make the society what they want it to be. And yeah, it's a bunch of racist stuff in there. Huh? But ladies, what you gonna do about it? See, I don't think too many women appreciated how much they're living off of the largesse of men. I don't think black women outside of the elites appreciated how much they're living off of the largesse of white men and women. Now, you about to witness that with Mackenzie Bezos throwing hundreds of millions of dollars around in HBCUs. Y'all gonna have to pay fealty. And you're gonna have careers for the elites of you, and a handful of y'all gonna have some money and get married, and the masses of you will not. You will just have nice things and a house you're not gonna leave to nobody because you're not gonna have no kids. Shout out to all those nice expensive vacations, because that's all you're gonna have. Huh? The clip I just played, speaking of South Korea, shows you that the men said, "Oh, prison rules." Huh? Oh, so it's prison rules then. You watch as South Korean men made South Korean women mean that. Oh, it's discrimination that the cast is 90% or 100% men. Two could play that game. Well, you watch as South Korean men said, "We will deny you moral high ground. You do not get moral high ground." Watch this. Huh? You watch as South Korean men said, "Ah, instead of you put it on your big girl panties and going at the elites, going at the chaebols, going at Samsung and Hyundai and LG and whoever the hell." Huh? Instead of you doing that, you would much rather wag your finger at everyday South Korean men. Watch this. Huh? Notice the ladies were all gun-ho for their version of that street harassment. Essentially, you have three chances to try to appeal to her or try to get her to go out with you or whatever, but anything past that is harassment. The South Korean men said there will be no Aaliyah, dust yourself off and try again. Absolutely not. And who did that hurt? Average South Korean women. I play that to go along with this because South Korean men really meant that. Now, eventually, South Korean men and women are going to have to team up to get the chaebols off their back. Because the chaebols run goddamn everything. And Mr. Z actually, foreshadowing, talking about foreshadowing, Mr. Z definitely has a fear of the chaebol South Korean model becoming the global model. I think I've said this before. That's my fear, is that, you know, one day we'll wake up in a couple centuries and nation states will just be nation states by name. But really, it'll be this country is ran by Tesla, this country is ran by BYD or something, this country is ran by Samsung, right? This country is ran by, and I'm using car companies, but y'all get the gist of it. This country is ran by Apple or Tata Motors, right? Huh? What happens is you watch the state disintegrate, Mr. Z Robin, And who's left to pick up the pieces? The corporate state. And you ain't seen mercenary until you seen that. You ain't seen mercenary until you seen that. Huh? You ain't truly seen wealth disparity until you seen that. Shout out to South Korea. Huh? Huh. So let's read some of these super chats, because I definitely know I missed a couple. And then we'll play that last clip from Miss Burb and Bougie. And KMS says, and I didn't forget about you. Wait a minute. Actually, is that the one I want to read right now? Yeah, I'll read KMS and then I'll get to Inspired Truth. And KMS says, happy Trick the Indigenous People Day. You see me? I'm telling y'all. And he says, may you carve up the white meat like OJ. Allegedly, right? So, yeah, you know, I came up with my title, Indigenous Murked Day. I really wanted to say Slaughter Day, but I didn't know if YouTube was going to mess with me because of the title. So I just said Indigenous Murked Day. So y'all get the gist of it. Y'all get the message. And yes, happy Colonizer Day. I seen somebody put that in the comments. For who was that I was watching and somebody put that in the comments. Was that was that? Oh, that was LAR. That was LAR stream. That was LAR stream. Yeah, that was LAR stream earlier today, right? So yeah, we'll say that too. Happy Colonizer Day, right? Yeah. I got jokes, y'all. I got jokes. And then Inspired Truth says, Jess had to come through like with a like before I hit the road. Cooking up something serious for next week. Not fun though. Oh boy. Look, we can't all be doing doomer streams, y'all. We can't all be having doomer streams. I'm sitting. I think if you are doing well in life in the future, you are going to be damn near a lowercase g god on planet Earth, right? Like that whole world is your oyster. No, for real though. And like the technology would allow for everyday people to live a pretty dope life in comparison to what we're living now, but they will have nothing on the elites, in my mind. And the wealth disparity will be comical. Huh? Borderline techno-feudalism is what I'm saying, what I'm describing. Huh? The economy is already contorting itself where really the top 20% of people, I keep on harping on this, are the ones that are enjoying everything. I bring up the marriage all the time, but it's not the marriage. When I bring up the K-shaped economy, yep. Yeah. And the world I'm describing, it won't be the top 20%. It will be the top 5%. It'll be the top 1%, and then essentially their lackeys and buffer class, huh? Their managerial class, and then that'll total up to maybe the top 5-ish%. That's the world I foresee. And that will be the new normal. Huh? And that will be the new normal. Huh. And Inspired Truth, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Better Use says, we stole it fair and square, U.S. Congressman. And yes, that is a real quote. I can't remember who the congressman was, but that was a real quote about the Panama Canal. That is not a joke. Shout out to Better You. Yes, there was a real congressman. I can't remember the name. I learned this in history class in college. Yep, Really said that too. We stole it fair and square. For real. Huh? Earth says, not turkey, but murky. Huh? Ah, and thank you for the super chat, Better You. Thank you for the super chat. And I feel like I'm missing another one before I start bringing y'all up, because I need to play that last clip, because that's going to be the fun one. Huh? That's going to be fun. And KMS says, in my youth, my grandmother told me, and thank you for the super chat, in my youth, my grandmother told me if black women effed astronauts, there'd be ninjas in space. Her way of saying, while there is a socio-economic aspect, these chicks be choosing the chaos. Wow. Hashtag negative liberty. Yes. Yes. And talking about negative liberty, because I didn't put that up, but I did put autonomy. We'll put negative liberty. Right, and I'll read that in a minute. And yeah, KMS, and talk about that. There we go. Ha ha ha. And negative liberty, the absence of external coercive constraints, meaning freedom from interference by others. It emphasizes a private sphere of action free from external obstacles like government restrictions, actions of other people. Actions of other people. This concept is often contrasted with positive liberty, which is the freedom to act and fulfill one's potential. So negative liberty is really about you can't tell me what to do, you can't make me do, and I do what I want. Shout out to South Park. I do what I want. Okay then. The obsession with negative liberty comes at a cost. And maybe the cost is that you're going to have to work for the rest of your life. Maybe you die kinless. Maybe that's what it means. Maybe what it means is that men make y'all mean all that you would rather live on a planet with nothing but women. Okay, maybe you don't get to live on a planet with nothing but women, but maybe you get to live in your little coal-munching, quote-unquote, communities with pretty much nothing but women. Maybe that's what it looks like. Maybe that's what this looks like at the end. Shout out to the ladies.
Would you live on a planet with all women?
With all women?
Yeah.
Ooh. You wouldn't? That's my dream. Think about how...
I mean...
Think of the structure.
Can men come in once a month?
Nah, it's just
a
all
planet
women.
with
We
all
don't get
women.
like we don't get like travel pass.
Nah.
Okay. I mean, I really would.
Okay.
I really would. It would be nice.
So like never, like not a single man.
Not a single man.
It would be nice. We would have great shopping, great homes, healthcare, like all the things.
And we'd be bored.
But happy. It's fine.
So you taking it?
I'm taking it. I'm going.
Okay.
I'm going.
Okay. Saw guys on the fence.
Going. I'm going.
I kind of convinced myself.
I'm going.
A little bit.
I'm going.
I can't pronounce that last name, y'all. And Azriel and a split Jim gave me the answer and says it was an Asian senator named Hayakawa. And let me see. Yeah, a split Jim says S.I. Hayakawa. And yeah. And thank y'all. And yeah, Hitflix says, yeah, it was Senator S.I. Hayakawa. And I think you meant to say he was Japanese American. We stole it fair and square. We stole it fair and square. Look, look. The Panamanians wanted to separate from Colombia, and we struck up a deal, and we funded the rebels. And part of us funding the rebels was the second they split off, They're going to give us the land so we can build the Panama Canal, and then we run the Panama Canal. And that lasted for, what, decades. And then now Panama runs their own canal with the U.S. being able to do whatever they want to do whenever they want to do it. That's the long and short of it. Anybody want to correct Z? And thank y'all for that. Yeah, but I forgot his name. Now I know. Well, hopefully I remember. Hopefully I remember. Huh? Oh, we're back. We're back. Yeah, that's Miss Z. Miss Z just checking in. Okay. Let's see. Maybe we could play this clip while we're doing this so that we can bring y'all up in a minute. Right? Y'all give Z a second. And thank y'all for the for the name and the information. Miss Z got like a slight cough going on right now. So we'll tie this last part. This gonna be fun. Y'all gonna love this, not. Y'all gonna love this part. And shout out to Media Man, because where do they always go for the insult, Z? What do they always bring up? What's the first thing out of a black woman's mouth concerning black men when they try to get you to do what you don't want to do?
The third reason why a lot of women of color are staying single is also because there's a lot of DL situations going on.
Plan on moving to ATL, make sure you bring your own man with you. For any woman that likes men, make sure you bring your own man with you. I'm letting you know that in Atlanta, the men is scarce. 95% of the men are gay. And 50% of those are married.
A black man date Caucasian women because the black men are bisexual and she allowed them to be fluid.
Is it just me, or is like all men or certain traits that they have really do come off as, if you're paying attention?
Black men who only date white women, and y'all ain't ready for this conversation, but I'm gonna say it anyway. They on the DL.
Men that be sending on podcasts, bashing women, they be on the low, honey. I don't know why y'all even sit up there and listen to anything they say when they don't even like women at all. It's easy for them to sit up there and bash women because they're not attracted to them.
And I'm going to tell you guys how I feel about this whole DL whisperer.
So are y'all ready to talk about the gym bros, the men that always at the gym, that are obsessed with the gym? Are y'all ready to talk about why they're always at the gym and why they spend so much time at the gym and who they're seeing at the gym?
To quickly sum up what I just said in 3 minutes, get you a simp. That's literally who are going to be the straight men, the men that are simp.
This is what the co-munching coven is going to look like in the future.
Go see if he's making any videos about DL women. If he been playing a sport his whole entire life,
a bunch of black women and LGBTQ black men.
Probably DL.
What are the signs that he could be on the DL? A lot of guys probably are these days. So the best sign to look out for if he's on the DL, he dresses better than you. That's number one.
If you are dealing with a black man, you need to have at least a small thought that he may have either been involved with a man sexually or he is actively still dealing with men and you don't know about it. Me personally, whenever I've dealt with a black man, I've always just had it in the back of my head based off of certain things where I'm like, he probably is or has had relations with another man before.
This addresses viral and destructive myth that's been echoed in the black community. Most black men are gay. Now, before I begin this video, let me be clear. Someone's sexual orientation is nothing to be ashamed of. Everyone deserves respect, privacy, and dignity. But when queerness is weaponized to shame or emasculate black men, it stops being about identity and starts being more about stigma. That's where the line must be drawn. This narrative is often used, especially by some black women, to shame, stereotype, and further divide the black community. It's been a key spark in the ongoing gender war online. The data tells a very different story. And today, I'm going to break it down clearly, calmly, and factually with a level of respect that's rarely extended to heterosexual black men in public conversations. According to the Williams Institute at UCLA, about 1.2 million black adults in the United States identify as LGBTQ+. Of those, 61% are black women and 39% are black men. That means black LGBTQ+ women outnumber black LGBTQ black men by nearly 300,000. So if we're talking strictly about those who openly identify as LGBTQ+, black women, not black men, are the majority.
You know, I'm here in Atlanta, Georgia, baby, and I got a couple of gay friends where all they do is date heterosexual men.
I see people going around talking about Atlanta in their HIV rates. They had like 20,000 cases.
20,000 positive cases of HIV and AIDS in one city is fucking crazy. The scary part is not the number of the ones we know. It's not the 20,000. It's the people that don't know. It's the other half of that. And then some. It's the people that don't get tested, won't get tested, will never get tested, and that's going to keep passing it on. That's That's the fucking part.
The CDC's HIV numbers are not based only on people who walk into a clinic for a test. The CDC and state health departments use a three-pronged surveillance system. The first one is confirmed laboratory reports of HIV diagnosis. The second, anonymous population testing surveys. And number three, mathematical modeling to account for people who are HIV positive but undiagnosed. That means the official statistics already adjust for under-testing. Rankings between groups remain the same even after accounting for undiagnosed cases.
Now, I'm not trying to say leave Atlanta if you live in Atlanta. I'm just saying, if you do live in Atlanta and you just out here fucking around, you just out here just like, oh, I'm about to just smash everything walking, you a wild one.
That's false, guys. A quick Google search, or you could chat GPT it. It will tell you that that is false. Do you guys know what would happen if they had 20,000 HIV cases in 1 month? That would be crazy. The whole Atlanta city would be cordoned off. Okay, it would be off limits. It's false. They are higher over there, but it's definitely not 20,000. You know, I told you guys, more black folks live in the South, so you see more cases of HIV and STIs. So the regional concentration of HIV in 2021 specifically, approximately about 52% of new HIV infections occurred in the southern US, okay? The South also has among the highest poverty rates. So again, HIV and poverty, they go hand in hand because people at home, all they're doing is sneaking in. Unprotected, I might add, all right?
Now, me personally, that's not a heterosexual man. A man that wants to sleep with another man is not heterosexual, even if he is married. I feel like that is the ultimate betrayal. That is still cheating. Cheating to me is the ultimate betrayal, whether it's with a man or a woman. But there are more men out here. I've gone to a couple of the gay clubs and seen people, and I'd be like, what is he doing in here? I'd be seeing him at the gym. And so it's a lot of men out here that are just not available for us. And so what are we to do?
23% of young black women now identify as bisexual. Black women have to be the worst at projecting. Every chance they get, they either imply, suggest, infer, or just outright say something negative in their minds about your sexuality. Because if you ain't kissing their ass, then of course you gotta be LGBTQ. If you don't want a freaking a-hole, mean, condescending, rude, entitled, materialistic, jealous of white women ass black woman, then of course, if you day it out, of course you gotta be somewhere on the spectrum of LGBTQ, huh? You gotta be some type of bi-curious, huh? You gotta, something about your sexuality gotta be questionable. Because if you're not bowing to black women, meanwhile, 23% of young black women now identify as bisexual. Huh? And going to Eric's super chat, and shout out to Eric Denman. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Eric says, someone tell me why LGBTQ men are so invested in heterosexual relationships. Black women, black men, black women, black men, and black women. I would argue, right, that they have decided that black women are their allies. And what it looks like to be a good ally as a LGBTQ black man is to support black women, whether she's straight or LGBTQ. And what that support looks like is you siding with her no matter what. No matter what. What it means to be a good ally is essentially imitating black women, right? But also backing them up in conversation concerning black men, black women. Huh? And if you notice what that dude was saying, it was all type of weird stuff. If he go to the gym too much, huh? And it's always this, there's always this talk of these secret LGBTQ black men. It's always some DL talk. Y'all notice how these weirdos paint black men? I want you to appreciate these are like black people. We're not talking about white racists here. We're not speaking about non-black people. These are black people. And when you let them speak, they sound like, well, anti-black white racists. Over every corner, there's some old black man preying on some 14-year-old black girl. Over every corner, in the shadows, it's some DL black man. Huh? And some sexually confused, secretly LGBTQ black man. Huh? Topping off all different manner of men. Over every corner, there's a secret LGBTQ black man. It could be your boyfriend. It could be your husband. Sounding like some old goddamn 1960s drug commercial or something. It sounded like Nancy Reagan and Dare. Just say no. Just say no to the peen, black man. Put the peen down. What? These people are weirdos. But they have to jab at you, black men, because don't you know everything about you is defective? And black women love you anyway. You're secretly LGBTQ. You're dumb. You're slow. You have no discipline. You're not white. Huh? You're not a man, so you're not white. You're male. Huh? You don't want to queer your relationships because you actually think that one day you'll be a man. Huh? You let these weirdos talk. What they're saying is, you are not a white man. So that means you're not a man. Why don't you just adhere to the rules of the matriarchy? Just bow to the matriarchy, regardless of your education and your status and your income and your wealth and your looks and your physique and whatever the hell you ever done. You could have cured cancer. Huh? You could have found out what's on the dark side of the moon. You could have found out what's in the middle of Jupiter. Huh? You could find a renewable resource. Just bow to the matriarchy, black men, black males. And that's what all of this is. That's what the secretly LGBTQ talk is about. That's what the, well, black women should expand their options talk is about. Huh? That's what the black men are so incarcerated is about. All the talk of black men's lack of discipline, black men's ineptitude, black men's lack of all of that. Why can't you just adhere to the matriarchy and be told what to do?
Well, look, for me, it has never really been about black man or man. It's been about men. Mm-hmm. You know, there's this myth out there that black men can't handle being spoken to, you know, and told what to do by black women. Black men come from our bodies. Yeah. So black men have black mothers. So they're used to having these conversations with women.
The matriarchy is strong with the black
community. It is very strong.
Yeah.
Conversations with women.
The matriarchy is strong with the black
community. It is
community.
very strong.
Yeah. The matriarchy is strong with the black community.
It is very strong.
Yeah.
Told you. I told you. I told you.
Huh? No, for real though. That's why can't you just adhere to the matriarchy? Stop questioning the matriarchy. Stop challenging the matriarchy. The gynocracy, if you want to be accurate. And this time I'm giving y'all a warning. Oh no, Z!
As a man, if you don't have house core job, don't look for a woman with house core job. And for the men that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard and you're a goddamn assistance. Know your place. Stop being contradicting and bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
Huh? She described the gynocracy. The matriarchy if you want to be kind, the gynocracy if you want to be accurate. Everything they say outside of expressing their childhood trauma for you not making them a white woman or you not choosing them in middle school or high school. Everything they say is about you knowing your place beneath them. And the issue that black women have now is that black men have too many bright ideas. And the manosphere dudes and the red pill dudes, the black manosphere dudes, the red pill dudes are giving black men too many bright ideas. Now, of course, the women are not going to frame it like that. Of course not. The women are going to frame it like the sexism and the misogyny and it's more crap. Excuse me. More crap shoveled on the backs of black women, and they hate black women, and they're advocating for violence against black women. And when really, the issue is too many black men have too many bright ideas. Huh? Too many bright ideas. Why can't you just know your place? Huh? Why can't you just know your place? Huh? She said bow down at the end, did she not? She told you everything you need to know. Too many black men think that they can SYSBM or passport bros or go monk mode. Huh? And of course the ladies are throwing a temper tantrum. Because where else can they go if you're not ending up with them and subsidizing them so that they could dictate to you? Oops. They have nowhere else to go.
Black women do not be having the options that they say they got. And before you jump in my comments, no, I don't have a man. No, I don't have options. Okay, so I beat you to it. There you go. I already beat you to it. So if that's all you care about, you can go and scroll past this video. Anyway.
Huh? I know what clips I'm playing and I know why I'm playing them. It says everything. When black women are not on black men's program and black men start exercising options, what are the ladies supposed to do? Huh? But call you some type of LGBTQ. But attempt to peen police by spreading filth and negative propaganda about you concerning relationships and intimacy. I've said this before. Dear black women, white women, Latinas, Asian women, outside of your like most racist white women on one end and your most liberal, progressive, septum ring wearing white women on the other end, the vast majority of white women, Latinas, Asian women, if they're interested in black men, they don't care nothing about what you're saying. What you're saying, that negative PR campaign, is not deterring them one iota. As a matter of fact, if we really want to get funky with it, they expect you to sound like that because they think you want to be them anyway. And it makes it real difficult to tell them that's not true. Uh-oh. Particularly white women. White women think you jealous of them anyway. They think you want to be them anyway. And because it's kind of racist, really racist, they think they could snatch any black man anyway. Who's gonna stop them? You? Huh? The non-black women that are into black men, all the negative PR from black women stops nothing. They don't even give it a second thought. It stops nothing. They really just see y'all as a bunch of bitter haters. That's not Mr. Z making it up. You see white women saying it. What do you think Soraya Brooks is about? Or the Filipina lady? Huh? What y'all think that's about? The number of white women that have come onto social media and just straight up said, look, when I first met my black husband, he didn't have much. But I still gave him a chance. I asked him why he wasn't with a black woman. And he straight up said, like, black women want you to be all the way buttoned up and put together. Huh? That still doesn't mean maybe eventually that relationship doesn't fail. But once again, it's not stopping. Your negative PR and your temper tantrum is not stopping white women, Latinas, Asians, South Asians, Indigenous women, whoever is into black men or whoever would consider it, it's not stopping anything. Nothing. Nada. Huh? Oh boy. Exactly. Ezreal says, protect, provide, and shut your pie hole. That is what black women are saying to black men. That is exactly what black women are saying to black men. And the black community, particularly black women, the ones that are in the know, don't want to say that out loud. Because then everything else makes sense. This is where the Moynihan report comes in. Huh? You can't admit that because then everything else makes sense. Everything, I've said this before, from the reading level of black boys being so dismal to how many successful black men tend to date and marry out, huh? To why the black family is so fractured, to why black women are so impoverished. The second you admit that the issue black women have is that they want to run the black community and run the black family, but they're not finding enough men to sign up for that, whether those men are white, black, Latino, Asian, or otherwise, everything else makes sense. It all makes sense. You're going to watch folks say queer relationships. It's not going to be exclusively black women, but disproportionately black women. You're going to watch them talk about egalitarian, whatever the crap that means. Really what it means is provide, protect, and shut up.
I miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
But at the end of the day, what it is women, particularly obviously black women, trying to find ways of men earning more disproportionately, contributing more disproportionately in the family, while exercising very minimal, if any, influence and power proportionate to his financial contribution, to his body being on the line, to his labor investment. That's why the ladies are talking about emotional labor more and more, because all it is about skewing the argument, moving the Overton window further and further closer to them in their argument, which is just because you earn more and just because you put in more hours and just because if something goes bump in the night, you're going to be the one to have to handle that, or it handles you, doesn't mean that you should get the final say or the big piece of chicken or sit at the head of the table or care about any of that. Why can't you contribute more financially, put in more labor, put in more time, just because? And by the way, this is an argument that women are making, whether she wants to have children or not, whether she has children or not. This is not even about well, we're the ones who bear the children, and that they're going to make that argument for some of them, but that's not really what it is. Why can't you just protect, provide, and shut up? and I'm beating myself up as I want to say it was Torrey. I just got to find which interview or conversation he was having where Torrey just straight up said it. Just because you earn more doesn't mean that you should automatically be leader. Yeah, because Torrey knows that's the argument the women are making. Black women are making. You gotta love it. Huh? So shout out to the coal munching coven, because that's what it's gonna be in the end of the day. That's what it's gonna be, just the coal munching coven. Huh? As Ezreal says, once again, protect, provide, and shut your pie hole. Say that. Huh? So let me make sure, because it was one I missed. I want to say it was from Detroit. Yep, and it is. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Shout out to the replay gang. And Detroit says, meet Sandy. Sandy is a doctorate degree, which she works at nursing physical VA. When she saw her workers are getting play for play. You mean pay for play? Okay, let's just say play for play. She's getting very furious about it, and suddenly her consciousness comes to play. You mean pay for play? I think you meant to say pay for play. In other words, she's getting promoted because she's doing something straight for some change in the office. Yep. I think that's what you're trying to say. Well, yeah, that is one of the things that, if I'm reading your super chat correctly, that is one of the complaints, right? And maybe I might want to do a stream on that. There was something that was covered earlier this year, I want to say, where Black women were speaking about not being invited to work events and not necessarily, quote unquote, being likable, and how they shouldn't necessarily have to be likable at work as long as they're getting the job done and they are proficient and competent. They shouldn't necessarily have to adhere to work culture and be, quote unquote, likable. And there, yeah, that's a whole conversation that we can have, both negative and positive, about being Black and what it probably means to be a Black woman in these spaces where these white dudes are primarily obviously attracted to white women. They work with white women, they pipe white women, and then you watch white women climb up that corporate ladder, or non-Black women climb up that corporate ladder, sometimes because of said connections, and Black women who aren't engaging in that type of activity, or who, even if they wanted to engage in that type of activity to climb up the corporate ladder, the white men are not interested, right? So that's a whole stream I can do, and I actually kind of been mulling it over for months, because I remember watching that clip. I think it was the brother Isaiah. Is he out of Atlanta? Atlanta, I think y'all told me he was out of Atlanta. Isaiah, well, I can't remember what that brother name is, but yeah, he had a few Black women up on his panel, and I want to say they mentioned that once, right? And I've seen videos on that topic. So yeah, but Detroit, correct me if I'm wrong if that's not what you're talking about. I might have went way off, and that's not even what you're trying to say. Huh? Oh, play for play. So you meant play for real. Okay, meet Sandy. Sandy is a doctorate degree, which she works at nursing physical VA. When she saw her workers are getting play for play, she's getting very furious about it, and suddenly her consciousness is in play. And you said you meant it the way you said it. Okay, let me make sure I'm not reading anything wrong. But yeah, so I hope I didn't go on a tangent for no reason. I hope I make sense. And Captain Obvious says, Black women, I don't have to be likable. I just have to be myself. Black women will just have to pay for promotion then. Yep, more work, less pay. Look, I'm iffy on this because Black women are still Black. And there is something to be said about the anti-Blackness in the system, and how, yes, we have to be honest about that natural hair thing, and I hate that people minimize it. Black women didn't make that up. Yes, they were being banned for wearing their hair naturally and not putting any type of relaxer or putting a straightening comb through it or all of that. It's true. The Crown Act came about because there was tons of evidence that they're not making it up. They're not exaggerating it. They're not trying to play that up. To hell with what Megyn Kelly's saying. Huh? With that, if you're walking around the office with the resting bee face and you're not exactly professional, then yeah, you better believe that's another reason, an added reason, right? Why you struggle to get promoted or be seen, or be complimented and rewarded for your achievements, right? Ah, so yeah, y'all. So let me put this link in, and we'll start bringing people up. And Afro National says, "Happy Turkey Day, fellas, and happy Native American Slaughter Day and Indigenous Murked Day to you too, sir." And Dr. Dunbar says, "Microaggressions. Yeah, no, microaggressions are real. Microaggressions are real. If we're gonna be honest, as black men, black women suffer microaggressions also. Microaggressions are real. From non-black folks, from white folks in specific, from black women, from white women concerning black women, microaggressions are real. It happens. And in the office setting, Mr. Z has seen it. It happens, right? That is not something black women are making up. What I will say is that they don't make it necessarily easier on themselves with all that negative liberty talk. No? And they don't make it easier on themselves either, because it's one thing if it's one thing to be at a job and you have a man, and yeah, things will be tight, but you know that if you were to quit because you can't take it anymore, or if you were to get fired, that the world wouldn't end. Y'all will be hurting for a little while until you find something else, but you wouldn't be damn near assed out and homeless the next day. But it makes it real difficult to move confidently and be assured of yourself when all you got. Now, black women will try to make up for this by still living at home or being really, 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 really connected to their mom in like different weird ways. They'll find ways to make up for it, for not having a man. But even that has a timer on it. Even that has a timer on it. Huh? So there's that too. There's definitely that too. And Els Active says, Nazi, the weave gotta go. And that's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying if it wasn't for the Crown Act, black women would still would be perceived as professional, which is decided by white folks, is the weave and the relaxed hair and the wigs and all of that. Huh? So that is sad. That if we're gonna call it down the middle, there are certain things that black women say and that they're experiencing and that they're going through. Oh, it's real, right? But back to the topic at hand. Black women, you're going to have to fund yourself or figure out whatever, quote unquote, community thing that you're going to be able to accomplish with other women, I guess, black women and LGBTQ men. Huh? However that's supposed to work. So we'll play this from Media Man once again. As a matter of fact, I think I might No, I'm not gonna play that LGBTQ part again. Yawn. GB. Well, not now anyway. But we'll play this again because this was supposed to be the end, but I played it in the beginning because of how it ended. Right? So shout out to Media Man, and let's get underway.
For us. And so what are we to do? Well, I do have a couple girlfriends that have gone outside of their race and they enjoy it.
Another common example is when white men proclaim that white men and black women have the lowest divorce rate.
A white man and a black woman are 44% less likely to get divorced. Pretty interesting, isn't it? My sister. My sister. My sister.
Black wife, white husband marriages are 44% less likely to result in divorce.
Now the tea is hot on this one. So recent data shows that black women and white men are less likely to divorce than other interracial couples, with black women in these relationships being 44% less likely to split compared to white couples.
But that claim comes from a 2008 study using marriage data from the 1970s and 1980s. Modern research shows that black women have the highest divorce rates of any race, gender group, and that interracial marriage outcomes have changed dramatically in the recent decades. Yet again, a flattering but outdated statement becomes widespread, shaping beliefs far removed from today's reality. And the statistical reality is clear. White men overwhelmingly do not choose black women as wives. According to the census data, only 0.5% of married white men in the United States are married to black women. That means 99.5% of white men are not choosing black women. As outlined in the Dating Divide book, when white men do express interest in black women, it is often rooted in sexual curiosity rather than long-term commitment.
As outlined in the Dating Divide, when white men express interest in black women, that interest is often rooted in sexual curiosity, not long-term commitment. In the study, many of the white men interviewed described black women in fetishized terms rather than relational ones. Given that black women receive very little interest from white men, experiences like Deborah's suggest that even that limited attention may be driven by prurient motives. The white men interviewed reinforced the notion that black women were viewed as highly sexual, yet unsuitable for lasting relationships.
So I'm just gonna let this be known. I do not hate pink people. I just dislike shit that pink people do. Like that whole thing with, the pink dudes, telling me, oh yeah, I like, black women too. Whole time, a lot of them don't like black women. They might be sexually attracted to black women, but they don't like them. There's a difference, okay? Motherfucker, and that's what a fetish is right there. Like, for real, like, you are sexually attracted to a person, but you really ain't trying to have no relationship with them. You just want to try something. Or you want to rebel against your family because they dislike black people. So that kind of turns you on. It's like when somebody tells you no and you like, oh, like, you want to do it. Like, mother ain't going to tell me no. Like, I'm finna go do this. You feel me? So that's the type of shit that I dislike. And I'm not saying that I'm the only genuine pink dude out here that, appreciates black women. But I just feel like a lot of pink men do not really appreciate black women.
This is why so many black women continue to circulate the outdated Bratter and King study claiming that black women and white men have the lowest divorce rates. They push that statistic in hopes of convincing white men to consider them as wives. Yet the numbers haven't changed. White men still overwhelmingly do
advertising oneself for white men.
Though, it's just something about a black man that I love. I love the fact that I can understand what he deals with on a daily basis, that I can relate to him. It is just something about that. And unfortunately, while we are so loyal to our black men are more disrespectful to us than any other nationality, and they are quicker to go outside of the race.
As a group, black women have been the slowest to dip their toes into the interracial dating pool, one of the most racially loyal when it comes to relationships.
Black women are the most loyal.
Black women are the most loyal to black men. And I'm talking about any other race, any other ethnicity. Black women are loyal to black men.
Black women are very, very race loyal. They really want to be with black men.
We often hear this narrative floating around social media. Black women are the most race loyal. That's why they don't marry white men like other races of women do. At first glance, that sounds honorable until you ask one critical question. Are you being loyal or are you just not being chosen? Because in order to be considered race loyal, both sides need to want you. You can't call yourself loyal to your team if no other team has offered you a contract. When people say that black women are race loyal, here's what they're actually trying to say. They date and marry within their race, but what they leave out is the context, because loyalty implies options. Let's look at what the data says. According to the Pew Research Center and the U.S. Census Bureau, in 2023, only 13% of married black women were in an interracial marriage. And black men, 21%. You can't call it loyalty if you were never recruited. And that's what we're seeing on the dating market. Despite the growing TikTok trends, divest, black wife effect, swirl, and soft life content, white men are not marrying black women in significant numbers. In fact, the latest data shows that less than 0.5% of white men are married to black women. And that's coming from the U.S. Census Bureau in 2015. So is it race loyalty or is it race isolation? So who is marrying black women? The answer is clear. Black men. Black men marry black women 79% of the time, even with almost twice the out-of-marriage rate of black women. So if anyone's being race loyal, it's black men. But instead, we're painted as disloyal, unavailable, or undesirable, all while other men aren't lining up to marry black women either. You see how backwards that is? And while we're here, let's dispel some of the myths that circulate in these conversations. Number one, good black men are in jail. False. Only 2.9% of black men are incarcerated at any given time. Let's stop acting like the entire dating pool is behind bars. It's lazy. And to be perfectly honest, it has never been a time that black women have disqualified men who are in prison. They actively search for those men, and I've done videos in the past pointing this issue out. Number 2, black men aren't educated enough. Here's a real story. 29% of black women have a bachelor's degree or higher, and 22% of black men do. That's a 7-point gap, not 70. And even with that gap, black men still out-earn black women overall. So the education excuse doesn't hold up either. Number 3, black men don't make enough money. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, in 2024, black men earned a median income of $52,000. Hispanic men earned a median income of $50,000. So if it were just about money, how are men who earn less getting married more? Maybe it's not about economics. Maybe it's about attitude, culture, and expectations. Black men are told that they need to be flawless. They need to be educated, rich, not dusty, not toxic, and definitely not average. 6 feet, 6 figures, 6-pack. Meanwhile, other races of men can be plumbers, warehouse workers, and Uber drivers, and they're still considered marriage material men by black women. But let a black man drive a forklift, and suddenly he's settling material. So this is not about loyalty, it's about double standards. The bottom line is this: you can't be race loyal if no one else is checking for you to begin with. Black women aren't the most race loyal, they're just the least interracially selected. And that's not a morale badge, that's a marriage market reality. So let's stop romanticizing rejection and calling it loyalty. And let's stop blaming black men for not being picked more often when we're the ones actually marrying black women. In the black community, we often talk about saving the family, rebuilding the household, or restoring what was once lost. But the truth is, we can't fix what we don't measure. For years, people have said, black people just don't get married anymore. That's become a cultural slogan repeated so often that even we've started to believe it. But when you separate the data by gender, when you look at black men and black women individually, a new picture appears. This is the only time I'll make that separation publicly. And I'm doing it not to divide us, but to clarify where the momentum is and where the community needs the most help. Because if we really want to restore the black family, we have to start with the truth and not talking points. Let's start with the numbers. According to Pew Research and the US Census data, as of 2023, 36% of black men are married, as opposed to black women's 29%. That may not sound high, but what matters is the direction. Back in 2017 to 2021, black men's marriage rates was around 34%, and black women's was closer to 28%. Black men's marriage rate has grown about 0.8 percentage points per year. If that same steady pace continues, no miracles, no manipulation, black men will reach roughly 40% married by 2027. That's not an exaggerated claim, it's a statistical projection based on real data. This is the story of a quiet, consistent comeback. And remember, this growth is happening despite real obstacles: economic inequality, incarceration history, cultural barriers, and changing attitudes towards marriage. Even with all of that, black men's marriage rates are trending up, not down. That tells you something powerful. Black men still value family. They still believe in legacy. They still believe in building something stable, even in a generation where many are walking away from it.
A 2020 study published in Innovation in Aging, titled Social Support, Everyday Discrimination, and Depressive Symptoms Among Older African Americans, a longitudinal study by Muzan et al., examined older African Americans and found that black women were more likely than black men to report that they neither have nor desire a romantic relationship, while more men were married or cohabiting, and that gap widened with age. That finding matters because it highlights a persistent difference in relationship engagement over time. It's not about who's better or worse, it's about willingness and intention. Pew Research adds another layer to this. Among singles nationwide, 61% of single men say they're currently looking for a relationship or dates, compared to just 38% of single women.
It's not about who's better or who's losing. It's about choices. While some men are choosing love, wherever it's found, some women are choosing independence because they can.
Black men are choosing love. Black men are choosing love. Black women are choosing independence, and there is nothing wrong with that, huh? Ladies, there's nothing wrong with that. And autonomy, the quality or state of being autonomous, the quality or state of being independent, free, and self-directing. Personal individual autonomy, financial autonomy. Ladies told you, you're gonna have to pay for yourself. A person's bodily autonomy has full autonomy to make decisions. Get to guide and decide for yourself. In your efforts to protect your autonomy, don't forget that relationships require some give and take. Well, will you look at that? Huh? Who would have thunk it? Huh? Specifically in Kantian, Immanuel Kant, moral self-determination based on reason, the quality or state of being self-governing. The quality or state of being self-governing. Ladies, you got that, but don't forget that example right there. that financial autonomy, and what's this other one? In your efforts to protect your autonomy, don't forget that relationships require some give and take. Nah, ladies, you gonna have to do this yourself. Have fun with that, huh? Have fun with that, right? So let me add this again. Give me a second, y'all. Yeah, gives you a second. There y'all go. There go a link for anybody that wants to come up. And if not, then we'll end up the stream a little early today. Right. And let me put that background up because we are a bit reckless. So I finally found a way to incorporate that. I'm gonna have to do another stream about South Korea. We're gonna have to do a separate stream about South Korea. Right. And I did get all of that. Whoever sent me those TikTok clips and whatnot, I got those clips of Black women essentially saying, yeah, like you said, stop telling me to suppress my desires and stop telling me to love myself. And there's even more videos. Yep, that's the cost. As I've said before, the ladies, the Kim Fosters of the world are willing to watch y'all suffer for her gender war. I'm gonna keep saying it, huh? And as KMS said, if the men don't get families, you don't get a society, particularly in the Black community. If Black men don't get families, then shout out to Black women. You're gonna have to hodgepodge and make up whatever the hell you're gonna do, make up to have that whatever community that's supposed to be. Huh? Ah, huh? And Vince says it pays the cost to be the boss, and that it does.
It'll cost you. It may cost you a little. It may cost you a lot. But it will cost you.
There you go, ladies. That's all. All right. And Leon says, Z, if you do a show about South Korea, I might need to bring on my Asian brother Lee. He is from South Korea. Cool bean, that'd be great. Y'all gives you a sec. And we're back. Yeah, no, that'll be good. Good to bounce some ideas and questions off of him. Right? And while I'll stream, let me let Bourbon Bougie say this again. Because it's funny, like she she really doesn't appreciate, and these are like not dumb people. These are not dumb women. It's fascinating watching them read this in like borderline spite. Like, well, so you're just gonna pull these things back? Yes, yes, Yitch. If you're not having children, if you're not getting married, I said it before. You think those little condos in your Tesla Model 3 and that $55,000 a year job? You think you're doing something? You're not gonna have children. You're not gonna have a daughter who's gonna give us other girls, other children. You're not gonna have a son who could be drafted one day. Huh? You're not gonna get married to a man and be obligated to him. You're just gonna be out here living free and fast on our dime. Yes, okay, fine. You're working. You're doing your 40 hours a week. Huh? Do you volunteer at the soup kitchen? I bet you don't. Huh? All right, fine. You're an attorney. Are you doing pro bono work? The Innocence Project or anything like that? Huh? All right then. So you just gonna be out here taking girls trips, and doing brunch and drinking mimosas all day, and you think you're doing something? Oh no, you know what? No. Go ahead and pay these astronomical student loan bills and fund yourself completely. Maybe y'all don't appreciate who the hell JD Vance and Stephen Miller, who they are, huh? And Steve Bannon and whatnot. Maybe y'all don't get it. Shout out to black women. Maybe y'all don't get it, huh? Bannon continued to tell you politics is downstream from culture, and he mean that. Huh? So all that get the bag is strong independent culture. Those white dudes said, "We gonna make you mean that. Let's see if you really mean it. If you can hack it when we remove those subsidies." Yeah. And not only that, we're going to make sure that you don't get any help from non-governmental organizations, NGOs. Ah, that's when Ed Blum walked in the room. Continuing.
So we have seen this going around, the Trump administration planning to exclude some professional degrees as being professions, and they're doing this on purpose. And
wait a minute, we got to read this now. And Sherelle says, not GoFundMe, go fund yourself. Not GoFundMe, go fund yourself. Yeah, let's be clear. Are all black women going to be assed out? No, like I said, they'll hodgepodge and fit together whatever the hell they could fit together with mothers and sisters and LGBTQ men and yawn. Right? They're angry because the men are saying, straight men are saying, yeah, you know who's not going to be there? Me. But there's not enough LGBTQ men. Continuing.
so we have seen this going around, the Trump administration planning to exclude some professional degrees as being professions, and they're doing this on purpose. And just about all of the professions are typically female-dominated professions. But where is this coming from? The people behind all of this is the Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation are the people that are responsible for Project 2025. They can go full mask off now that Donald Trump is in office, and they are set out to implement what is going on in Project 2025. They think that harming women's professions, they think that harming women's money is how they are going to increase the birth rate, because they're going to attempt to drive women back to the home. This came out November 15th. Education policy reforms.
But ma'am, have you ever considered you're thinking of it backwards? Like, how much do women put into the system compared to how much they take out? And then those same women are going to turn around and not have children? Or only have one kid? How much so women are going to take out more than they put in, then retire and take even more out. And what did we get from her? Her existence? What did we get? What did America get from you? The fact that you existed for 75 years, 80 years, 69 years, huh? 72 years, that's what America got from you? You existed. Huh? You existed and you worked at a firm for 25, 30 years, 30 some odd years, and your peak income year was $61,000, $65,000. Okay, fine, $75,000. Okay, huh? But if we're being real, your peak year was $56,000, and that's it. You bought a couple expensive bags. You bought maybe 3 new cars throughout your life, maybe 4. You bought a condo. Have you ever considered, Bourbon Bougie, that maybe you're thinking about this backwards? Let's let her say it again.
So we have seen this going around, the Trump administration planning to exclude some professional degrees as being professions, and they're doing this on purpose. And just about all of the professions are typically female-dominated professions. But where is this coming from? The people behind all of this is the Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation are the people that are responsible for Project 2025. They can go full mask off now that Donald Trump is in office, and they are set out to implement what is going on in Project 2025. They think that harming women's professions, they think that harming women's money is how they are going to increase the birth rate, because they're going to attempt to drive women back to the home. This came out November 15th. Education policy reform.
Yes, they're trying to drive y'all back to the home. Imagine saying that with the tone that you did, Miss Bourbon Bougie. They're trying to make us have kids and contribute. Imagine saying that with the tone you said it in. It's a conspiracy. They're telling us to get with these men and have children and families and raise future American tax-paying citizens. Huh? They're telling us to have kids so that we could stay in front of China. Barely. That's if you still think that we're in front of China. Huh? They just want us to have children and create other cogs in the wheel. Now, that part, Mr. Z kind of agree with. But imagine. She said it with the tone like, they're trying to make us have children. Huh? Damn, y'all some weirdos. Oh, y'all some weirdos. They're saying it like it's a problem. They're trying to make us have kids. They're taking away our ability to give men the middle finger. They're telling us to fund ourselves. No, I want to be subsidized by you while I tell you to F you. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I don't know what part of Stephen Miller's face y'all don't get. He does have a punchable face. But I don't know what part of Stephen Miller, weird ass, looked like he used to torture lizards when he was a kid ass. Huh? What part of Stephen Miller's face y'all don't get? One of the most resting bee-faced white men you ever seen in your life. Resting yitch-faced white men. What part of Stephen Miller's resting yitch face? Mr. Z's bald too, but goddamn, what part of Stephen Miller light bulb shaped head ass don't y'all get? Huh? Y'all seen his wife start making threats, right? His wife threatened Cenk Uygur right there live on TV. If she's moving like that, how do you think he's moving? He gave you a glimpse of it at the memorial for CK. And black women gonna keep on being loud and being the mascot for American women's negative liberty and middle finger? All right. As black men slowly moonwalk into the hedge like Homer Simpson. Huh? As black men slowly walk backwards. We try to grab your arm, by the way, black women. We telling you, come on, bring your ass. Black women don't want to hear it? All right, then stay out there. Huh? Say that. Grab Second Gear says, put these women with Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel over here stuttering with, do you think that human beings deserve the right to live? Have the right to live? And Peter Thiel like, and black women decided to be out here in the elements with these type of dudes running the country. Smart dumbasses. They decided to be out here in the elements with these type of guys running the country. Huh? Curtis Yarvin out here. I think he moved to another country. Either way. Huh? Y'all, okay, y'all don't know who y'all dealing with. Peter Thiel, Curtis Yarvin, Jeffrey Sachs, Mark Zuckerberg, Donald Trump, Stephen Miller. Huh? Matt Gaetz is on the outs for now. Huh? For now. Didn't he? Trump wanted him to be who? What, attorney general or something like that? Out here with the kids. Allegedly. Huh? Elon, exactly, Charles. Elon of all people. Huh? And y'all decided to be out here in the elements with Vivek Ramaswamy. Okay. Huh? Everybody told people the Project 2025. That's not that serious. It's not that real. That's small. That's nothing. Y'all notice Mr. Z the whole time I was like, I don't know. Oh, y'all just trying to be boogeyman. It's not that serious. All right. Huh? Mr. Z, you remember the whole time, even when BGS was talking about it one night, I'm like, I don't know, BGS. I don't know. I think these people mean it. I know y'all. Oh, they do that all the time. That's every time these people get in office. I'm like, huh? Yes, he is. TB says Jared Kushner moving heavy behind the scenes, and he friends with that artard over there in Saudi Arabia. Close friends, which is probably why he got a pass after allegedly he murked Khashoggi. Huh? He probably got a pass with that because of his relationship to Kushner. No? MBS. Oh, bum ass. Weird face looking ass. Z, the whole crown prince, you can't call him a bum. Let me stop because he allegedly he likes getting people chopped up and put in body bags. Let me stop it. Y'all know if Mr. Z channel go dark, y'all will hear from me for a while. Huh? If y'all don't hear from Z, they did it. Y'all just put a 300 ZX as y'all thumbnail, y'all little screensavers, and yeah, just think of me that way. Yeah. So yeah, let's finish this and then we'll have events.
So we have seen this going around, the Trump administration planning to exclude some professional degrees as being professions, and they're doing this on purpose. And just about all of the professions are typically female-dominated professions. But where is this coming from? The people behind all of this is the Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation are the people that are responsible for Project 2025. They can go full mask off now that Donald Trump is in office, and they are set out to implement what is going on in Project 2025. They think that harming women's professions, they think that harming women's money is how they are going to increase the birth rate because they're going to attempt to drive women back to the home. This came out November 15th. Education policy reforms are key strategies for increasing the married birth rate. They're doing this on purpose to drive women back into the home and back to being married and pregnant. They want to strip our rights piece by piece. And some people acted like Project 2025 wasn't real. And some people acted like, both sides are the same and all of that. So this PDF is long. This report is long, but I am going to read it to you. The fertility rate in the United States has dropped to 1.6, an all-time low, and far below the 2.1 replacement rate required to maintain steady population. Fertility rates are dropping worldwide and are proving resistant to a variety of policy efforts to reverse the trend. While no silver bullet can increase the married birth rate, you see they say married birth rate. They don't want people having kids outside of marriage. The married birth rate. Developing pro-family policies is essential if Americans want to maintain their political and cultural traditions, avoid economic decline, and strengthen national defense. While most pro-fertility policies focus directly on addressing the costs associated with children by providing financial incentives and subsidized services, those measures have shown limited success. The decline in the number of children is driven primarily by values and priorities. Having and raising children can be expensive, but that has always been true. People had more babies when the standards of living were much lower than today. In 1970, a decade after the U.S. Food and Drug Administration approved the birth control pill, and long after children were needed to work on farms, the fertility rate in the United States was 2.5, even though per capita GDP was almost 1/3 of what it is today. Now that society has become richer, people have greater financial resources to cover the cost of having children, but they have decreased inclination to use their resources in that way. Although the general standard of living and overall societal wealth is greater than it was a century ago, that may be a double-edged sword where it comes to fertility, as wealthier countries tend to delay marriage and family formation and have lower overall fertility. The average age of marriage in America in 1960 was 22.8 for men and 20.3 for women. It's now 30.5 and 28.6 respectively. Much of this trend can be explained by the subsidy-induced explosion in the amount of time people spend in higher education, where married students are far from the norm and young student parents are practically non-existent on American campuses. Put plainly, massive and unnecessary education subsidies are artificially steering people into delaying or even foregoing marriage and children. For both men and women, the uptick in college enrollment is not necessarily a function of increasing skills and education required in the job market. For example, 33% of secretaries hold a bachelor's degree today, compared to just 9% in 1990. Increased college enrollment has come in the wake of ever-increasing federal subsidies and access credentialing requirements. Spending more years in higher education often means delaying many traditional markers of adulthood, such as getting a job, getting married, and ultimately having children. Postponing having children until later in life also tends to mean having fewer children. Finally, to reverse the tide of declining fertility rates, it is necessary to consider barriers to parents educating their own children in ways that increase the likelihood that those children will have pro-fertility values. Needed reforms on this score include universal education choice at the K-12 level to enable all families to have the option of choosing private, home, or religious schools for their children. Religion and fertility rates. The decline in fertility rates in the United States is driven largely by a decline in religiosity. Among people who attend religious services at least once per week, fertility rates show no evidence of a long-term decline, fluctuating between 2 and 2.4 children per woman since 1982. Among the non-religious, however, fertility rates are significantly lower, and the proportion of Americans who do not engage in any weekly religious activity has been growing dramatically. According to Lyman Stone at the Institute for Family Studies, these two factors, low fertility rates among the non-religious and their growing share of the population, account for virtually 100% of the decline in fertility in the United States from 2012 to 2019. Countries with higher rates of religious observance do not necessarily have higher fertility rates, since country-level differences in politics, economics, and culture also influence how many children people have. But in studies from many developed countries, research shows that at the individual level, religious practices exert a strong and positive effect on fertility. So religiosity explains variation in fertility within countries, even if it does not account for variations across countries. According to researchers Charla Lampos Dantes, Esther Lucia Riza, and Thomas Baudin, the mechanism by which religiosity promotes fertility is that it alters perceived cost-benefit calculations. Religious people see more benefit in having children and are less concerned about the cost associated with children. As one study put it, the results show that part of the positive effect of the religiosity of fertility intentions can be explained by more religious people seeing higher benefits of having children. Furthermore, but only in the case of women, religiosity moderates the impact of perceived costs on fertility intentions, suggesting that the effect of perceived cost decreases with increasing religiosity. To translate this into non-technical language, religion does not change the cost associated with children, but it does change people's values so that they more greatly appreciate the personal, societal, and even eternal benefits of having more babies and are willing to allocate more of their family resources towards children. In the United States, the government may not enact policies that establish a national religion, but it is entirely appropriate to alter policies that hinder or burden religiosity. When the government compels parents to enroll their children in schools enroll their children in school, and then provide secular public schools as the only tax-supported option, it is erecting a significant barrier to parents giving children a religious education. Families must be able to afford to pay twice, once in taxes supporting the district public schools, and a second time for private school tuition to be able to access instruction that matches their faith and values. But school choice policies that place religious schools on a level playing field with secular options allow parents to choose a religious education for their children on an equal basis. Making religious education available on equal terms with secular education is likely to help stem the long-term decline in religious belief and practice. Students who attend religious schools are more likely to engage in religious activities as they grow older than similarly situated students who attend secular schools, and also tend to have better education and life outcomes. Education savings accounts, tax credit supported private school scholarships, and vouchers should be viewed as pro-fertility policies. Lowering barriers to families selecting a school of their choice, including religious education for their children, increases the odds that parents will have children and that a larger share of those children will retain religious beliefs and practices that boost marriage and fertility. So this is about halfway through. I'm going to make a part 2 and continue it at earlier family formation.
Yeah. So, in other words, the Trump government and the folks at the Heritage Foundation said, how about we're not just going to pay you more, or you're not going to earn more necessarily, but we are going to change the way you think of family by pushing you to go to church. And that way you can be okay with spending a few more dollars, a whole lot more dollars, on children. And you can have those children in wedlock, that part too. What's going on, Vince?
Man, man, let me first off say, man, I appreciate your academic approach with, the things that you're talking about and discussing. Stating your claim, talking about your theory, talking about your disposition, talking about opposing views, and then you bring in evidence, and you bringing what else are you bringing? You're bringing references and examples and all that, because without this, we would sound like we are like we just like the mad rapper.
Tell them why you mad, son.
She won't make me a plate.
They sit up here. They not recognize you.
Yeah, I'm the man in the hoe. And,
no, for real. Go ahead.
Especially when you bring up what's going on in South Korea, and what you just played earlier, which is like everything going on in fast forward. Now you fast forward and then go hit play. That's what it looked like, with everything we're talking about. What it looked like further down the line, and us saying that we are the canary in the coal mine, and we're kind of looking and looking towards the future, because we're not being myopic, because we have to worry about what our life going to look like down the line. It plays out. It makes sense, and it make me feel less guilty, because that's what people are trying to make people in this space feel for engaging this forbidden conversation. And it make me more at ease with the type of solutions that I'm hearing, because there's many types of solutions, many different solutions. But one of the basic things I think that even you're saying is do a little bit more screening when you're dealing with a significant other and things like that. Look at her background, look at her family, look at how she's moving, because once we make commitment to certain levels, we stuck and we're fucked. And we're screwed based on not looking at how things are playing out and what's happening in our atmosphere. Just because some dudes are reaching some coochie.
If the lady that you're dealing with doesn't have a sense of obligation and responsibility, I know we say accountability a lot. True, accountability. The women talk about it like it's a dirty word. But if she doesn't have a sense of accountability and responsibility, namely to you, then you got to leave that alone, right?
The conversation
what we're witnessing is real quick. What we're witnessing is like I keep saying that the market cap of your autonomy and your individuality. When I say, like, I'm not just trying to laugh and make fun of the ladies when I'm like, no, they're saying the government, the Trump administration is saying we're going to make you mean that. If you claim and strong and independent, we're pulling away that crate that you're standing on. See, you didn't appreciate that you was standing on a crate.
You finna test the
You didn't
strength.
appreciate that. We gonna pull that crate away and see if you still 6'5", huh?
How much scar tissue you have? How much resolve you have outside of these? It's like you know how you play Super Smash Brothers on hard, like on what's it called? What's it called? Final what's it called? When you got like a critical of 500.
Oh, I haven't played it. I haven't played it. Yeah.
I forgot.
But yeah,
too,
go ahead.
You get my point.
Yeah,
That they're taking all of these other means of finessing to see, you know, what you finna do.
Yeah, no. But for real, that is what it is, and I don't think your average woman appreciates that she was being subsidized because maybe she's not on welfare or she never had to be and all that other stuff, but she doesn't appreciate how much. And by the way, some of this is gonna hurt men too, black men.
For sure.
That so much of what this society does and what America is, particularly concerning women, it subsidizes them.
So
And like,
many.
what happens when the jobs like they don't need you at the jobs anymore, and that includes men too. Now what?
So many women that went on this campaign burnt the boat. They got to the shore and burnt the boat, and it was like, yo. And my hope, right? My little incy hope is that there are some, you know, ladies who see from afar, like, it's looking bad over there, and not just running it because it's cold, but because they got some sense. And I don't know about Bowser Winfrey. Yo, I don't care what nobody says. She is not that smart. I don't care what school she went to.
I see when you put it in the comments, it's hysterical.
Yeah,
he says Bowser Winfrey.
Yeah, she is not that smart, bro. I don't care what anybody say. I don't care what.
You've been saying that for a while, Vince. I don't think I didn't catch you like saying that for years now. I've caught it. Go ahead.
Yeah, she's not that smart, bro. I don't care, bro. Like, I don't care what school you go to. I don't care your grades, and it's showing. It's showing through these Gen Zers. They go into all these prestigious schools, and some of them don't know basic stuff. And just because you can't
even read. Remember that the study that came out a few months ago that said they can't even read, or better yet, they haven't read one real book in their life.
Just because you could talk for 30 and 45 minutes about how you feel, don't make you smart.
Yeah, true. But let me read this, and then we gotta make space for the good doctor, right? And the Black Toxic Masculinist says they have chosen the polar bear, and bro, have they not, bro? They chose the cold embrace, right? The cold, the freezing cold. Oh, they chose the cold. That was not smart, because these characters we have in the White House right now, in and around the White House, it's cold outside. Hey, I'm getting a little frostbitten. I think there's some icicles growing on my ears, so I could imagine. For the ladies who don't have secure jobs or who are not unionized and you live in a right to work state, oh my God.
Listen,
you work in a retail job in a right to work state as a woman, God forbid you have a kid or two. Oh boy.
For people who chased the bread and went to IT years ago and now that it's fumbling, it's bad. It's getting cold outside. You better go find some family to huddle up with, make some body heat.
Yeah, and that's why I said, like, and I said that on my channel, clear as day, right? You know, me and my lady were engaged, and if anything, we living with one of the parents and try to see if we could save for a house, right?
You say you didn't burn the boat?
Nah, Mr. Z not burning boats, right? Because I have never gotten high enough, even though I make a bit more than average and median income and all that other stuff, but I've never gotten high enough to smell my own farts, if that makes any sense. I never did well enough to think that I'm untouchable and to talk reckless, right? Like, I still have borderline like struggle anxiety because I feel like I just came out of it yesterday because almost just came out of it yesterday, right? So like, I don't have that level of arrogance. So I don't think I'm immune to being in the cold with everyone else.
I got one more because I know we gotta make space for Dr. Neil, right? Think about, well, at least from where I'm from in the DMV area, right? The thing that people used to have to trump an argument, especially elementary, middle school, I got more money than you. Yeah, you broke. I got more money than you.
We're talking about children that didn't have a job, which is hysterical, but go ahead.
Right. So it's like, imagine that mentality and people who have the cognitive dissonance and that type of situation where they're falsely, equating how much money you have to how right you are or how independent you are and things like that. Let two or three critical accidents happen, you don't have nobody to link to, and you again burn the boat, and you out here down bad.
Hey,
what's going on, Doc?
Hey Z, I don't come up often, but I had some time today, as Book of Alpharonomy says. Salute to you, and we're doing this daily and doing a good job. And I was at the gym watching the whole or listening to the whole South Korea piece, and that's very striking. It's very stark. Let's see. What I will say is, once again, thank you for covering this stuff every day. I, like 2 weeks ago, one of my uncles watched my interviews with Dr. Neil, with Jeff St. James, and then with Dr. L. And then and then like a week later, he browbeated me and my brother for not having children. Okay. By a text one morning. So it's not, people don't see what's going on. Okay. And that particular uncle has daughters. So people they're listening to these things, but they don't really understand the depth of what's going on. I'm not going to be up long, but I just want to say to the last gentleman who was speaking, as a 49-year-old, yes, you guys have to vet and see, try to identify early on what the said female's intentions are.
Yes.
I wasted a lot of time in my 20s and my 30s with ladies who in their own ways made it clear that, number one, they didn't want to be wives, and number two, they weren't really in it for the long haul, and that they didn't appreciate me in their lives. And the last thing I'll say is that when I talked to Jeff St. James, when he came to my platform, you guys can look the interview up. One of the things he did say was that if you are marriage minded now and you're thinking about that, stay away from liberal women. And he said that. I saw your interview. So I think this gets to something the last gentleman said, but also it gets to what the lady in the video just now said, with the return to religiosity. Okay, not everybody's going to do that. I am hearing, I don't know if you presented this on your channel yet, Mr. Z, but I am hearing that more of the younger guys are going back to church.
Yeah, they are. I've heard that.
But there is some value to it. I'm not going to tell people what to do, but think about the Kamala Harris campaign and where all of that was leading. That was the liberal, progressive side. That was the men mind your own business. It's none of your business what a woman does with her doctor. That was, we're not going back. That was Michelle Obama. Women are more than just baby makers. Okay, all that stuff is on that side. So there is
Dr.
some.
Yeah. Real quick, Vince. Let me say this. That we're not going back, Dr. Dunbar. So that clip that I played from Bourbon Bougie just a minute ago, in her comments was a woman that said that in capital letters. We're not going back. Now I'm assuming that's a black woman, just assuming, and there is a cost to that. Like, and I appreciate what you were saying, Vince. Give me like a couple minutes. I'm gonna let you speak, but I appreciate what you were saying, Doug, about your uncle. I think they don't appreciate, like you were saying, the environment and the marketized view that women, particularly black women, have, right? when Compassion and Callous says, especially for us as millennials, I would argue even more so for millennial women, Black millennial women on top of that. When Compassionate says we're asked out to the market, I love kind of emphasizing that quote, because what it says is we were allowed, essentially we were given millions of dollars, and we're told, run through the mall and get whatever you want, and market ideas you could get, and you could try on whatever you want, but there's a cost to that. And the women that we're supposed to be building a life with ran through the store and did whatever they want, and we're supposed to be waiting for them at 30 and 35 years old, and they're spoiled rotten. And I don't think our elders really appreciate that their daughters are spoiled rotten, because they tried on everything in the mall of ideas, the market of ideas. They tried everything. They did everything. And even if they didn't, they wanted to, and they resent that they didn't. So you're still dealing with that same mentality. That's one of the reasons why the divorce rate is so high. That's the LGBTQ behavior. That's the tatted sleeves and tatted everywhere. That's the septum ring, nose ring, all the damn rings up on the ear. That's the wearing kind of very tight clothes at an elementary school, twerking on tables at restaurants. All of that is marketized. I do what I want. I don't consider anyone else or the environment or any of that. Yeah. So that was my little rant. But go ahead, Victor.
Yeah. Last thing I'll say. I'm gonna drop and make way. That whole theory of this religious thing they're presenting. I think the other piece they might be counting on is that they won't be teaching rainbow stuff over there. So
yes, yeah, and I think it's structure. I think because so I said, me and my lady have been having this conversation, and I said to her, I'm not a big church goer, but I'm definitely about attending church for 10, 15 years, because it's a shorthand, and not just quote unquote Christian, like Armio Say Frimpong has been saying, but like something a bit more orthodox. I don't know how much it's going to affect me, but for children, because I see a certain orthodoxy as like quick hand morality and structure, right? You implement a sense of shame. You implement an idea of structure, routine, getting up for church every Sunday or whatever, Saturday for the 7-day Adventist, right? And so it's just shorthand for that. So yes, you're still gonna have to reinforce certain things and whatnot. But yeah, so when I think of the young men attending church and kind of playing with a religion more, something that we haven't done maybe for the last 3 or so decades as a group, it's I think it's like fast hand for getting structure back. And before you go, Doc, because I know Vince wanted to say something, and then go ahead.
No. I think you're onto something, Z. I'm gonna have to have you come over to my channel one day to talk about some of this, because you're like Passport OG, man. You're covering so much stuff. But you just hit on something very, very important, and that was that just those basics. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not, all those things. All those things at one point were in this. I think those were in the schools. Okay, I think those basic rules, from the Old Testament, those were there. And then the question is, what happens when you strip those out? Does that lead to more mass shootings? Does that lead to more degeneracy? Where does that lead? But you just kind of hit upon that. So thank you for having me up, Z. Keep up the good work. I'm gonna drop.
God damn it, Doug, because I think Vince wanted to say something. I cut him off a million times. If you don't mind, go ahead, Vince. Hurry up with that so Doug can get out of here.
I'll start with this. Dr. Goodball, we need to go back to the cigar lounge to have a conversation. But I think that what you're also touching on is what happens when you take the basic rules for a community away. Because those are the basic rules for a community. no matter what, Abrahamic disposition you're taking towards religion and stuff like that. And I even saw a highlight on the news that religion is making a comeback. So what's that going to look like? And what it look like when you do all this, hyper liberal tattoo stuff and everything, stuff like that, and then you get to push back on what it looked like to be community conservative and family oriented. What image could be possibly, conjured with that in the PR behind all of that, right?
Yeah. I'll tell you what. At the end of my discussion with Dr. Ronald Neal, I asked him the question, can the Black community be saved? And he made he went on a nice little benediction there, Mr. Z, about what a community is, and having a community is actually having a same set of values, a shared set of values and rules and philosophies towards life. And long story short, we don't have that anymore. So you're going to see atomization, you're going to see things breaking apart because we just don't have a shared set of values and rules for what's right and what's wrong. Everything is relative. Everything is my truth. Everything is subjective and yeah. So yeah.
And F them kids. That's another thing that we're seeing most common.
Yeah.
F them kids.
No thought of a community or even a nation going forward years from now. There's no thought of that. That's not important anymore. It's just going to Dubai, living my best life, going to brunches, that type of thing. Yeah, just self-indulgence, decadence. Yeah.
One of the most clear example of a lack of structure and a lack of religiosity and a lack of attendance at church, even as a Black man who hasn't been a regular churchgoer in approaching 2 decades now. What we missed? R&B singers. I think one of the most glaring examples of young folks not attending church is most of our greatest singers and vocalists came out of the church. Like, people don't know Mariah came out of the church. People know Whitney came out of the church. People don't know Mariah Carey came out of the church too. All the Aretha Franklins and all of them came out of the church. I'm using that as an allegory and tying that to what we're saying about the structure. That's a very clear example of what Luther did too. A lot of these folks came out the church. I tie that to the conversation we're having now by saying you don't really appreciate how much you miss with a lack of structure. I can hear, because my politics are a bit more left than most of us in the Black manosphere, I can hear when the structure is too rigid. I can hear that argument. But we went way too far in the opposite direction. This is something I was trying to stress on Shay Sade's channel when that was last week. I want to say she had a white woman who used to be LDS call in and she interviewed her, and after the interview I called in and I was just talking to Shay and I was hoping that the lady was still listening by saying, I get what you're saying about the Mormons and about the LDS, but what you don't appreciate is the Black community operates on the complete opposite end, where everybody's just freestyling and doing whatever they want to do, particularly the women. And there's a cost to that too, when you have no structure, when there's no one guarding the gate, when it's all feels before reals. There's an other side of that. And so I'm stressing that there's an argument to be made about too rigid of structure, but that's not what we have going on, particularly in the Black community. What we have is no structure and everyone doing what they want to do. And I just tied the R&B singers thing to that by saying there's a cost to that. And you see it with, some of our entertainment, to be frank with you.
What happens to a structure when it's not rigid?
It falls apart.
That's what exactly.
Well, salute, Master Teacher.
Hey,
I have to drop off just when it's getting good. But Mr. Z,
what's going on?
Nothing much. Happy holiday to everybody, to you as well. And I appreciate your good work every day. Mr. Z, I think one of the things we're talking about here is Chesterton's fence. Have you heard that principle?
Yes.
Yes. The fence was there for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
And you need to think long and hard before removing the fence.
Oh yeah. Go back to the what is it? The Glass-Steagall Act, right?
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need this. Meanwhile, hey, BGS, don't forget to remind people, when did they put the Glass-Steagall Act in place? Was it not after the Depression?
The Great Depression, 1933,
Yeah.
the banking crisis. Yes. Oh yeah. No, there's these that beam is there for a reason. So
Yeah.
you cut it off. Oh, why is the roof collapsing?
Let me give people something to think of. In Naruto, for some of my anime heads, when Sasuke fought the Raikage, and he knocked down the beams, and then you saw the ceiling coming down, or at least So that exactly what you're saying, BJS, where you knock down the beams, and that's what we've allowed. I say we loosely, but we've allowed in this society over the past few decades, and then we wonder why. We have the situation we have going on. So
in a little over 50 years, look what your feminists have done to the educational system in a little over 50 years.
Yeah,
they can't even do math.
They don't even teach math. Okay,
the kids can't even do math.
The kids can't even read anymore. Okay.
And let me once again shout out to Dr. Dunbar. Thank you for coming up, Doc. I think that was actually Dr. Dunbar's first time. He's been in the comments, but I think that's his first time up on the panel.
Normally he's working. That's probably why.
Yeah. Let me say this: the people that are the funniest in the comments. Passport OG is hysterical in the comments.
Oh, is he?
Dr. Dunbar, what? Man, look, Passport OG, Dr. Thunder, low key, right? Dr. Dunbar, low key, are funny in the comments. But I'm purposely picking them because, like, when you watch their content and when you see their interviews, and whatnot, they're very structured. They're very exactly.
Yeah.
But in the comments, oh man. It'd be funny. But yeah, no, it is what we're saying, BJS. It's we just lack structure, and there's a cost to that. And if everybody want to freestyle, then there's a cost to freestyle.
It's over, man. It's over. Okay.
BJS, cut it out, Z.
Yeah, I mean it is, man. The thing is, I understand the social stuff that's going on, man. But basically, okay. Your whole Western structure is getting ready to get ripped a new one, man, and stuff we worry about. Okay, okay, you know what? Fine, the carpet is messed up and the floor is dirty. The dishes might be in the sink, but hell, your floor and your roof are collapsing as we speak. We're not paying attention to that. So, and all the women freaking out right now. Of course, you're gonna freak out. Okay.
There's roaches in the house too.
No. Fuck the roaches, man. It's raining outside, man. You got puddles, okay, and leaking through your house, okay. Your windows are broken, and there's puddle leaking through your house. The roaches are the least of your problem. The roaches are the least of your fucking problem, okay. Well, you got to fix the structure.
I'm in Florida, so it's flooded outside, and you worried about the roaches. No.
Basically, yeah. Yeah, you got
the water's coming in the house.
The water in the house. Okay, hurricane. What was the last hurricane?
The last major? Oh, it's been a while. We haven't had a touchdown in South Florida. Yeah,
South Florida.
Yeah, in South Florida. Shout out to Harp. That's Mr. Z with the tinfoil. But we haven't had a serious a major one. But we've definitely got flooded still.
Yeah.
And the drainage system in South Florida, if it rains in its high tide, oh man, that's your ass. I mean, if it rains as a full moon, it's a wrap.
And when you haven't had a Hugo in a while, but yeah.
Yeah. But it doesn't even have to be that for your house to get flooded. Like I said, it rains 3 days in a row, BGS, and you live in one of those streets, or you work in one of those places with that's kind of beneath water.
Yeah.
And it's a full moon, that's it. And that's happened 2 years in a row.
That's like New Orleans. Yeah. And all of a sudden, hey, that water wet, they get in it.
Serious though. No, serious. In South Florida, serious.
Well, gators.
You better be careful.
You gotta take
seriously
a gator stick when you go outside. Yeah.
For real. But it's I just I was streaming about these things today, and I covered there's a bunch of people sent me something about South Korea a couple weeks ago. I finally got to get around to it.
Man,
and
South Korea content for the last 5 years, man.
They're not playing. The South Korean men are moving. They're moving different. They said, "Oh, you
Well,
want to be petty? We could be petty."
Well, they were patriarchy, okay. Same thing with China.
Yeah.
They're patriarchies, okay. They'll let women play around for a minute and holler and scream, and then they'll pass the law.
They said what? No, we agree. Watch this.
Yeah, those are patriarchies.
One of my favorite
okay?
statements.
Yeah, that's the difference.
Oh yeah, watch this.
Between us and a patriarchy, okay. A real patriarchy. They'll let them bounce around and holler and scream and stuff like that, and then all of a sudden they'll pass something and say, "Now get back in line."
AZ, they also did the watch this from Usher.
You know who else had a there's a joint whose song is that? I know T-Pain is on the hook, but I can't remember whose song it is. But yeah, it's another version of Watch This. But yeah, you know, that's the cost. You know, there's just and I think I'm just having a difficult time coming to terms with it, BGS.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so it's just, you know, because you're watching it, it's like talking about flooding. You're watching the water rise, and you look at everybody like, is it? Do you? So y'all just gonna keep on playing around?
I've been around so long. I was watching the clouds, you know, and the shit getting ready to come in. Okay,
like, wait a minute.
The weather pattern change. Okay.
Oh, okay, ladies, we see that you think it's fun and it's funny and you get to be spiteful and yeah, that all of that. But you do know this is gonna hurt you too, though. You gonna drown, bitch.
They don't know, man. I don't even think they care anymore. Well, they care now. It's because they're drowning. But go ahead.
BGS is the old Indian standing from afar looking at the clouds coming in.
Yeah, man.
Gonna be that one.
That's good.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, old man, you don't know shit. Okay, all right. Yeah. No, man.
Yeah,
I think that you just fear Margaret, old man.
Oh man,
yeah.
Why you wearing those boots?
Yeah.
Right. No, I don't think they're even on that, BJ. I think they just want people like you to shut up. I don't even think they care whether you're right or not. I don't think we even dealing with people that care whether you're right or not. I think they just want you to shut up. Don't tell the young men. Don't warn the young men. Don't give them what their options might be. Just let them deal with what they got to deal with. In other words, leave them out there to get freaking divorce raped or something like that, right? Like
why are you helping them, nigga?
Exactly.
Exactly. You don't have to. But that's what I keep saying. Like the red pill is experienced. It's not necessarily learned. You don't have to tell them anything for them to experience the dynamic, right? When this guy just recently, there's a meme going around. This guy brought roses for a girl, and she texts him back, or brought flowers for her, and she texts him back, "Good effort, but take those pumpkin leaves and give them to someone else." Something like that, right? People laugh, people scorn. I'm like, there you go, another person experienced the red pill. Like, I don't know what they're talking about. You close your eyes, but the rain is still going to fall on you.
Yeah, I mean, like Socrates. I'll give you an example. So KMS says this all the time. Too much pain in the system. So I kept on saying, the red pill is not recruiting. The Black Minister is not handing out pamphlets and flyers and whatnot. We're not doing that. We're not telling you, hey, come to our club. Come to the meeting at such and such time.
Okay.
Right, but what's happening is the young folks are experiencing this.
Just like the Matrix. Remember what the Oracle said. Okay. You already made a choice. You're here to understand why you made that choice.
Yeah.
You're here to understand what the red pill is. Okay. You're here to understand why you did it. Okay. Why this happened? We're not here to tell guys what happened. Okay. We're here to explain why it happened.
You know what's ironic with what you just said, Z, about us this area not recruiting? It's people who do. It's the white hooded guys. They do recruiting, which is ironic. That's the antithesis of what we're talking about.
The white hooded guys.
Yeah.
Okay. They all know that they don't have to recruit them that hard. They all know. Y'all think that they recruit them that hard. They don't recruit them that hard. They're all a lot of these so-called guys are on the same page. Okay. They're on the same page. It's just a matter of them deciding to cross over.
Mm-hmm.
Look, they had a good run, okay? I applaud them. They had a very good run.
Yeah, 500 years is not bad.
They learned some things. We experienced some things, It was a good run. It was interesting.
500 years is
You know,
not bad.
got to talk about that with my title and my thumbnail. You know, you got to murk a couple people off. You know, kill off a few tribes, snatch the
Mhm.
resources. You know,
Yeah, yeah,
you
and
know.
now they're afraid that the that the rabbit has the gun. What's going to happen to them? That's what they're worried about now.
That's all.
Yeah.
Get to take over India and Africa. Got you know
Hell,
the francophone countries and you
India,
know
Africa, Latin America,
Latin America,
Asia,
China. Imagine going to war
Asia.
with somebody because you try to push drugs on them and their citizens.
It's more like well, that's part of it. That's part of it. Okay, the drugs are part of it. The other part of it is they wanted to they wanted to open trade, and
Yeah,
China was closed to it. You know,
that's craziness.
the biggest opening for them in China is not drugs. Basically, the biggest opening for them is the Spanish finding silver in Mexico. Okay, China always loved silver. That's the biggest shift. But I was talking to Dr. Marifa and Mondani saw the same thing. The biggest shift when capitalism started was when the conquistadors found all that silver in southern Mexico. Silver was rare, and China, the Chinese, if you want to trade with Chinese, you got to have silver. And when you have this big cache of silver that nobody has, okay, now you can buy anything.
Indigo Flow says, "Gotta let go of the wolf's ears at some point," and I think he's referencing
Black
Thomas
man?
Jefferson.
Oh yeah.
When he the holding the wolf by the ear, and you can't let it go, but you can't keep on holding on to it either.
Yeah, well, we was talking. We was also talking about slavery.
Mhm.
Okay, and in the holding on to the wolf because that's how you made your money, and they let go of the wolf's ears back in the '60s because they easier to feed him than to hold on to him. Yeah, so they had to make a decision about you, and that's part of what Eisenhower did back in the '40s. Okay, because they didn't need you for what they need you for anymore. They saw they're coming, but that's a longer story.
Let me read this because this goes to exactly what we were saying. And Phantom Clutch says, "Z, the red pill and the manosphere is like Ochimaru." He's making a Naruto reference. He says,
Okay.
"Remember what he told Kakashi? I don't have to go after Sasuke. When it's time, he will seek me
Come
out
see me.
himself." Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you want to
Yeah.
know. You want what's in front of you explained, and that's not the problem. People, guys have experienced this kind of stuff all the time. The thing is, there's been nobody explaining why it happens. Okay, and once you explain why it happens, even if you never experienced before, okay, if somebody's going to tell you why something happens when it happens to you, say, oh, now I see exactly what they're talking about. You don't have to go through 10, 15, 20 years of it happening over and over again. Okay, you get it the first time because somebody's already told you that it was coming.
Yeah,
that's what they don't like.
Yeah. I mean, do you think that the South Korean guys who are now being reactionary and doing tit for tat, that they had to come together and coordinate this, or the environment just led them to this conclusion?
Oh, the thing is that okay, because of the manosphere, because of the black man, because of the manosphere, okay, the information was already out there, and then you had the passport bro movement already out there, right? So, so when the problem came up, they said, okay, we're not gonna go through this, just pivot.
Yes,
because the solution's already there. Okay, it's not like you gotta, it's not like you had to go to the lab and you gotta experiment and see what works. Okay, you already know what works. Okay, well, you know what? Option A is not working, but guess what? They got option B over here. So you know what? I'm gonna do what these guys are doing. It's called option B.
Yeah. There was a guy on Twitter or X who announced, prominent guy, I guess somewhat prominent, somewhat successful white guy, and he announced that he's having a child through surrogacy. Right? And his argument was, he's not waiting around to form a family with a woman. He's not necessarily, interested in the current dynamic, but he wants a family. So he's going to get himself a kid. And of course, women were having a meltdown in the comment section saying, why don't you get a woman and form a family? How do you deny a kid? And all of a sudden, these women are very maternalistic all of a sudden. The same ones that are so pro-abortion and pro not having children are now all of a sudden concerned about the welfare of the child, would be child. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well,
It didn't.
basically, the horse says, "Why do you need a car?" Right? You got me.
It didn't occur to me how much men actually care and concern about family and children until I got older and became an adult. A little bit older as well,
You
too.
would have to be an adult and a little older to understand why. Of course, you're not going to understand it as a kid.
I want to emphasize
Get to that stage first.
what Socrates is saying real quick. So I would argue the issue that the ladies are having is how dare you skip the system? You're skipping the process.
No.
You're Xing me out. Go ahead.
No. Okay. Without her womb, what value is a woman?
That's what I'm saying. You're Xing her out.
Yes.
You're icing her out. You're skipping her. She's supposed to be
No,
able to hold you by the balls with this.
No. She X'd herself out. He didn't say that he didn't want a woman. He said he don't see a woman. Right? He said, I don't see a woman to form a family with, and I'm not going to wait. So I'm going to form my family with myself.
She didn't create the dynamic where he could have a surrogate. Okay, she didn't create that dynamic. Okay, technology replaced her.
He pulled the same card that baby mama's pulled.
No, he got Chris Ronaldo did the same thing. Like this is going to be a thing. I'm telling you,
Michael did the same thing.
He just did it with no.
It's not a new idea. This is not a new idea.
I predicted that. I said that. What's going to happen?
No casualties.
Go back to Brave New World. This is not a new idea, man.
100%. I'm like, listen, I don't know what leverage women think they have, but once top performing men realize that, you know what, I'm just going to form my family by myself, and you can come and go. Like, it doesn't matter.
They had plenty of leverage. They still have leverage. It just has the technology not widespread enough, but they still have plenty of leverage. Okay, they're the limiting factor in society's growth. Okay, so they can demand a higher price. They still can't.
We need those $14,000 robot wombs, BGS.
Well, they're not ready yet, but when they do, then technology, the technological environment always changes people. Okay, look at what happened to the internet and the iPhone. Why you think women hate porn? Okay, it lessens the price of their vaginas and their sex and their company
and their attention.
Huh?
And their attention.
It was the attention too. Okay, so why do you think the first thing that when the women got to vote in 1920, they closed down, they banned alcohol and banned the brothels? Why do you think they did that? The first thing they did. Anything they could
you need to go through me to enjoy yourself, sir.
No,
how dare you?
In other words, you're taking the money away from the family by doing this. Okay.
Well, nowadays, BJs, there is no family. Taking the money away from who?
With his family. With as a woman.
Well, then the state has to step in and make it bring down the price of inflation, bring down the price of the cost of living. Okay. Because even men that do want to do it and women that do want to do it, because you still got to, okay, if you want a society that's going to be sane and stable, you still have to have a family. Okay, it doesn't work that way. Okay,
I don't even know what word you just used. You said sane and stable. I don't even know those words.
You'll find out. Well, you're starting to find out. Okay, with these people crashing out and stuff like that, you're starting to find out, and it's just getting started. Okay.
Good point.
Do
you think?
Go ahead.
That's a question for everyone. Do y'all think enough folks appreciate like the thin ass line between like civil and not, or civilization and like jungle? Like how thin that line actually is?
Not in the United States.
72 hours.
Not in the United
72
States.
hours.
You go to Syria, and you figure it out real quick.
72 hours. This is that it takes for
that's
people,
how thin the line is.
No, for people,
that line is 72 hours thin.
For people who train in disaster, like you train in disaster and preparedness, whatever prepper, they say it takes 72 hours for society to descend into complete chaos, and they start becoming savage.
That's essentially 3 days. That's 3 days.
Yeah.
It's called WRL, without rule of law.
Yeah. Well, until it burns itself out, and then you have to start forming coalitions to survive.
Yeah,
and policies.
Well, no, with policies come out of what? Agreements and social and,
The rules, yeah.
and
It goes back to what
people.
BJ said. Yeah.
I didn't know that. I was just talking shit. My bad.
yeah. No, in fact,
I appreciate
people
the
just
honesty though. That's why BJS laughed. Well, BJS, why did you laugh? Why did you just laugh? Because he said the truth. He was like, I'm just talking shit.
Yeah, they're talking shit.
Yeah, anytime there's a major disaster, people are always caught off guard by how quick people start behaving like savages. Like they're shocked. They're like, I didn't get a chance to run into the supermarket and start stealing. You're already there. I'm like, yeah.
But I don't know why people are surprised. You see it in fourth graders and fifth graders. You think it's civilized until some chaos happen. Everybody standing on tables.
Put it this way:
they don't know.
People really overestimate that they are the kids in Lord of the Flies. Like you don't think you are, but you are.
Mm-hmm. That's your basic.
People put aside their impulse controls and their proclivities just long enough while they're out the house, and when society breaks down. Those mechanisms, it's like watching all those ghosts bust out the little thing in Ghostbusters.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you can go any place in the world, you can see it when it breaks down. I mean, you don't have to, if you want to see it from far, if you actually want to see it, just fly there and get right in the middle of it if you want to.
No thanks.
Mm-hmm.
No thanks.
There's plenty of places you can just fly there. Okay.
Let me read this because I did not read this earlier. I don't think I did. I don't remember. And Saint Cyr said hours ago, he says, anti-black women and women of color colonizing agent defense fund tax. And he says, hashtag happy colonization day. Right? I call it Native American Slaughter Day, and my title is Indigenous Murked Day. So,
I'm for not slowing it down. I'm for letting the experiment run and finish itself or burn itself out, man. Yeah, have a whole lot of pro-black brothers, man, trying to reverse the process that can't be reversed.
They're trying to scoop water out of the boat with a cup.
But there's hope, BGS. There's hope.
No, with
there's
a
hope.
spoon.
Okay, there's hope.
With a spoon. Vincent with a spoon, not even a cup, a spoon.
If black men are creative enough and strong enough and get together enough and yada yada, we can reverse all this shit. I said, okay. Okay. Show me the model. Okay.
It reminds me of a lot of.
But blunt the results.
It reminds me of like the Scott Galloway faction. That is here and preach this notion.
They're lying, but it's okay.
Yeah, of course. Like if you close your eyes and hop on one foot and spin around and do a cartwheel and do a backflip and fly and grow wings and then
do the hokey pokey and we turn ourselves. But anyway, go ahead.
And have 7 figures, and then have 6 figures, and have 8 figures, and have a car and have a 2 car. Bitch, you'll like you. I'm like, what? I'm like, bro.
Elon Musk. Well, Elon Musk spent 6 months at the top level, talking to these people, looking at the books, looking at the finances, right? And he came back 6 months. He said, "What?" He said, He said, "They said, well, what did you learn?" He said, "Shit can't be fixed."
Yes, of course. Not only that, I mean,
not only that,
women, the modern women in the West are the freest women in history. Point blank, hands down. And based on happiness records or the record of tracking happiness, they're some of the most miserable people around.
Mm-hmm.
What does this tell you? It's like, what does this tell you? I'm like, this idea that men can do anything to appease the situation is a blatant lie.
Socrates, I just saw that. They just said like the happiness level is like a D- in America.
They're miserable. They're miserable. That's why I say, try to make women happy is a waste of time. You make yourself happy and find a woman who enjoys your happiness. That's all you can do. Now, if you can't, you're wasting your time. Trying to make her happy is a waste of time.
They're trying to live up to an ideal that can't be managed, and find out, okay, the stuff they want, they were told that they should want, they don't want. But now
happiness is a personal responsibility.
Sure.
Let me read this from Edward Shivers real quick. And Edward Shivers says, Z Dyslexia Support Group.
Dyslexia.
Dyslexia. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why I saw R. And prove this point. God damn, there you got me. You got me. You got me. Prove this point. there you go, Edward. You got me.
Millennials strike again. Okay.
It's like, I said dyslaria. I swear to God, I saw an R in there. I'm like, what is dyslaria? I'm gonna have to go look this shit up because I heard of dyslexia, but not dyslaria. And improve this point. There you go.
I got 3 just like you, so I know. Okay.
Right.
With your $2 donation,
I was like,
in the Florida
and proving Edward's point. Once again, Edward says Z dyslexia support group fund, and exactly point proven. And there you go. Yeah. And thank you for the super chat. Only proving the point. Because I was like, what's dyslaria? I never heard of dyslaria before. This sounds like a diarrhea situation.
I've heard of malaria.
Yeah, I heard of malaria and dyslexia, but I never heard of dyslaria. What's dyslaria? Well, I never heard of it
either.
What is that? New word. But I'm like, what's this? I heard of malaria and I heard of dyslexia.
Oh, we're going to have to catch that one. New word.
Right. I'll make a sound drop for that. New word. For real. Thank you for that, Edward. I want to say Edward Anderson so bad, see, proving the point again. But thanks for that, Edward, and proving the point, which is funny on top of funny on today's Indigenous Murked Day.
You and Edward have to be two of the most talented YouTubers probably here. You guys just don't know it.
Stop.
I mean, you got. I mean, you can take a 30-second clip and y'all can talk 2 hours on a 30-second clip. Man, that's talent.
Yeah, that is impressive.
Impressive. Okay, I'm not kidding either. Okay.
The gift of gab is really an understated skill.
Yes.
A lot of people don't have it. Nah, a lot of people don't have it.
Maybe it's one of those things where like you have it and you take it for granted.
You do take it.
I just feel like I'm just normal. Anybody could do this.
Normal.
Nah, if you put a microphone in most people and told them to speak for an hour, they'll say, yeah.
That's why I'm not starting my channel, because I'm gonna be up into
it takes a while.
Shout out to the brother Trell. I think Trell said that forever ago, because I think BGS said something similar like a year ago, and Trell was in the comments like, bro, it's real, dude.
Yeah, people really underestimate it. People think that anyone can stream, anyone can do a podcast, anyone can speak within content for long, lengthy hours, and that's actually not true.
Yeah.
Most people don't have the knowledge, breadth, or even their opinions. What happen immediately, even if they have a point of view, they'll start repeating themselves. So they'll start repeating themselves over and over again, and then that gets boring. Like you said that already.
I do that sometimes, but it's me emphasizing the point, right? So yeah, but I could riff without repeating the exact same words. I might emphasize the sentiment in different words, but yeah, the repeating yourself. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing a stream, you're gonna do that. But I get what you're saying.
I may say the same thing twice.
You repeat yourself because you're talking about the same topic. I'm talking about repeating yourself because you have nothing else to say.
Yeah, that's a difference. Yeah, that's a difference. That is, man. You know what it is.
That's what happens to married couples. Married couples stop talking to each other because they said everything. If they've been together long enough, they said anything they want to say to each other.
Good point. I wonder, because like I'm pretty sure BGS feels this way, and pretty much probably all of us on the panel is you take what you are for granted because you're you. Shout out to Edward Anderson.
Oh yeah, I do.
Right? So it's like you're like, I don't see anything, but
because it's so fucking normal. It's so regular.
Yeah, because I see insights into stuff, and like 50 people can read the same thing I read, right? And I start reading, and I find, all of a sudden I start highlighting shit and finding shit that they
get a perspective that nobody else.
Yeah, and they say, "How do you do that?" Well, it's natural for me. So I got my first fiance, right? We're sitting down and she had to do an essay, right, on something, and so I said, "Where's the text?" So I started reading it and I started highlighting stuff. And she just started typing, right, and she got an A on her essay. How do you do that? It's normal for me.
Yeah, it I don't know, so I need to bring this back because I used to say this a couple years ago. The social math So like this to me, and it's not just man woman stuff. It's like how we speak about politics, right? Like, well, if you pulled that string, like, do you appreciate what's on the other end of that? It's like it's Jenga is better, probably a better one. Well, if you pulled that
Yeah.
block,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
like, do you appreciate what that block is attached to? Like
Yeah.
this whole, and I don't think that people get that, right? On the
in
left
another
and the right, like these blocks
They
are here for a reason.
in
most
other
people don't.
terms,
90% of people don't. They have no idea how or why it's built. They just use it. That's all. It's like
because
people
they
Jester's
build
cat,
cars.
like Dr. Dunbar was saying.
Yeah.
because I think a lot of people aren't like consequence based thinking, and then I think people think and they're not consequence based thinking because they'll have the wrong idea of what the word consequence mean. They usually, I found this out. People usually associate the word consequence with an ass
With
whooping.
negativity.
Exactly, the
Yep.
consequence just means
Yep.
the sequence of things that follow. So
Yes.
when you think about social math, you think consequence based thinking, and a lot of people don't really
Yes.
get that far.
I would say that if I goes a bit further than that, I wouldn't say that most people think at all. I think they have a
Yeah.
process of inert information or
Yeah.
activated ignorance,
Yeah.
where they have a
Motherfucking doomer ass Haitian. Look, listen to this guy. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, he's right. Most people don't.
He's
think.
right though. He is. He is.
Yeah.
I
Most
just
people
have
don't
to
think.
say that's
the
go ahead. But you're
info,
right though, Socrates. Go ahead.
yeah, information needs to be processed and systematized. They don't do that because it's work and people are lazy.
Especially,
And
especially women.
right.
Especially women. Women don't think. They just repeat what they've heard. But go ahead.
Exactly, right? So what happens is that, the brain takes calories. Thinking takes calories. It takes effort. And people are lazy. So they go to the path of least resistance. So the path of least resistance is what's inner information, having a bunch of tidbits of facts or what they think is facts and remembering them, reciting them, or activated ignorance, where they just riff off things that they heard from other people, but they never really thought about it or having that. And you can always tell this because if you ask them questions, if you ask them the simplest question about anything they believe, within two questions of in asking them, they fall apart. Like, do you believe this? Why do you believe it? How is that so? What evidence do you have? And then all of a sudden they don't know. Like, why are you
They be
attacking
like,
me?
you doing too much. And
Yeah,
then Lord,
yeah.
I just watched the brother from. I just watched before I streamed. Reckless, but was doing something, we'll say. And I was listening to the brother off of Fugazi do that in a conversation he was having with the ladies about, 18-year-olds, dating 18-year-olds. And I just watched him, and it's crazy because okay, if you're somebody like us in this space, you already see the argumentation. You already see what he's doing. You see the formula, like,
You see him setting it up. Yeah. Yeah.
exactly, and exactly, because you see the setup, and you're like, she gonna walk into it. She gonna walk into it. And
Where do you think he learned it from? He wasn't doing that before. Where do you think he learned it from? He learned from us.
That shit's crazy. I watched him do like the okay, well, women can vote at 18, so why wouldn't she be able to, right? Like, why would and you're like,
Oh,
this
not
is
the boy 18.
basic. It's such
What about
basic
contracts?
shit.
What about starting a business? Like here's the argument
He
that
was doing all of
financial.
that. He was literally doing all of that, and I'm watching it, and I'm like, first, when you start seeing the setup, you're like, bitch, you gotta. If you don't see the setup, how do you not see this? And how do you not see this?
Well, again, orders of thinking. It's called Bloom's taxonomy. Taxonomy, yes, where they talk about the different orders of thinking. Right, the most basic is root memorization, and that's like the whole entire public school system, where people just memorize things that they believe is facts.
Yeah.
But they don't understand these facts. They don't know how it relates to each other. They don't know how to connect to each other. They don't even know it's supposed to connect to each other. So when you start asking them things, they don't have any way of connecting what you're saying of any consequence. And it gets really frustrating because
most people learn that way. Most people don't care. Just show me how. And that's most people.
My supervisor told me that a lot of people think that way. A lot of people aren't thinking about how, like, teach me how it works. They just say, do the work.
Yeah,
that's scary.
Because most people don't think. Okay, it's frustrating when you try to tell them the structure behind it. They don't care. Just how do I get from A to B? That's all they care about.
But then
I remember distinctly, real quick, Vince. I'm sorry about that. Give me 30 seconds. I remember distinctly. I was on Past the $40 channel. This is forever ago. This is 3-4 years ago, and he had a sister on there, and me and her debated essentially eugenics, And then it was funny because we formed like Voltron when the white dude came in. You know those like low level white dudes, like low level racists where they don't think they racist, but then they start talking to you like, nigga, do you really appreciate what you're saying? So she started debating him, and I'm calling the play to him as I'm watching her set it up. I'm like, nigga, you don't even understand what you're doing. She gonna set you up. I'm telling you know when somebody they don't know what the hell they're talking about and they're arrogant about it. And it made it worse because I was trolling him. And like I watched her devour him, no pun, at the end, and she was like, okay, let me stop playing. And she just broke him in half in front of me and $40. And I'm like, bro, like I told you to play.
So
but he can't, you know, he's not used to playing. So you tell him to play.
Yeah.
If he doesn't have the skills to actually counter it, it's not gonna do any good.
So you was telling him the strings are getting put up. Hey, you're getting put up on strings, and he's just not watching and listening. He's like, oh damn,
He knows he shouldn't be there.
No, not to mention that a lot of these white people, they're not immune to the fact that most people don't think. So they don't think. A lot of them don't think either. They do the same exact things. Take common talking points.
It's good old common sense.
They know.
Common talking points.
Most of their regular white people just follow. Okay, they know.
No, but that's what Socrates said. Imagine being a regular white person and you arrogant because you're white, and then so you talking to a black person or debating a black person or whatever conversation, and you have a condescending tone and aura about you, but you the dumb one.
I avoid it because they get very offended because there's layers to it. So what happens? Like a friend of mine, he's a physician and he works in the hospital and he's black, and he was telling me recently how the other physicians say jokes that are racist, right? And I was like, and I told him what because I said, you can say this in response, but I would recommend it because they're gonna get highly offended, right? So the joke was he was talking to a black colleague in the parking lot, and the other white doctor was like, "Oh, I saw two black men in the parking lot, and I got scared. I was about to call the cops." Ha 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 ha. Right? And I said, yeah, that's pretty funny. You know, I feel the same way when I see a white man near a playground.
Right? Got his ass.
That's not funny though.
And it's backed up by the numbers. You know how they like to say.
I know. I know the numbers.
Yeah, go ahead.
And they stop with the jokes real quick after that.
Oh, it's not funny now. Now I got to talk to the HR. Now I got to get talk about my HR. Like, so and so, you being disruptive. You being disruptive. What are we joking?
Did anybody watch Stranger Things last night?
Who?
It's on.
Things. Yeah, it came on last night.
Oh, did they de-age the kids?
Yeah, that man was luring kids into his little playhouse. I'm telling you.
Let me read this. And Edward Shivers laughs at me because I walked into that dyslexia. I walked into that, so he's laughing.
He's laughing.
I promise you, I was like, what?
Now you know what the fund is for.
Exactly. But at first I was like, what are you talking about? What's this there with this Lario? What the fuck is that?
I started laughing.
I'll read it anyway,
like I said, I got three just like you, Z. So I understand.
Man, I'm telling like sometimes and you know, so I'll read people. You know, I'll read people comment. I've read the whole Harry Potter book series. I've read, read articles on streaming, whatever. And sometimes when I'm reading a comment or I'm reading a super chat, and like I fumble on a word, I'll be like, y'all know. Anyway, I get what you're saying. Anyway, like, I'll keep on. Like, I get what you're saying. Just like right. So, but and let me add this. Tunnel Runner says, I got a happy Colombiana in Thailand. She enjoys me. Look,
keep
the hell with you too.
Keep her out of the Nike store, Tunnel Runner.
Right.
Gotta have a little machismo about you, bruh. Okay.
Right. Tunnel Runner wife got a thing.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. She got into the Nike store. He couldn't get her out. I said, man, you get.
Oh man.
You gotta get
Tunnel Runner. Don't tell me your lady's a Jordan head. What's around?
Everybody's a Nike fan, man.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Everybody got a Nike, or yeah. I really want to get into the SB collection again. That's the skateboarder stuff.
The dunk. Yeah.
Yeah, dunks and skateboarder stuff. Yep. I was. I used to mess with that a little bit back like early 2000s, '05 to like 2010ish.
Well, you are a millennial, so yeah, you would be into
Well,
skateboarding.
I used to have a friend of mine. He had like $30,000 worth of Nike sneakers.
Damn.
Yeah,
Okay.
he was a serious collector. So he had them
That's
all.
very serious.
Pigeon dunks, Jordans, you name it, he got them.
But
And I'm
so
pretty sure
Socrates, you know what my issue is with the black community? Whenever like the beach, I never heard BGS say this shit, but people around BGS's age, they talk like everybody is your friend. Like everybody has 30,000. All brothers have $30,000 worth of apparel in their closet and shoes. And I used to be like, what the fuck? Hey, we don't got no money for the Jordans and weave. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's because just like black men, all black men are in jail, or black women are the most educated. It's just a myth that's been passed around so long that people just accept it. Okay, it's not true.
I agree with that.
In fact, the biggest purchaser of Jordans are actually white men. Okay.
Yep.
Sure. Also, there's also I think
Just like
self-assortment.
the biggest purchaser of rap is white people. It's not black people.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
That's a
And
fact too.
also self-assortment or correspondence. I always find this a very fascinating, occurrence that no matter what a person is, they'll always, for some reason, bump into people that have the similar mindset, good or bad. So if a person has a negative mindset, no matter what, they'll find someone who has the same exact mindset.
Law of attraction.
Correct, and that's how it really works. Because it's so fascinating to me how like an ex-con to get out of prison.
Mm-hmm.
He misses all the programs to help him get a job.
Mm-hmm.
He misses all the people that were willing to give him a chance. And he finds the one person who's trying to re-up on some drug money to go do something negative. I'm like, how did you find this person?
That's also confirmation. It's also confirmation bias.
Go ahead. No, what it is, what it really is, and this is something that Shinjin Young actually pointed out to me back, got to be 35 years ago. Okay, everybody has a filter. Okay, and
it's called the reticulation, the RAS, reticulation activation system.
No, in other words, everybody has a filter, right? Because you have all these inputs coming into you all at once, right? So your mind has to filter out things that you think are positive. Okay, where a woman looks. I'll give you an example. The thing that brought it to me, right? It's like he was hungry. Okay, the guy, his buddy, was horny. Okay, so they're driving to a seminar. Okay, and maybe about a couple of miles, right? Okay, and he could point out every spot there was to eat. Okay, but his buddy only saw every chick that looked hot. Even though they're traveling the same time, same car, same place. Okay, your filter is what lets you in. So a criminal, okay, because I know a lot of criminals. Okay, they can spot another criminal is because their filter is what's letting it in. Okay, where a square dude is not going to recognize that criminal because he's looking for another square.
Oh, he does. He recognized me across the street.
Oh no! I wish if that was the case, then the square dudes wouldn't get taken all the time. Okay?
It takes one to be one.
Yeah.
But it takes one to see one.
Yeah. It's called a filter.
I guess I have some criminal in me because I said across the street.
No, the thing. Every criminal is not obvious. Okay. In fact, most of the good ones aren't. Most of the good ones aren't.
Just like sociopaths. I mean, when we look at Yan, it's kind of obvious.
Yeah, I think that I call it the spidey sense. If you grew up in a environment that had a lot of predation, you develop a sense to detect the predation. Like, because I'm from Brooklyn, so you have to know the difference between a what's up and a what's up. You have to know the difference immediately because it can be your life. So.
Well, the thing is, the ones, the mediocre ones, even the average ones, you might be able to spot, but the good ones, you're not gonna spot. People get taken in the hood all the time, and I grew up in South Central. People get taken in the hood all the time.
Wow,
Elizabeth Holmes and Sam Bakery Free just walked in the room.
You can live home from
Talking about high level scammers.
High level scammers, drug dealers, all that kind of stuff.
Man, she was so obvious to me, man. I was like, this woman is a
It's
scammer.
like that scene.
Well,
in Don't Pay Men.
but this is the thing. You want
You're
to know
not
why
a
she was so
market.
obvious? Thank you. And because you're not trying to make money off of having a fake ass Steve Jobs female be the face of tech, right?
Oh, you heard
It was
come on,
half
hear that
them being
voice?
taken,
Did
but this
you
is the
hear
thing.
her
It was
voice?
half. Yes, that fake ass deep
I
voice. I
was
heard that
like,
shit.
what?
Well, that's how she presents, but saying she had other stuff behind her. Okay,
True.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody gonna give her that much money just because she presents. Okay, you gotta have other stuff behind you.
One thing
Yeah,
she
That's
didn't
true.
have an ass. No, I'm playing.
Yeah.
Shut up. Go ahead, BJ.
Yeah. You had a whole lot of stuff behind her, and a lot of stuff that she did come up with. A lot of that technology did, even though it broke up, a lot of stuff did make it into the medical. All her stuff wasn't
True.
bad. Okay.
No,
She
it
wasn't
wasn't
a
all.
complete
And even
fraud.
in theory, I can foresee that we're going to get to what she was saying, where you just swab and we could pull up all your medical whatever. I could see us getting there, but we're not there yet.
Well, the thing is, okay, it's already in the hospitals, right? They don't. It's not a drop of blood, but they take your blood vial. Because I was actually, well, my daughter took me to the hospital. We had to go in emergency like maybe a couple 2-3 years ago. Okay, they took a vial of blood, right? And then we after a couple hours they came back with 630 different tests. Okay,
Yeah,
it's
so
already been
the
done.
issue, the issue is not the fact that you need a vial of blood. She was trying to do it with a drop of blood. That's
Yes,
the
we're
issue.
gonna do a drop of blood, and the thing is, and the technology wasn't ready yet. Okay, so she had to fake it because she had too much money on the line. But they did the same thing. They did the same thing with the with the internet and all kind of stuff, man. Where the technology wasn't ready yet, and then they blew it up. Okay, it went out of business. They blew it up. But the thing is, the technology that survived actually made it into the mainstream. Okay.
Wait
Not
a
only
minute,
that,
BGS and Socrates. Wait a
it's
minute.
also a lot easier.
Same thing's gonna happen with AI. Go ahead.
God damn it, BGS. That's what I literally was telling y'all to wait a minute for.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say, like that's the argument. Real quick, Socrates. 5 seconds. That's the argument right now that the naysayers are saying. Like, we're gonna get there, but nigga, with the shit y'all saying, it's not gonna happen tomorrow, like y'all promised.
No, it's not. Some things are here yet, but the thing is, some things aren't. Like a lot of stuff that's already here. Okay, people are not taking advantage of. Like I was telling my mentor, right? Okay, like generative AI, the little funny memes that they make out of characters, right? Okay, I said businesses could be using that to make commercials for their products. But nobody's thinking that. It's just funny and it's cute. No, use that shit to actually make money because it's already that stuff is
There's a
already.
lot of ways to make money through AI right now. But then again, I already know that RAS people see what they want to see. So if the person's not thinking like that, they're not going to see the opportunity.
It's called a worldview, man. I deal with it all. I deal with that shit all the time. Okay.
And that's all we do, BGS. If you're a content creator and you have panel discussions how we have, and you have the chat, you're dealing with different worldviews all day, every day.
All the time. And and that's how people ask me how come I'm getting cranky, man. I'm getting tired of explaining the Irish to Negroes when it's right in front of them. Okay. When the manosphere was small, it was just the nascent. Okay. And people rightfully so didn't believe in it. Okay. Well, you had to accept a certain amount. Okay. Well, they just don't see it yet. Okay. The shit's obvious now, bro. I don't have, why am I talking to you? Shit's obvious.
Just got to make sure that you work hard and you do the emotional labor to appease these women. Then they'll be satisfied.
Wait, BGS, what made you think? Wait a minute, BGS. What made you think that you wasn't going to do emotional labor for the women, but then you weren't going to do emotional labor for the men too? No, you go BGS. You gonna have to do emotional labor for somebody in this bitch outside of your kids, BGS.
I did up until right after Kevin. After that, basically, I don't have to. Okay, if you don't believe it, FAF or fuck around.
Watch me make Vince laugh. So you thought.
Fuck around.
That's what the women say. That's a woman club. That's the black women. You thought.
I'm at fuck around and find out. Go out there. Go ahead, baby. What you believe? Go out and find out. Okay.
No, for real.
That shit didn't work. Oh my goodness. So
but are we internally in debt to women for the transgressions of men from the past?
No.
as a collective in a category.
Oh, really?
No,
Okay.
but that's what they want to bury you with, though. They
Good
want
luck.
you to think like that.
Good luck. If you accept that, then fine.
Yeah, I agree. Exactly.
But
Right.
guess what? The men aren't accepting that shit no more.
But the debt is not even like it's not even like an ADOS reparations money debt. The debt for women is the money and then defer to us debt. It's a put us on a pedestal, defer to us, pay us for merely existing, subsidize us.
I am not mad at con men. Okay, if they can con you out of this shit, let them go ahead.
Shout out to the pastors and preachers on Sundays.
like the chick that goes on $200 dates, baby. If you can get it, baby, I applaud you.
Shout out to them.
I applaud you. If they want to give it to you, they want to take you out and not get no punani. That's up to them. Well,
I got one. I got one.
But BGS, you be tricking. I said, yeah, nigga, you just paid $1,000 on 4 dates. They ain't got no pussy. Okay, you could have paid 50 and walked
now,
away.
That didn't have happened to me.
Man, I grew up in the crack era, man. Basically, that was $5. I mean, so, bitch, I'm not dating you for pussy. I'm dating you because I want a girlfriend.
Let me read this from. As a matter of fact, Vince, because you're the one who brought it up. Vince, read this if you don't mind.
I'm driving.
Okay. And Mr. J. Matt says on Stranger Things, all that MF does, I know what you meant, do is mess with kids. So I haven't watched this series. I got like maybe 5 or 6 episodes into the first season, and then I stopped. Life was lifing. So, but I'll get back around to it. So this is why I messed up. I don't follow series all the way all the time, and I start watching things that break down like the series, and it could be anime, it could be anything, and I'll eventually get to whatever it is that I want to watch, but I still keep up with it even if I don't watch it all the way through.
No, I'm like that same way because I've been in school doing all the things I've been doing. I haven't really been catching up on a whole bunch of shit, but like Stranger Things from the beginning, like because of the mysteriousness of what was going on, and then the action, and then the more action, and then the hoods. I'm like, yeah, like it premiered yesterday. I watched the whole 4 episodes last night. And I'm like, oh no, Vecna, he a cupcake chaser. he out here eating cheese pieces. He wild. Like he
was getting on Freddy Krueger.
Yeah, I was thinking just that he one of them types.
Oh, okay.
He twisted, man.
Let me read this from Big Mo. Big Mo says, "What if Z had undiagnosed dyslexia, and that was the thing that kept him from being a multimillionaire? Bruh, I wish we could fix that right now. I wish we could get it diagnosed and fix that right now. And Mr. Z could have a Lexus helicopter like that comedian said. Carry on. Remember what comedian it was? Yeah, go ahead.
Trump just messed with all the tuition, man. We gotta send Z to school.
Hysterical. Oh man, that could be a thing. Undiagnosed dyslexia, maybe. Maybe. I mean, Edward just kind of proved it a little bit. So
But look though, they'll give you extra 5 minutes on your test if you haven't.
Hey, that would definitely I don't have a problem with anything but math, and really, if I'm going to be honest with myself, it's just discipline. I really don't like. I can procrastinate my way through life and still get B's and A's outside of math, because math says, "Oh, nigga, you thought there was a shortcut." you playing, right? No, you really thought there was a shortcut. Watch this. But everything else, man, I'm definitely we got the paper in the beginning of the semester. I messed around and waited till the last week to do research and the last night to type it up. And this is like a 20-some odd page paper, and I will thug it out the whole night.
That's why you're
for real though. Exactly.
Procrastination plus stressing equal hair loss.
Yeah. No, but actually that is genetic, because my grandfather, it borderline skips a generation in my family. So because my dad didn't start losing until he was damn near like late 50s. So it was definitely different for him. But yeah, no, good. Yeah.
The procrastination accelerated it.
Right, maybe, but yeah, maybe undiagnosed dyslexia. That's possible. That's definitely possible. So, in other words, are we saying that Z over here making fun of folks, and I really wasn't making fun of it, but like calling out folks for maybe being on the spectrum, and maybe that's why they have difficulty forming these goddamn relationships and stuff like that. And Mr. Z, are you talking about yourself? Uh-oh.
Z, I do have to call you out on something, brother. I do have
Go
to
ahead.
call you. You be giving therapists a hard time.
No. So no, I'm talking about therapy being being a religion, and it's really not that. Let me call it for what it is. It's society, but definitely women wanting men to go seek therapy, not because they actually give a fuck about you. They look at it as a colonizing space that's going to get you to empathize with them in a way that gets you to do what they want you to do. It's not actually therapy. It's indoctrination.
Therapy,
Go ahead.
yes, it's ideology. So they're ideologues, right? So the therapist and the ideologue
Exactly.
that view things through a certain lens, and the lens is going to be based on a model that says that men are the oppressor, men are the predator, that women are the hapless victims, blah blah blah, and therefore she has to get you to adopt this so you can do what she wants. So once you believe that you're the predator, you're the bad guy,
Exactly.
you're in this story, you're the villain, right? And she's the saint. She's the hapless saint. She's always
Oh yeah,
virtuous and always good.
she's the main character. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's hoping the therapists have a bias.
Well, come on, Akash, you know Akash Singh, right?
Yeah,
The guy from the poor soul that's being dragged through the media right now, through social media right now.
Not poor unfortunate souls, not Little Mermaid.
No, he is a poor. I feel sorry for the guy. You know, I have some empathy, right? So, he went to therapy, and that therapist basically threw him under the bus, and now he's adopted this mindset of painting himself as the villain. And I'm like, bro, you didn't do anything wrong, man. They're lying to you. You're not the bad guy.
That was the only shit that I had to talk. That's all. But I only say that because in my field, right, therapists do more than just have people. It's called unconditional positive regard, which is useful in some things, but it can become toxic positivity. And
Yes.
therapists.
Hold on. Yeah, I know quite a bit about psychology, and I'm not going to completely dismiss the field wholesale, but it needs to be acknowledged that there's different therapeutic models, and based on how the therapist views the world, that can inform the way they present their particular therapeutic model.
And that's exactly why I was saying. That's exactly why I was saying that women are hoping that their therapist has a bias towards them, or their therapeutic modality inclines into.
They all went to college. They all went to college, and in college they teach them that feminism and that women are centered and that men are the oppressor. It's like one of these. Go ahead.
I could say I would agree, but I don't know it. I don't know. Maybe I'm being biased because my own experience. Because I don't know if you know, but I'm in school for counseling psychology therapy. So I would agree with you, but then at the same time, I am a little biased because I did walk into the doors with my eyes already open. So
if you're in this field, I want you to write a paper about how men are suffering. Good luck.
I already did. I did a presentation on
he sent it to me. By the way, I still haven't gotten to it, Vince. I clicked it. I got the email. I'm gonna get, but he literally sent me his presentation. So yeah, I gotta get.
I use what I learned from Dr. T. Son Johnson and a lot of other people about bi-directional interpersonal violence and stuff. And I put a lot of clips in there too. Like I talked about like all the aspects about male on woman, and then interpersonal, and then male on woman. And I didn't have enough time to present.
Yeah, we damn near have May crying the other night, man.
I didn't have enough time to present the whole thing. I had 15-20 minutes. And Z, when Z look at it, he gonna be able to see. Oh damn, you pretty much wrote a book.
Yeah.
So did you present it?
Huh? You said what?
Did you present it?
I presented it, but because I had clips and stuff and everything, I pulled the Z and did it would have been like 3 hours.
Okay.
So was it graded? Was it graded?
Yeah. Well, I'm waiting for it to get graded right now. It was actually for my it was actually for my Maryland counseling class.
I didn't realize that I low key, because it's not professional enough, but I low key be doing presentations like almost every stream. I just realized that when you said it, I was like, wait a minute, that's true. I do be doing borderline presentations every stream.
And that's why I came up
supporting arguments
from the beginning. Yeah, I said I appreciate your academic approach.
That's what I just said. Like, yeah, it tied all together. There you go. Supported arguments.
The academic world is filled with Kimberly Fosters. All right.
Yeah, and
in my college, when I was in college, I had a whole controversy with this organization called the Revolutionary Alliance of Women, because I wanted to create an organization called RAM, the Revolutionary Alliance of Men, because I was always on the argument that if we're going to talk about the issues of gender, then we got to keep it honest and talk about both issues. They did not like that. They didn't want to hear it.
Of course not.
They brought the president of the organization to try to press me, which is silly. I'm like, I'm a pretty big guy. Yeah, this little 4'2", 5'4" white girl talking about. Are you a misogynist? That's the question. Are you a misogynist? Is it a reaction to women? Are you doing this, to subvert the expression of what women are trying to do? I'm like, no, I don't think that, men have issues that are unique to them based on their gender, and that should be showcased for their own, therapeutic and collective,
Socrates, let's crack the egg wide open, right? For me, when Bobby Hemmett, because I listen to Bobby Hemmett, when Bobby Hemmett said that academics is nothing but correspondence school, you realize when people go there just to basically copy and paste and learn and regurgitate, and you start being your own thinker and come up with other different ways of being creative with your thinking, of course it's going to be controversial because you are pretty much refuting or falsifying what people was told to know. So once you get there and start refuting and having a counterclaim or a counter argument, of course it's going to be friction.
And let me read this real quick. The Saint Seer says, "Dang, y'all putting May the antagonizer in a torture rack, BGS."
Yeah. She actually had to get off, man, because she said, "Y'all made me feel like shit."
I was there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I was trying to tell her that there's a decorum when you come up and you speak and discuss with people who have lagging internet connection.
Mm-hmm.
She wasn't trying to listen to me. I'm trying to tell you that there's I don't know.
Oh yeah. A woman try to come up.
Yeah.
No, May got a secret crush on BGS. I think she like that nigga voice. I think she like BGS's voice, and she has conversations and debates with BGS. Borderline daddy issues shit that she be going through with him, and
flirting and shit.
Yeah. I think low key. It's like one of those weird kind of like incestuous type of things where it's like, I see you as a daddy figure, so I want you to pipe type shit, which is weird. Like,
it's
like I'm like, wait,
it's a Lucy and Charlie Brown like relationship.
It's like, hey, you know why I'm able to call it out? Because I've watched this happen a couple of times with BGS.
Oh, really? Okay.
They mess with BGS because they low key like BGS.
Yeah, they Klingon shit. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's it gets worse, Socrates, as she's married though.
That don't mean nothing.
That
don't mean nothing.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Married
women, listen, man. Married women. I'm not even go there.
She's emotionally cheating.
No, but that is though low key. Like it's funny, but it's true at the same time.
You don't stimulate me like my husband.
I'm not.
He ignored me when I argue. You don't.
Like you're one of the dark truths of life. I can say like the dark truths. One of the dark truths is, I believe that men and women can't be near each other for any prolonged period of time without one kind of sexual.
There you go.
Yeah, you sound muffled because I needed to hear that. You said dark truths of life, and I really wanted to hear the dark truths of life. Go ahead.
All right, hello. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
I said that men and women cannot be around each other for any significant period of time without wanting to have sex with each other. Now you can dress us up with
at least
civility.
one of them, yeah.
Yeah, well, you can dress up with civility and sophistication, but the fact of the matter is, given enough time, they will develop these of his feelings. He's a human. He's human. So when you have corporate environments and this ideas of sophistication that everyone here is going to be professional, quote unquote, it's absolutely ridiculous. And anyone who's been in a corporate environment knows that sex is just another medium of exchange.
We are well-dressed mammals, what cosplaying, this professionality and stuff like that, which is significant.
You said cosplaying professionality. I said cosplaying civility on top of it. Cosplaying civility before we even get to being professionals.
Yeah. You know who's the most honest about it? Black men. When they have those videos and they talk about when they wearing their do-rag after work, or they sip up and they say a certain thing when
Good point.
Yeah, was it quarter zip? A quarter zip.
The quarter zips.
Quarter
I'm
zips.
so
and
annoyed that the quarter zip is now a thing. I'm like, wait a minute, what happened?
I feel so validated. I've been doing that since the 8th grade.
Me too. Same here.
You got to make money now, okay? Because women got to go for providers now. So,
like with the quarter. So at first they were making fun of the Chelsea boots, and then now it's the quarter zips.
Quarter zip, because now I have to survive because they're losing their jobs. Okay,
man,
they got to have a provider.
That is, it was like the more I see things in the news. Like, yo, we've been talking about this. We're about at least 3 years ahead of conversation. And then, like earlier today, when you bring up that South Korea stuff again, it's like hitting fast forward and play on what we seeing, what's going on. So it make me not feel as like concerned or worried about professionally if someone surfaces the conversation we've been having. Because then I'm gonna just get the hard drive, Z.
You know what? And I might be borging a little bit. So that's what me and Nameless connected over. I met Nameless on BGS's channel, but we connected over. Both of us saw the hikikomori and Japan model eventually happening in America, and we were right.
And I appreciate Nameless because Nameless from the DMV, so I appreciate his disposition as well.
Yeah,
he's from this area, and I think because I don't know, it's something about this area, about the dynamics with men and women, especially black men and women, that like, yo, the Shawty Munchkin, she's a dime a dozen around here. You go to any hood, there's at least 3 Munchkins. You go to elementary school with Munchkin. You go to middle school with Munchkin. Like, yeah. So
But isn't Munchkin is borderline the final form, like Ebony K. Williams, Munchkin, like people don't think that they're connected. They're connected. Ebony K. Williams and Munchkin are the fucking same person. Yeah, y'all heard it. By the way, y'all curse Socrates out, because there you go.
As a man, if you don't have house core job, don't look for a woman with house core job. And for the man that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all 3 and they don't have all 3. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard, and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
Thank you for giving me a reason to play that, Socrates. It's more than boarding from my subscribers.
Okay.
Shout out to them. By the way, I got that from BGS's channel. I play this clip so much. When I say it got to a point where I was playing that clip like 2-3 times a stream. Like, this shit's crazy.
I would like to call attention to the name I'm using today.
Go ahead.
Break yourself, fool. That's all she said.
That's all she said, for real.
You break yourself, like a pimp.
Exactly.
Somebody
put the link down in the comments for live for me, please.
Yeah, I think women like that who have those sentiments. It's funny, and the reason I find it funny is because I know the reality and the truth of the matter, that her position is only for certain guys. but there's other guys who she doesn't have that requirement for, and that's probably her reaction because of those guys that were able to get stuff out of her without having to offer anything.
I get what you're saying, and there is something. I think that's a default sentiment, particularly in the Black community. But I do think that there's a certain level of exactly what Vince is saying. There's a certain level of like enraged anger when they go for who they want to go for, and it don't work out, and they feel like they got played, and now it's like, oh,
no, they don't feel like they got played. Right. They did get played. They're Tuesday. They do get played. Listen, man. Like, listen. If you're around prominent people, prominent guys, and you understand, like they have a roster, and women attempt to do this, but their attempt isn't the same because they actually want these men. They want.
I'm gonna change him.
Yeah, they only want relationships with these men. When men have a roster, it's really just a roster. Like they don't care at all. You're Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They have no feelings. And
every other Wednesday.
Yeah, and that creates the animosity. That creates the animosity is like she can pretend that when that guy blocks her or stops talking to her, that doesn't bother her. But she knows it does. And then she gets angry and builds up resentment over time. Then eventually when they get in their 30s or 40s, they're full-blown men hating the Sandrias who hate men because of all their bad decisions in life.
And the tragic, at least from what I see, is that oftentimes there's red flags and they're told not to go, and they put the rocket boosters on and they run straight into it, and it's like, oh, so now you mad, now you crying.
Like guys need to learn how to listen to women, which I don't advise. I'm just gonna say that up front. I don't advise actually listening to them at all. But if you're going to listen to them, you gotta know how, right? And
no, I would say listen to them, but don't absorb their ideologies and what they're saying.
Yeah, I would say avoid listening to them at all. But if you are going to listen to them, right, you have to understand how to listen to them. They speak in different. They speak in subtext, and they also you have to listen to tone and what they're alluding to, like what's driving it. Because you usually have something that's driving what they're saying, and that's a reality. So when a woman is talking like that nonsense about, oh, you got to have house car and job, or what I hear is, oh snap, some dude without a house car and job smashing and call you back. That's messed up, right?
Or what they know is from resolved trauma bonding, and they probably picked that up from someone else who took an L, and now they're picking up what they learned and adapting it without even experiencing it.
They're not passionate about that. It wouldn't evoke passion on their part. She has passion in what she's saying because I assume her the Munchkin. I assume that she'd experienced this, right? So, hold on. Joy Taylor, prime example. Joy Taylor. So Joy Taylor recently had a thing with Kendra when she was talking about how men want legacies and how she's F men legacy. Who cares about their legacy? It makes her sick and stuff like that. Then she says guys don't even wash their balls, and I'm listening to him like, damn, shorty, you sucked a guy off and watch his balls. That's rough. Right. That's the reality. That's the reality.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. So it is what Socrates is saying is 100%. They have experiences. They don't tell you necessarily about the experience, but you get to see the end result of it, that resentment, that anger, and then she meets all men with that resentment and that anger. And you're supposed, and this is where your preachers and your pastors come in and say you're supposed to decode that and jump over that wall or break through that wall. And what I love about what young men are doing, they're saying, fuck what that bitch going through. If either she on my program or she not, right? Just like how they meet us. Nigga, I don't care about your heartaches and your difficulties. Either you come in with the check or you're not. I don't think this is good for society. I don't see this lasting. Take that back. I do see it lasting. I don't think it's not sustainable, that worldview. That's what I'm trying to say. Y'all go ahead.
Well, I know what happened. She's probably dating some athlete, some sport athlete, or some trap. Yeah, go ahead.
Socrates, only thing I disagree with you with is because people experience vicarious trauma, and passion could be performed. That could be performative. That's the only thing. I don't think I disagree. I don't disagree because I think you're wrong. I disagree because I think there's different instances.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I think there's a difference between performative passion and actual passion, right?
To
Like,
the untrained eye, some people don't know or have the discernment
I
between
agree.
the two.
I agree, but I think I'm pretty, well versed in knowing I've seen the difference, and the reality is like women don't want to talk about this. Women don't want to talk about
Of
the
course
changes.
not. Who want
No,
to
no, no,
showcase their ass?
no, I'm not talking about the performance passion part. I'm talking about the fact
Yeah.
that what they're willing to do for certain men. If the world, if public knew, if it was public, what certain the L's that women take regularly, the L's. I'm talking about, these trap guys who run through chicks and just wild out on them, take their car, take their gas money, do all kind of wild stuff. These star athletes do the same thing. These guys in investment bank companies who just outrageous things that you wouldn't believe unless you witnessed them with your own eyes.
You talking about unsupervised, unwise behavior?
I mean, not just. I mean, like, I don't even want to think about it because it's so like, yeah, I'm pretty sure she had an athlete who didn't watch, who was practicing and came over to her house and smashed, and she let it happen. That's the thing. She let it happen.
She wanted it to happen. No, she didn't let it happen. She wanted it to happen.
Yeah, 100%. She had conscious. Yeah, go ahead.
No, she wanted it to happen.
Or dealing with Pookie or Jumba, and he be thugging, and he don't go.
Let me say this real quick. Let me tie what BGS is saying to what Sarkozy is saying. She wanted it to happen. She just didn't get what she wanted at the end result. That she did that. She wanted that, but what else she wanted? Probably a relationship. Probably to be walking on the red carpet with him, or whatever the hell. Some type of car, some type of condo paid for, or whatever the hell. That part didn't happen.
If she could have gotten it, okay. Guess what? Okay. Say he's an athlete, or say he played for whatever team, okay, and she smashes. Guess what she's gonna do when she go back and talk to her girls?
Tell her what happened.
You're gonna tell, you old girl,
brag about it.
She's gonna brag about it, okay? Just like if you get a bad, she ain't gonna play victim. No, she gonna say, hey, you know what? Because she gonna say, I'm at that level. That's called status, okay? Just like if you walk around with number 10s, okay? It's called status. You gotta remember you gotta remember, what is she gonna tell her homegirls when she go back?
I got that
lies
in my
lies.
It doesn't matter about, but the thing is, she gonna show the picture, right? She gonna show the picture of them together, right? Okay, yeah. Well,
yeah.
No, bitch, I don't believe that you was with him. Who? Here, look at this.
Yeah, I got him
Look at
on
that.
stream.
I got him on stream. Yeah, look at my DMs. Okay.
That's how you got That's how you get Melissa Ford and Joy Taylor.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, bitter, just bitter.
She been dating since the release of the Sega.
What do you think Bezos and whatchamacallit pay for? Okay, status. We do this. I mean, women do the same thing. They just come at it from a different angle. Okay, if a chick is smashing a Pookie, it's because that Pookie has status in her arena.
Oh yeah, it's always been about status, aka attention.
Yeah.
I wanted to say something.
But hold on, Z. Wait a second before we keep going. Z, I just got one question. What is the bounty for you to never play that fat bitch again? What is
I play Munchkin until my channel melts. Munchkin will be part of this channel for y'all. Y'all really need to be cursing out BGS because the second BGS played Munchkin, I was like, oh, I need that.
Oh yeah, he did.
That will be
He did tell me.
forever.
He did said I need that.
I need that look.
I can't stand that fucking clip. I would rather you play the damn Yanny clip before you play that fat bitch.
No, you know why? You see your reaction to Munchkin? That's exactly why I play it. Because it's so visceral. What she said is so important to the conversation. It's perfect. It goes perfect.
Well, I'm gonna go into even more of the reason why I hate that fat bitch. Because there is some dumbass out there that will gladly
tell them how you really feel. Lion and turn into the mad rapper. Go ahead, Lion. Go ahead, Lion.
There will be some poor bastard out there salivating. Yeah, that's right, Queen, and will gladly show up.
And that's who she's talking to too. Yeah, and our guys out there like that.
I grown immunity to her because I've grown up with women that has her disposition and her attitude. I still don't want to hear her, but
Nah,
I swear to
women with her
God, if the
attitude,
bounty is Z, I will pay it. I swear.
women with her
I know
attitude
you
tend
be.
to be
I
the
know
biggest
you
fish.
would, but it isn't. It is crucial to the channel that Munchkin is here. Look, Munchkin is exact. There's no better. You can't describe what Munchkin is saying. She says everything in a matter of 60 seconds. It's just everything that we say here is in one video. That's why I'm like, look, we when BGS played that, I was like, look,
Yeah.
y'all need to start sitting hating on the BGS because
Um,
once he played that, I was like,
here's
yeah, I need that
Yeah.
forever.
Catch the super
here's
chat.
Oh, that I see that big old
Yeah,
hundo.
that big one. Yeah. Better catch that
Give me
bad boy.
1 second. We had we gotta make these turns real quick. I'm trying to. Oh, damn! I went the wrong way.
Reckless.
Yeah, exactly. I am. I went the wrong way. I did. Went the wrong way. Okay, can I make that turn?
Who's more
God
reckless?
damn it!
You're Ed. Who's more reckless? You're Ed.
Ooh, that's a good question. We both be busting moves. I would argue me, but I can't tell y'all why me. Like y'all already know why me, but I can't.
Yeah, I
I
know
can't
why
actually
you.
say
Yeah.
it because I don't think Ed don't have the same exact situation that I
No,
have
no, he
that
does
makes
not.
my stuff reckless, right?
No, he
Like
does
so,
not.
yeah, yeah. But I think he's more freestyle with his.
Yeah,
Me,
he is.
I'm. Look,
Yeah.
I gotta let's say I'm real. When I say reckless, y'all have no idea. I'm like, woo.
You're undercover reckless
Yeah, exactly. I'm like,
by necessity.
yeah, exactly. Because
If they
let's just
only
say
knew.
there's a.
If they only
Man,
knew.
let's just say when it's a 7-hour-long stream, y'all could speculate. Y'all could speculate. I ain't gonna say nothing.
Hey. What? I just asked you clock out for lunch if during the 7-hour stream.
I'm just, hey, look, we ain't saying nothing. You get a little too close to the sun, Icarus. You get a little too close to the sun.
The difference with Z and Ed, the difference with Z
Go ahead,
and
go
Ed
on.
is Z will the difference is Z will at least give us background music. With Ed, you don't hear shit.
No.
Or sometimes he'll forget to mute it, and you know he's in the store somewhere because you hear speakers like clean up on aisle 6 or some shit like that.
And let me. Oh damn it! I was able to proofread it, but then I the light turned me.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Mr. Heat with a $99 hit. Dating athletes. Athletes are not dating these women. They're getting what the duck gets and promptly discard it. Exactly, but they don't care.
Mr. Heat, you better be the person I hear say that all the time is my Jamaican barber. Mr. Heat, are you Jamaican that you get what the duck get?
They get it what the duck gets. Yeah.
You get what the duck get, which is one of my favorite quotes.
Hold on. Munchkin. Is someone talking?
He is.
Lion is talking, but Lion, you breaking up though, and you sound low.
How far are you away from your destination, Lion?
Are you crazy if you want, but I am a recovering thug addict, okay? And it is very hard to stop doing something cold turkey that you've become addicted to.
Bring that back.
Right? So I no longer date thugs. I'm dating squares now.
Okay.
So when you're talking to me,
rewind it a little bit. I'm gonna take this off the screen for a little bit.
Like, be mean. Now call me crazy if you want, but I'm a...
Pause it or what? Okay.
No, I was just telling you to rewind it because I wasn't able to catch it.
Okay.
Now call me crazy if you want, but I am a recovering thug addict, okay? And it is very hard to stop doing something cold turkey that you've become addicted to, right? So I no longer date thugs. I'm dating squares now. So when you're talking to me, do me a favor and put a little bass in your voice. Like, be mean. Not mean for real, but mean just to please me in the moment. You get what I'm saying? Like, I need you to sound really assertive, like you mean it. Like role play a little bit. Now don't go upside my head, but say things like, let's say you tell me to do something and I don't do it as fast. Be like, what I say? Tell me to tell me to go sit down somewhere. Like when you say something to me, pretend like, you feel me? Because I be having withdrawals and I be like, he's too nice. And another thing, like I know that you like to dress nice and wear these dry fit shirts. Can you put on a black hoodie? Can you sag your pants a little bit? I know you like to smell good, but can you spray the smell of I black them out every now and then. I just did a whiff. At least put on some gray sweats and a white tee. Some Air Maxes. Tell me you gotta bust a few moves or make a few plays. Something. These are just things that I need as a recovering thug addict. And if that is just way too much to ask, I may ask you for a hall pass to go hit a few corners with my homie. Because that is the only way I'm going to scratch that itch. Let me just call one of my homies and take a ride with him, hit a few corners, make a few plays, and then I'll be back and I'm all yours. No? And one last thing, can you turn your music up when you play it? Turn it up, turn the bass up. If not, we're going to get at least 412s, okay? Because I can't do these stock speakers anymore. I know some Migos who got a shop. I can call them up. They'll hook you up with 412s, 215s, whatever you want. Another subwoofer, a new amp, something. But the stock speakers, we got to get those out of there. We got to get them out. So I say all that to say, as a recovering thug addict, if I ask you to do any of the things that you have heard in this video, please do it, brother. Please help me. Help me scratch this itch. Going cold turkey when you have been addicted to anything can be very hard. So please cut me a break. Stop enunciating all your words so perfectly. Just need you to look a little rough, a little rugged, like you've been trapping all day or something, like you've been busting a few moves. Go to the bank, pull out a wad. When you come home, throw that wad on the dresser, along with a lighter and possibly some other things that a thug would have in his pocket. You're going to have to get your acting skills on. Put some basil in a baggie. I beg of thee. Tie that thing up. Throw it on the dresser. Let me see it, please.
I take it back. This is worse.
Thank you.
What?
I take it back.
Wait. She should, because you played this before. Real quick line. She's a lot of yes, we know she's being funny, whatever. On the spectrum of hood shit. Yeah, she's sitting at the very top because there's a certain way she's talking about enunciation. There's a certain way she's speaking. I'm like, you've been a little performative. I've been around the rules that you're talking about.
No, she ain't been performative.
This girl is totally serious, man. This girl is totally serious.
Yeah,
I mean, she is very specific. It's a lot. She talking about subwoofers and shit.
Just
down, man. She is the way down.
Yeah. How she smacks? Okay, no, she ain't good. She's for real.
That smacking shit is an abomination from God.
To you, not to her. Okay.
She left out. She left out the part where he's supposed to get taught banging her best friend or her sister. She left that part out.
Well, that part. She's supposed to allude to it. She ain't. She's not supposed to actually go out and do it.
At this
just
point,
kind of act like it.
She can take her stank ass back over to wherever the hell she's used to being with the thugs.
There's a lot of undercover PhD
that's on this type of
thug addicts, recovering thug addicts.
Oh yeah,
that's a fact.
There are a few 92s that's on this bullshit. Yeah.
That's a fact.
I hated some. Okay.
I know a woman with a master's that has a child with a felony.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Recovering thug addicts, but the thing is, they good to them, but not good for them. So they like I said, she dating squares. Okay. She said,
Alexa, play Gorilla Zone Hood nigga for me, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
This chick wants to date squares. No,
she's dating squares. No. I think she got a couple kids, and I think she's married. So she's not dating squares. She with a square. Yeah, well, hey, the punani talks, man. You ain't with her. You with her for a reason. A lot of guys don't want to admit that. I just liked it. Shit, get the fuck out of here, man.
No. But there's another side to that. I think we've gotten real close to it. Is the brothers that got imprinted on women like this, where you were the square brother in high school and middle school, maybe in college, and you low key was drooling over this. So you bide your time, and after she come off the carousel, or after Dirty D Rodney get her, then you.
Then you're not as square as you think you are. Then. You just
message.
Then you're not a square. Okay. You just.
I'm saying.
You just what are you? Just a hood lame. That's all. And trying.
Yeah.
I've never heard that. Put that in the book. Hood lame. I might do a whole stream on that one.
There's a whole bunch of hood lames. Lames are not just in the upper tier. They're
no, I know. I agree with you. No, I know that. but I never heard nobody articulate it.
Yeah.
Hood lame.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
So
stream. That's a stream.
Yeah, and so you couldn't be you can't be you're lame in the black community. So what you do, you cross over, go get your education, you become a so-called square, right? But it's still in you. Okay, that's why you attracted a homegirl.
Well, I mean, you have thugs. You have thugs and hood lames in the same family, man. Grew up in the same household.
That's a fact.
Yes,
that's a fact.
Yeah,
that's a fact.
Yeah, I've been on both sides, man. So I know, okay, which didn't garner well because the lanes want you to be like them and the hoods want you to cross over. So I'm a Sigma, so I'm in the middle.
Let me read this real quick. And no placeholder says, and thank you for the super chat. House car job. She said, "Yob," as Coach Greg Adams will say. House car job clip is legendary. You see, you get the Mad Hatter science thing that I'm doing right now. You get it. You gotta play Munchkin at least 20 times a stream. Now I'm playing, but because she says everything in like 60 seconds, and there's no arguing with that. It's a nuke, right? Like that. Munchkin is a nuke. That's what she is in an argument. If you ever have an argument with it, no, the black community is not a matriarchy. It's not a gynocracy. I don't even understand what you're saying. I wish FD would have a debate with me and Kid Foster. Boom, Munchkin. Now what? Done. There's nothing. Or you can play Munchkin. You can play the other young lady I played, but it's far less annoying. Go ahead.
You can play Tiffany Cross. Talk about a small D energy. Okay.
Yes, true.
Yeah. You think that if you argue with Kim Foster and you showed all this evidence, it would matter to her?
No, but I'm saying it's a nuke.
Okay.
It's definitely a nuke, and this is a nuke too.
What if black women were supposed to be the leaders and black men are just supposed to protect with their muscles and use their listening ears and carry out instructions?
What can you say to that? What debate? There's no debate.
No,
people are still trying to debate you, but what debate?
No, they'll claim that these women are aberrations.
Okay, well, Whoopi Goldberg, who's been around since been around. Real quick, BGS.
Well, look, for me, it has never really been about black man or man. It's been about men. There's this myth out there that black men can't handle being spoken to, and told what to do by black women. Black men come from our bodies. So black men have black mothers. So they're used to having these conversations with women.
The matriarchy is strong with the black
It is
community.
very strong.
Yeah.
Conversations with women.
The matriarchy is strong with the black
It is
community.
very strong.
Yeah. The matriarchy is strong with the black
It is
community.
very strong.
Yeah.
And Mr. Z says,
I told you.
They'll say Whoopi Goldberg is an entertainer and Halston's not an academic.
And she's a whole attorney, though. Sunny
She's not
Holston is a whole.
She's not
I just want
academic.
somebody to run a red light. That's hysterical. Go ahead.
She's
You're
not-
right. She's not
she's
an
not
academic. You're right.
I'm just saying what they'll say. I know these people. That's what they'll say.
No, you're
They'll say,
right.
"Oh,
No,
she's not-"
that is what they'll say. No, you're right. You're right.
They'll have to read bell hooks.
Oh, you did read the part where she said it. You read it before on the stream. I remember that. Yep.
Bell
And now what?
They'll say.
But
They'll
by the
say,
way,
"Oh,
go ahead.
yeah."
No,
They'll say,
go ahead.
"Oh, she's just trying to explain the phenomena that it is when you exist as a black woman in a white patriarchal system." Blah blah blah. Word salad. Blah blah blah.
No,
Yeah, okay.
You know what it really is?
I
It's
don't.
not
I don't care about
Go
the
ahead,
women. I care about the men that defend that shit. That's what I care.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. I feel you.
I don't give about you.
And
About
this
the
is the
women.
important part.
Women lie.
Appreciate why they defend this and they deny it. Because as I've said before, everything makes sense once you appreciate how the black community is actually run. When you dispel this idea of any type of patriarchal anything going on in the black community, everything falls into place and everything makes sense.
You know who the biggest. You know the biggest defenders of the patriarchy or black or so-called myth of black patriarchy is actually men. It's not really the women.
Yeah, but that's for their egos. I agree with you on that.
Their egos.
Yeah.
They
I
gotta
agree.
get sick
Yeah.
of that.
But that's what like BGS said that women lie, so they're just gonna lie. They don't need evidence. They don't need anything. They just lie. But the men possibly can be reached. Possibly, I don't know. But
Good luck, man. Good luck, because I've tried. I mean, I've tried in high circles and low circles, man. Good luck.
I mean,
you know, people I talk to, these people are insiders. So.
Let me read this from Joe's real quick. And Joe says, women have the cock carousel while men have the tunnel of love. Hysterical. Look, the women have the carousel, man. And then after they jump off of that, they looking for, in case of emergency, break glass husband or at least break glass paymaster. Nowadays they don't really care if you're a husband or not, but yeah, paymaster.
If men were trained to be the kind of men, especially that black women were attracted to, black society would collapse.
Yes.
And the women know that shit. That's how they don't train you to be like that, even though they like it.
Yeah.
But they know. Okay.
You need a backup guy. You need a backup in case of break. In case of glass break, man.
No. In other words, basically, okay, it's fine. Okay, a Z is fine, but thing is, you can't. It's not gonna haul goods for you. Okay, to keep society going.
Exactly.
Might not like that big ass ugly truck, but thing is, society would collapse if it wasn't if you didn't have those kind of things.
Yep. But you know what's great analogy, BGS, because that I can riff on all day. What is the Z? It's a toy.
It's a toy.
It's a 2-seater sports car.
Yeah.
Its utility is fun.
Yes.
Right? And it takes premium gas only. Now, going to what he's saying, now, if you get a Titan or a Toyota Tundra, or Dodge Ram, F-150, blah, 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 right? Chevy Silverado, that is something that, yes, you can use it daily, but what does it have? It has the cab, and then you can tow with it. Yeah. It's a workhorse.
It's a workhorse.
It goes the distance.
Yeah.
They regularly hit 300,000 and 400,000 miles plus.
Mm-hmm.
And there you go.
Yeah, society would collapse if you didn't. And the thing is that
if you lived off of the luxury beliefs that black women are talking about,
I fully believe. Go ahead and let them get what they want, man, and fuck around and find out. But men don't want that. Men, we gotta save them. Save them bitches.
We keep on putting the levees up instead of letting them drown.
If it wasn't for people like Mr. Z, it'd have been gone already.
Putting the levees up every goddamn day, watching the women knock the levees down while you put the levees back up. Like, bitch, I'm trying to make sure you don't drown, bitch.
But I like the holes in the wall. Okay,
right? Exactly. It's just a little water.
Yeah. And so that's like when the thugs and the drug dealers and scammers come up to me and start talking shit to me. He said, "Motherfucker, you just there for fun and disposability, okay? Because you don't give a shit about it." How you know? Yeah, man, I've been on both sides. You can't talk to me. You know? Yeah. I think I got master scammers and drug dealers and stuff like that. So you can't talk to me about that stuff. Okay?
He's like, I
might sound educated. I might sound educated.
Talking about that, Mr. DJ, and DJ says Mr. Z cares too much. Talking about that, so I checked my numbers today. I haven't done that in a while, and it looks like Mr. Z has 1.4 faithful female listeners. So shout out to all 1.4% of y'all.
So Miss Z agrees with you not taking the money.
Right, you know what? She says yes, but with women, she says yes. She's happy. I'm a principled person, but Ms. Z could have been driving around in an Escalade V right now.
But the money, though, bro.
Exactly. She could have been driving. But I would have to fake smile with Kim Foster and you know, do
signifier. FB signifier.
And I would have to be willing to let Julesy send me on send-off missions against other Black Manosphere dudes.
Yeah. But basically, FD was to say to Mr. Z, I got an offer that you can't refuse, Mr. Z.
Exactly.
And he was serious about it too. He wasn't kidding.
Then we hear Mr. Z talking about how women are oppressed, black women are oppressed, and yeah.
And that mean if y'all ever hear me talk like that, that mean I signed the deal. And
Hey, Z, you know what I told you, Z? You know what I told you?
Take the money.
Take the money. Take the money, Z.
If y'all ever hear me come on here and be like, you know, there's certain arguments black women make, and it's true. Like, you know, with that, if y'all ever hear me talk like that, like, let's be serious, black men. We do be oppressing them. You know, like, let's be serious. If you hear me start talking like that, bro, I took the money, bro. I took the money.
Take the money.
But here's the thing.
You've been married, man. You had a nice little.
See what I'm saying?
A nice little house, you know. Close to South Beach, man. Drive nice cars, okay.
But I think offers like that don't stay on the table. You might get that offer once. If you're super dumb, stupid, lucky, maybe you'll do a second pass. But offers like that don't stay on the table.
He did about 2-3 passes at you, Z. You didn't take the money.
Yeah, I did. I see the little bizarro click that he got for him. I can see the people that did take the money because you look at their content and then you look at the pivot. And you see, because they weren't too far. I guess for him, it's not. I'm not too far. But you see them pivot into a different direction, and you see them really defending the lady's fuckery, and you're like, "Nigga, you took the money." Which okay,
the money, of course.
Yeah.
Oh man,
everybody's not as bad as Conscious Lee, but yeah,
bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. Where's Better You over here about to have a conniptions in the car, and Better You still listening? Better You probably about to have a conniption. He said unconsciously.
Conscious Lee drank all the Kool-Aid. And took the raw pill, you know, and the Kool-Aid, okay?
Look, it's bad. Go ahead.
He defended Brick Lady even after everything.
Bro, no. That's what I was about to bring up. It's even worse than what you're saying, Socrates. I watched his conversation with Ole on Ole's channel a couple of weeks ago. He said, bro, you see that? I'm like, oh my god, nigga, you still on the same shit. Even with the conviction and everything. That's crazy.
I couldn't watch it. I couldn't watch it one straight run.
I watched the whole thing. I watched the whole thing.
That was rough.
It's bad, BGS, because it's not just that he's still on the same type of time. Okay, cool. That same energy is there. It's even worse now. And stuff like that to me, I don't really know how to really. That's one of those things where you very few times am I really flabbergasted. And like this is one of them where you're like,
I'm around these Negroes all the time, man. So it's common. So when I hear him, say, come on, man. You know, then okay, you're on the other side. You don't have to drink all the Kool-Aid. Okay, white people don't say you have to drink.
No, fuck that, BGS. That is you drink the Kool-Aid, urinate it, and then drink the urine.
Yeah, black people got to drink all the Kool-Aid. Okay, you can't go. It ain't no half measure.
And no such thing as halfway crooks.
No, not in the black community. You got to go all the way, and you got to go. Got to go 2 foot in. Okay.
My man consciously pulled. Why you can you?
It's bad. Like the stream where me and go ahead.
Why you care so much? Why you care so much?
He really did pull that. And it's yeah, no, it's bad. I'm watching that conversation with him and what's the brother name that they had on the
Flacco.
Yeah, Flacco.
So Flacco started saying some just balanced. Say, you know, I'm not ready to accuse anyone she was found guilty, but the guy hit her, right? I remember what Consciously said. I remember. Consciously said that if you have a sister and your sister spoke crazy to a dude.
That was the example, yes.
Hold on. Or even hit him and he watched her. What would you do? If that was my sister, I would say, what did we learn? You don't put your hands on people. That's what I would do. But he said that it's the job of black men in the community to defend that woman anyway. I'm like, wow. Wow.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that is the way it's spoken amongst the gynocracy. Okay.
Wow. So my life is in danger because a woman decides she can't keep her hands to herself. I have to go and crash them.
Yeah, that's what they want. That's what they want.
Well.
And this is why I say things. I had a stream, right? And what was my stream name? The Infallible Black Woman. Because if what we're saying is we won't admit that she's wrong, period. And if you're able to pull teeth and get us to admit, okay, maybe, okay, fine. The consequences will be met on you for stressing the issue, and that's the beginning and the end of it all. Like, there's nothing you can do with that except say black women are infallible in relationship to black men. There's no other conclusion to be drawn. There's no other conclusion to be drawn.
He said
Real quick, Socrates.
Woman drags you. Yeah, go ahead.
But because I wanted to stress this. Understand what we're saying, everyone. A immigrant black woman, and I'm not just saying that to say it. No, she truly, the immigrant black woman lied and said she was struck in the face with a brick because a black man asked her for her number, and she said no. And in his anger, he hit her in the face with a brick in front of other black men who then proceeded to laugh at her. That was the story. We found out that the whole thing was a lie. You watch then consciously, and Ole and the rest of them say, well, she was hit in the face with something. She was hit in the face with a frozen water bottle, and she was and they completely ignore and lie about the fact that she lied about a crowd being around of men that did nothing. She lied about being hit in the face with a brick. She lied about rejecting a black man, and that's why he hit her. All of that. And what she did was tap into all of the lies and negative stereotypes that people like them believe. So she pulled, I've met black women like this. They pull on the strings of all the negative stereotypes that black people, black women tend to believe and convince themselves of black men, and they use that to bury black men.
Yes,
and that's what Rhoda engaged in. Go ahead.
Ole said that since black men are responsible for unaliving so many black women, I'm like, what does that have to do? I'm like, what does the fact that if that were true, even though it's not, let's say if it were true, what does that have to do with this case? Nothing has to do with a man trying to unalive a black woman or trying to kill a black woman or even a domestic violence situation. It has to do with her hitting someone and he retaliating. That is the fact pattern. Why are you talking about this tangential things that have nothing to do with the situation?
But I've mentioned this before, Socrates. BGS might remember this. Cosmic justice. It doesn't matter what you did. Black men didn't make me a white woman, number one. Black men are the reason for slavery, number two. Black men are the reason, but you saw black men are the reason I'm not a white woman. I'm not. Y'all didn't build me Wakanda. And so it regardless of whatever story we're speaking about, whatever instance,
always Jermaine's fault.
It's always Jermaine's fault because you got me. I gotta go through the spiel, you guys. You got me living in the same country, on the same planet, in the same solar system, in the same galaxy, in the same universe, and maybe in the same multiverse as these goddamn white women. So your unforgivable crime is not what the fuck I'm talking about right now. It's the fact that you got me living with these goddamn white women in this goddamn country. That's really the crime. Don't ever expect any black woman to ever say that, ever.
Without the white woman's privilege.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the crucial part. You got me living with this bitch without being better than this bitch. At least at the same level, but definitely better than this bitch. And that's really your unforgivable crime, regardless of what the hell.
Yep.
You have been found guilty, sir, and the way you pay for your guilt is by forever being the black woman's bottom bitch. Essentially. Forever to be her step stool and stepping stone Steve. And yeah, that's it.
Why doesn't Ole, because she's a lawyer, she's articulate, why don't she just lay down this position? Just say this openly.
If I don't see Ole ever. Let me take that back because I think she might actually say that one day. I will say this: I watched not consciously. I watched Foreign Man and Foreign Land say it on Waving the Red Flag, and I saved that shit. Yep. I saved it. Because I was like, nigga, you said it. Because and for those of you that missed it, Foreign Man was on Waving the Red Flag. That's with Josh, Alvin, and Eddie. And they were speaking about the black men that attending HBCU article that came out a few months ago. And Foreign just overtly admitted. He said, well, if black men are men not, which lets you know that he read Dr. Thomas Curry's book, he said, then black women are women not. And so, and And the issue that black women have is that because black men are man not, black men don't get to make black women women, i.e. white women. And so the charge is, and these are essentially foreign man's sentiments, black women are essentially, because you're not man, I'm not woman. You didn't make me woman because you're not man.
So it's like it's still Jermaine's fault.
It's still Jermaine's fault. And remember,
but
foreign man has a master's degree, and foreign man is in the same group chats in the same circle with Julesy, FD, Lil Bill, Kim Foster, all of them are in that same circle. So if foreign man is saying that, then you know that FD knows it, probably agrees with it, and so does Ole.
If you read feminist literature, any type, okay, they repeat the same thing. Every now and then you'll have a feminist, not a feminist, but a black female scholar will actually go the opposite way. Every now and then.
Yeah, but what are you trying to say? So if black men are men not, therefore black women are women not, and ergo, what's the conclusion?
Yeah, well, no, but
the conclusion is
you got it. Go ahead.
The conclusion is it's always Jermaine's fault. Okay.
Yes. And you must make them whole.
Black women would not be woman not if you were actually a real man. Okay.
Thank you. You got to make them whole.
So my responsibility is now to do something to make them whole.
Yes.
The thing is, if you were better, and I hear this from pro-black people, okay, even Jeff, I'm trying to get Jeff out of that, okay. If, in other words, the thing is, and this is the man up shit.
Shout out to Sarge Willie Pete. Anyway, go ahead, BGS.
It's the man up shit that I hate. Okay. You think that 5% of the fucking population is going to overturn this society to make her, to actually bring her to her rightful fucking place, okay? And you beat your chest saying that shit, okay? And I always ask how, and they can never tell me. Well, you just had to be better, brother, okay? And it's not just the feminists that say that shit. Go ahead.
Let me read this real quick from Afro National. He says, inquiring minds need to know. I don't know where we were in the conversation when you said this, so if you could put that Afro National, because I know we probably a million miles away. About an hour away from when you put this super chat down. So if you can clarify, please and thank you, so that we can get to that. Thank you, and thank you for the super chat. But yeah, I'm continuing to just.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Because like I said, that's the reason I came to the black man. I came to the manosphere, man, because saying that in pro-black circles, man, will get you ostracized. And I just tell my partner, I just say that I got tired of my shirt sleeve being tugged, okay? Because you're saying something real, but you can't say it to the sisters. Even Jeff said the same thing. What are the 5 things you can't criticize in the black community? Okay.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Remember he was saying that? He said Jesus, Martin Luther
the Democratic
King,
Party, Jesus,
Barack Obama, black women, and the Democratic Party. Okay.
Yes.
BGS.
100% right. Go ahead.
Before you go, Socrates, real quick, because I want BGS to read this because it goes to what he was saying.
And the 6th one is Michelle Obama, but nobody talks about that.
Low key, that might be one of the top ones. That might be number 1. Anyway, go ahead.
You have to fight her to make her whole. That of course you do. Well, not even make her whole. Okay, to make you whole, you got to fight her. Okay, but the thing is, the sentiment is okay. It's your fault is because you are not a real man. You're not taking charge, and you're not doing what you're supposed to do. That's why I am where I am. Okay, because I am supposedly a reflection of you.
Okay.
I think it's important. Real quick, my apologies, Socrates. Give me 1 second. 1 second.
Sure.
It's important to stress the difference. For them, man is not male. It's a difference. Man is the performance. Yeah. It's white men, essentially. It's white upper middle class and above men. That's men. And there's an argument to be made, and I could kind of hear the left on this, that there's a difference between male and men, and that's truly men. So what black women are saying is because you're not that politically and socially, we're not talking about your anatomy or your reproduction organs and whatnot. No, because you can't perform like this, and because you don't have this class and this particular station in America and in society, because you don't have that, I don't have it. because it's your job to elevate me there. And that's the argument I would argue that Black women are making. Now, here's the very important part. Most of them don't even have it in them to articulate what I just said. And the ones that do will deny it. The Juicy of the world, the Kim Fosters of the world, maybe not Chrissy, actually, funny enough. I think Chrissy would actually admit that. But the Juicies of the world, the Kim Fosters of the world and whatnot, the Olays of the world, they would deny that the majority, if not all, Black women think like that. They might give you a minority. They might throw the stroller divestors in there because they're chasing after white men, but they wouldn't. They would not give you that the majority are on that type of time. Quite frankly, let Mr. Z say it. The majority of Americanized and Western women and all women, anyway, Americanized women are on that. I would argue, but that's a whole different conversation. I ain't Black women are the loudest about it, but you'll be damned if you think Asian women and Latina women are not on the same type of time. Y'all just don't be present.
Yeah, well, they're not allowed about it.
Yeah, that's true. Exactly.
They're not allowed about it. But the thing is, the difference is that the Asian woman, the Latino woman, and the white one help their man get to that position. Black women don't.
Exactly, BGF. That's Black Uru's argument that Black women don't even let you build the house before they start snatching the bricks.
because they don't want you to build a house. Okay.
Exactly.
They're lying. That's the problem. So, the Roger Report says Happy tried to give all the natives smallpox day. Okay.
Ain't no try, they did. Thank you for the super chat, Raj. Ain't no try. Nigga giving out smallpox blankets. What the fuck? Go ahead, Socrates.
Really, that's what Dracula was about. Okay, it was about Western civilization coming in and killing off all the other people. Remember,
I fucking never knew that shit.
Remember the Dracula ship would show up at a shore and all the rats would get off and spread disease.
Oh, I never knew that. I never knew that was the allegory.
That's the allegory.
Ah, see, you learn something new every day. I learned that I got mild dyslexia, and I learned the whole. I'm gonna follow that. I'm gonna follow that because I didn't know that. Oh, you just gave me a whole lore to go.
Well, no, you got dyslexia. That's what you got, man.
Right? What did I think it was? A dyslexia.
Dyslexia.
You got dyslexia.
So apparently, according to BGS and Mr. Z, the entire enterprise of FD Signifier, Kim Foster and company is to send Black men on a death errand.
No, that's not the argument I was making.
No, their thing is to promote. They're actually promoting the corporate line of intersectional feminism.
Yes.
Okay.
Their argument is different than the one we're.
Yeah.
They're going to say, because FD admitted that the Black community defaults to matriarchy.
Yes.
So his thing is to exactly. There's nothing wrong with that inherently. And the problem with the Black manosphere is that y'all keep on, and when I say y'all, I'm including me. Y'all keep on talking about this like it's a negative. And essentially, his argument is white society will never let you niggas lead. So it's okay if we have Black women kick in the door for our collective uplift.
Put it up real quick. See. That's the new Matrix right there. Okay.
You had somebody do it. For real.
That's funny.
Notice there's no Barack there. There's only one Obama. It ain't Barack.
It ain't Barack. It used to be Barack. He replaced. Yeah.
If FT Signifier is saying that if there's nothing wrong with the progression of women in the feminist, project, etc. But where would that lead these women because they have no counterparts to marry?
He doesn't see anything wrong with the status quo as it is.
And when you think of marriage, you have to appreciate Socrates real quick. Socrates, you have to appreciate in their mind the way we're thinking of marriage is a white neo-colonial capitalist concept. Nuclear family, and there's an argument to be made about that. They're not 100% wrong about that. That's the way they get to play in the shadows, right? Okay. So what they're telling you is your concept of nuclear family man, wife, kids
Yeah.
is informed by white men
Well,
and neocolonialism, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So why do you want that anyway? That's what their argument
No,
would be.
no. I'm not talking about what the black men want. I'm saying that the black women want this, and they're complaining about not being able to obtain it.
But
they want the family structure, but they want the power that white women have and white men have. Okay, they don't have it. Okay, and they want us to actually somehow, become Superman and go get it for them. Because they want what Becky has or Miss Ann has. They want the power that white man has, but in the stats that white men have, but things they want to run it with the same with the black family structure. That's why we're women. That's how come you have to have house car or job. Okay.
Yeah, I get that, and I'm saying that if the status quo as it stands now is that the black woman is left alone complaining, that's the status quo.
I'd rather be left alone than settle.
Oh, I got you. Okay, so the end project of FD Signifier and Kid Foster is for black women to be alone. I got you.
So Socrates, no. It's not that. It's remember what
convince you. Okay, their job is not to convince the women. Their job is to convince you to actually sacrifice yourself to elevate this particular structure.
Yes.
How's that going? How's that going?
Well, it doesn't matter how it's going. That's their job. Okay.
Okay.
Essentially, it's two. It's a two-pronged argument. It either you make the black woman a white man simultaneously white woman, right? Or you adhere to the gynocracy. If you can't make her the white man / white woman, right? The power of white man with the regalness of white women type shit. Then if you can't do that, if you fail on that mission, then you submit yourself to black women to be their whipping boy for eternity. That's what black women are saying that they don't got the ovaries to overtly say.
And it's also an appeal to white so-called feminists to actually allow you into the club and allow you to actually step up to the status and function of them. Okay, so it's a two-pronged thing.
What's going on, Raj?
Man, what's happening? What's happening, y'all? I just
reckless.
Failed through, heard y'all talking. And I'm gonna give a little bit of pushback of what I hear being said on this crazy day today.
Okay.
I think black women simply want black men to put them next to white men.
No.
Leave the structure as is and simply do whatever we got to do to make sure they stay in that spot. I don't think they want us to rise at all so they can get the respect of anybody. I think they don't believe the respect they're looking for will ever come until they all married or just about all married to some white guy.
Okay. The thing is, Roger, because I've actually researched this shit to death. Okay. They have to. The thing is, the reality on the ground is black men are not going to overcome white men. Okay. Reality on the ground. They know that. Okay. So if you look at the reality of what can be done, okay, the only thing that makes sense is for white men to marry black women and elevate her. Okay. That's the quickest way. Because black men are not going to take over this country and not going to overthrow this system, at least back when they were writing it. Okay. Now, if they could get their dream, okay, their Wakanda, okay, then black men would actually devastate or actually conquer white men and white society and elevate her to her rightful place. Okay, in a dream society, in the dream scenario.
What? But see,
in other words, being with the white man is the consolation prize.
And then being the white man is a more practical way of doing things. Go ahead.
No, I don't think they want us to be white men at anything. I think it would be an absolute nightmare in their minds if we were in charge of anything.
No. It's not okay. They're in charge. Okay. Look at Michelle Obama. They're in charge through us. Okay? We're just the representatives.
No, I get that. That's what I'm saying. I don't think they want black men to even attempt to conquer anything.
Oh, yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
I just don't. I don't believe that.
You cannot believe it, Roger. Go back and read the fucking literature. I've been reading the literature since the 1800s. Okay, go back and read the literature. That's what they say. if they could get it.
BJ, did you just call yourself a vampire? I know what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
You said you've been reading it since the 1800s. I was like, wait a minute.
I've been reading this since the
I get what you're
1800s.
saying.
Yeah. So go back and read the literature, okay?
I wouldn't argue against anything you read and what they have said. I wouldn't argue against that. Maybe that was something that they wanted back in the day.
They still do.
The world I see, I don't believe they want us in charge of anything.
They still do. Okay. The world that you see are not the people that run the fucking society, okay? That's what I'm talking about. You see Keisha that follows, okay? Keisha follows because she don't lead.
No, I definitely understand that. That's for sure. So you're basically just talking about from the elite.
Okay, who do they follow? Okay, Michelle Obama wants to lead. Okay, she still thinks Barack Obama follows her. That's what she wants. I lead through him. I'm actually in charge.
No, I mean, don't get me wrong. I do believe they believe black men should not rule. I'm not even arguing that. I don't think they want black men in charge of anything. So yeah, them being in charge of black men is consistent with what I'm saying.
Yeah, but the thing is they're not gonna rule. They know they're not gonna rule through white men. They already know that. White women knows that. Okay, she don't rule.
Well, no. My thing is this.
Let me see if I can clarify Roger's point, because I think I might agree with Roger.
Okay, go ahead.
Roger, you seem to be saying that you don't believe that black women want black men to rule in any way, right?
Absolutely.
Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
And so then the question, the way I would maybe support your argument is to ask the question to maybe BGS if he disagrees. What historical evidence is there that black women have ever supported black men actually being in a position to rule?
Oh yeah, the 50s and 60s when the civil rights.
I think that was a very, very small population of black women. I think it was a very highly unique and sensationalized period of time. But I don't think that represents the whole history of black and white black men and women in this country. I don't think it does.
It's the only time black men have had the opportunity. Okay.
Well, I do agree.
If they wanted us to rule, then why would they be so easily seduced by white women into betraying us?
Because the facts on the ground is that's not going to happen with black men.
See, my thing.
They never really believed in our ruling to begin with. They never really, in mass, believed.
Yeah. Even it's a hope.
So that supports Rogers. That supports Rogers. Argument.
Okay. Now listen to me. Okay. The facts on the ground is that this is not going to happen. Okay. But if I could have my dream scenario, okay, if I could have my dream scenario, it'd be Michelle and Barack. My dream scenario, where I lead through him, which is what a matriarchy actually does. Okay, I lead through him. He conquers and brings back the goodies to my feet.
And you know what I would say
in your use of Michelle and Barack Obama, we must recall the fact that she was the number one person who did not want him to become president. Yeah, they had to trick and force and coerce her into assuming that role. So even in the example you provided, and the example you provided is not really historical.
Okay,
that woman tried to divorce him. Hold on now, BJ.
Okay, all right.
That woman tried to divorce him. She filed divorce papers on him. They reported that shit during the campaign. She was not trying to rule anything through him. Hell, she was trying to divorce him.
Okay. Okay. You're missing the two parts of my argument. Okay. Facts on the ground. Reality is that he ain't shit and he can't do it. Okay. So what do I have to do in regards to that? I have to make the more pragmatic moves that I can, which is actually go see to Miss Ann and a white man, which she doesn't like. Okay. Now, if I have my dream scenario, okay, that could actually get what I actually really wanted in pie in the sky, okay, I would lead through him. Because once he got to be president, guess what? She got behind it, right? I'm gonna lead through him, even though I don't like it. But the thing is, what does she do? I promote. I am the leader. Okay, he's a subservient to me, which is she talks about all the time, even to this day. Okay.
Well, you know what, BGS, and I want you to carefully listen to what I'm saying.
I heard you.
I'm giving you the most respect with what I'm about to say.
Okay.
The argument that you make makes entirely too much sense for them to be doing that. Okay. What you saying make too much sense for that to be what they're on.
I read their literature all the time. That's why I know.
No. I wouldn't argue that they would say something like that. I wouldn't argue that at all because they're liars. So I definitely believe they'll say anything for the moment. Even when it comes to what I've seen when it comes to the civil rights, I think for them that was a necessary evil. You niggas get out there and get us what we want. Because these white folks talking about integration, we want to be next to them white men anyway. So you niggas go do that for us, and we'll let y'all do whatever you need to do so we can get closer to these white men. To me, that was just a necessary evil.
They've always wanted what Miss Ann had. Okay.
Right.
Hold on. Okay. Now you guys always say I cut y'all off. Okay. Don't you?
No, I ain't got no problem with it. Go ahead and say what you want to say.
Okay. They always wanted what Miss Ann wants. Okay. The thing is, how do I get it? Okay. Same thing when they were in master's quarters. How do I get it? They know that they can't. They know practically they can't defeat these people. Okay. If they could, they would have. Okay. And then they're mad at us because we hear this shit all the time in the manosphere. You niggas need to go out there and fight a race war and defeat these people and bring us what we want. So they actually elevate us to where she is. Okay, without being a servant to the white man. They don't want to be a servant to the white man. How come they get married?
I hear people say that, but I don't think they tell us to do that for what you are saying what would happen. I think they tell us to do that.
Prove me wrong.
No, hear what I'm saying. I think they want us to go fight a race war so we'll die.
No,
to me, that's what the goal is.
No, prove me wrong.
Well, I mean, you'd have to have the race war to have the proof. You know what I'm saying?
Find the literature. Find me some proof. That's what they think because I'm not seeing it.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is, I wouldn't disagree that they would want us to have a race war. I just think the reason they want us to have a race war is
find the literature that agrees with you.
There's nothing in the way that Black women raise, train, breed. There's nothing in what they do that in any way suggests they want to win a race war against white people. There's nothing in what they do that supports that argument, BGS.
What they want and what they believe will actually happen are two different things.
I mean, I can easily agree with that. And all I'm saying is they would love us to fight a race war, so a lot of us will die. They definitely want that. I will agree to that all day.
We want our Black women to be nice to us and speak nice to us and support us. But guess what? The facts on the ground is that we know that shit ain't gonna happen. Okay, so we have to do what we got to do.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not arguing that because I'm just looking at what they want, and I do believe they do want us to fight a race war, so we will die. I do believe they believe the military will come against us in a race war, use U.S. military weapons and all that, so we will die by the mass. I do believe they want that.
And that's not what they want. Roger. I've been talking to these motherfuckers for 35 years. They've been very consistent. Okay.
But I'm trying to issue in something new. I'm not disagreeing they want us dead. That's all I'm saying. I just,
Okay, all right. I'll accept that premise. Okay, but the thing is, go find something to actually support your premise. Okay.
Okay, I will, but I want to.
Everything from the abortions to the criminalization to 5% or 10% of black boys reading at grade level, everything says BGST has no interest at all in us being in any kind of position to compete against these white men.
And I'm saying
the reason. Okay, that's okay. The reason I come with all this fucking literature and all these patterns is because black people have been locked into a pattern that was given to them. Okay, and black women continue the same fucking pattern that's given to them. Okay, they don't even know why they do it anymore. They don't. They don't know why they do this shit. Now I prove they don't know why they do this shit. Okay. Because you tell them, oh yeah, if you want an outcome, all you gotta do is change this, okay? They keep doing the same pattern that they've been passed down to them for 150 years, okay? The white man told them, hold on for a second, okay? The white man told them 150 years ago that black boys and black men did not have to be educated, right? They still believe that shit, okay? It's a pattern they've been following.
So then how do you make the argument? How do you make the argument that says that they want black men to overthrow white men without providing them any tools at all?
Because they're women. Because they're women. Women think that way.
So
okay?
how you make
women think that way?
An argument, but all the evidence is to their actual behavior and history is to the contrary of. It does not make sense what you're saying.
Women, even white women, think that way. I want to be strong and independent, but I want white men to pay for everything.
Don't compare them to white women.
No.
You know as well as I do. White women do prepare. White women do prepare their boys to compete. Asian women do prepare their boys to compete. Indian women do prepare their boys to compete.
I understand.
So don't equate them to any other group of women.
Listen to what I'm saying, okay? Stop trying to make an argument I didn't make, okay? White women, feminist white women, want to be strong, independent, and stand on their own, but they want a white man to pay for everything. Okay, they hold in two different opposite poles. Okay, because women do this shit all the time. That's what women do. White and black women because I actually argue with these hoes all the time for like the last 30 years. Okay, you know those two things are opposite. Okay, and they know they're opposite. They know that they're opposite. No type of very well educated white black women. They know that this shit is opposite, but they can't help what they want.
Now I do agree that they want two different things, and that's why I'm trying to introduce something else that would what I like to call oxymoronic. You know what I'm saying? Because it seems to be a way that they think. So I agree with you. They would want two opposite things at the same time. And I do believe that. I just think the dynamic that they actually want is white men in charge, them being easily to marry white men. I believe they want white women protected. Therefore, they can produce more white men as long as they're the ones that get to marry the white men. And black men are supposed to be the soldiers that make all this stuff come together. And they want to live off us simply just working and producing for them. They'll have a baby every blue moon so they can have a nigga baby. So a nigga baby can do slave work. And we, not even supposed to touch the white women, we just make sure these white women are available so the white man can go to them at times and produce another white man. It's not that they even want the white woman to be happy or anything like that, but they need that white woman to produce that white man with a white man. They want to be married to him, but yeah, you can go out and produce some babies and we'll see what we get, but you belong to me. You don't belong with them at all.
Why do black women want to be married to white men in the first place?
For them, it's status.
Of course. They don't give a shit about the white man. What do they want?
They want the status.
They want the status of what?
Of being connected to what they perceive.
No. They want to be connected to the status of being a white woman, which they think is the highest status you can actually attain. Okay, If they could get it without being connected to their white man, they would.
I don't think they would, because that would take work, and they don't want that.
No, they know what it is. They know exactly what a white man is. Okay, if they could get it to a black man and have white woman stats, they would get it. That's the dream scenario. But what's their ultimate goal?
To me, that's what I'm saying. That they want the status of being married to the most powerful man.
No. They want the status. Okay. If they could get a status with a white woman without being married at all, they would have it. You got to understand the psyche of a black woman, okay? Y'all not getting it.
Well, I'm saying they want what comes with being married to the most powerful man. At this point in time, that would can be consistently said is the white man. So they want that guy.
What comes with being married to the most powerful man?
They want financial benefits, benefits to how other people are going to perceive them. They want the whole enchilada,
They want the status. What if they could get the status without the white man? Would they take it? It'd be even better, right?
Raj, when you get a chance, read the super chat for me that's highlighted when you get a chance.
If you can go find something else, man, please go find it for me, okay?
All right. Shout out. The super chat says, and this is
Joe's. It's Joe's, but that's his because they changed our tag name, so it's Joe's. But go ahead.
Yeah, it's Joe's. I was looking at who is this because he looked familiar, but it's Joe's. Elders and uncles at the table.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is, because I just big me and cousin Tito, we just had we had like an hour-long discussion, man. Basically, man, what did the Hex say? FAFO, okay. Y'all gonna find out, okay? I have done too much work on this shit, man.
The only thing I'm saying, BGS, because I get what you're saying as far as if they could get the stats without the white man, and I think that would make sense. When you look about it from a logical standpoint. The reason I don't think they truly want that position is because work has to come with that, and they don't want to be involved in the work. So they'll just rather a man put them in that status position because they want nothing to do with the actual work. That's all I'm saying.
They might. It doesn't matter about the work because work has nothing to do with what they desire. Has nothing to do with work.
It's the status.
It's the status that they want. Okay.
That's true. I won't disagree with that. They do want the status.
And what white women don't understand about black women is you want the status, you want this stuff, but the thing is you don't want to build your men actually get it. Okay. Which is something they don't understand, but things I understand because I know how they train. I know how the culture actually put together.
They don't want to take the risk of of black men's power and of black men leaving them potentially. So they don't build you up so that you could potentially leave them.
The biggest fear, and Mookie, CEO's here, can actually tell you the biggest fear that black women have about building black men is that the black men will actually leave them for white women because that's what they do. Yeah, for higher status.
I was just going to say, I do believe they do understand. They just still choose not to. I think they very, very much understand, but they're just not going to do it.
It's some of most of.
I think we heard on that Clubhouse what a lot of them really
God damn it.
feel, and it's totally.
You know what Clubhouse think he's referencing, BGS?
I know what he's saying. There's some women that do.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about. It is totally opposite of what you're talking about, BGS. And that is, if anything, the opposite is true. Let's figure out a way in which how y'all get rid of these Negroes so I don't have to deal or be concerned about them anymore.
And there's always going to be a minority. There's going to always be a minority of women that feel that way. Okay, but that's a minority of women.
You think that thought process is the minority?
It is.
I think on that level, I gotta agree with BGS.
It's a minority of women.
The only thing that's minority about it is that they're willing to say it out loud. Because all the other demographic information, family formation, abortion, all that supports that same argument they were making like that.
Family formation and abortion has nothing to do with with white people, okay?
But I will say black women don't care if they children
it has everything to do with white people.
They don't care about their kids eating.
How does it not?
Okay.
How does the 1.6 reproductive rate the 30-some million in abortions. How does that not have something to do with
Okay.
white
Hey,
men?
Raj, just grab your popcorn. This is the Gray Swords
Okay.
dueling. I'm just
All
sitting
right.
back. Go
Okay.
ahead.
You
Go
would
ahead, BGS. Go
you
and
would have
respond, sir.
you would have to go back and review Margaret Sanger's work in Harlem, okay? Because that's where the shit started, okay? Black women actually have fertility rate is actually 32% higher than white women, okay? And if you know, as you get more prosperous, okay, and you don't have the need for these children anymore, okay, the fertility rate will actually go down. But the thing is, black women were not allowed to have birth control, okay? And black women were having 6, 7, 8, 9 kids, right? Which is a burden to them because their husband cannot afford to actually maintain their family, okay? So they were begging Margaret Sanger to actually have abortions, okay? It's not new. Okay, and then the black church supported that shit. Okay, it wasn't white women that actually supported abortion initially. It was black women. Okay, had nothing to do with white women.
But see, I think when they changed about how many kids they gonna pay for, had a lot to do with black women's behavior
It
change
did.
about how
It
many
did.
kids
It
they're
did.
gonna produce.
Basically, Reagan found that out in. Remember when Reagan was the welfare queen, but in 85 he saw the fertility rate go down. So guess what he did? He actually increased the welfare rates. He actually bring up the what do you call it, the fertility rate. Okay, it's tied to. I mean, I could show you the fucking charts, man. I'm not gonna go
No,
through it, but
I get what you're saying.
I could, man. In the management, I've done like 13 years of charts and studies and shit like that, man. In fact, Nameless can tell you the UN is actually using a lot of my shit. So, um, um, so what I'm saying is what I'm saying to you is not unresearched. Okay. When I tell you shit like this, that means I have done an extensive amount of research on this shit. Now, if you have a different theory, please do it and come back and show it to me. I'll change my mind.
No, I mean I
I
totally get.
respect the work. I respect the work you did, but that does not mean I respect that. That does not mean I agree with all the conclusions you draw from the research you've done.
You can disagree, but thing is, if you have a counter narrative or counterpoint, please come back and back it up with something. Okay,
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
I would just
Well,
throw in just right.
hold on, wait a minute, wait one damn minute now, because we're all entitled to our opinions.
I know.
I mean, I respect. Hold on, I respect the research you've done. I will defer where I believe that I agree with your conclusions, but to the extent that I'm inclined to disagree with you, brother, I'm going to express my disagreement. Now you can appreciate that or not, but I am going to express my disagreement regardless of whatever criteria you think I should provide to support my position.
You can.
So we'll just respectfully disagree.
What I'm saying is, if you think at this point, if you think I'm wrong, please show me.
Well, I mean, I am going to throw something out there that just
I
happened.
will respectfully disagree. I will respectfully disagree.
Raj, look at the screen, Raj.
And I will respectfully provide what evidence that supports my conclusions when I'm inclined to do so.
Well, then that's up to you.
When I'm inclined to do so.
The thing is,
what the hell, man?
You can disagree, but the thing is, what I have researched doesn't show what you guys are saying. Okay.
Well, that's okay then. We'll just. I'm okay with possibly being wrong. I am okay with possibly being wrong.
What I'm saying is,
I'm also okay. I'm also okay with being right.
Okay. Yeah, you are okay, and I'm okay with you being right if you're right.
Okay. Well,
I would love to believe the opposite.
It seems like the cheer we saw stuff out here. Thanksgiving dinner, Native American Slaughter Day.
This chick, she's an academic. She actually wrote a fiction story right back in the mid 40s. Okay, so I'm listening to it. Right. Okay. I'm getting so tired of hearing the same shit the same way. Okay. about these black women and the status that they want, and they go to work for Miss Ann. They see what Miss Ann has, even though they don't, and they go back to the neighborhood, and they mad at their man because he cannot give her what Miss Ann has. I've read it. If you go back and read what is it, The Bluest Eye, same shit. Get tired of that shit. Okay.
Yes, I am not saying they don't want white women status. That is not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is, if they could achieve white women status and they want to achieve it without black men overthrowing anything or being in charge of anything, that's what I'm not saying they don't want white women status. They don't want a nigga in charge of nothing while they get their white woman status.
Yeah. If you go and know how matriarchies are actually formed and built, okay, even out to the Native Americans, okay. The women actually run society, okay. The men actually have to go do functions. That's why they put them up as chiefs and warriors and that kind of shit, okay. The men are actually representatives of the women, okay. Which Michelle, if you listen to Michelle, she thinks that Mark is actually a representative.
No, BGS, I've said before, I do my own surveys. I know 100% for sure black women voted for Michelle. Every single one of them that I researched told me that. So I wouldn't argue that part, but for them to want a nigga in charge of anything is asinine to me.
That's why I had that picture up, right? Where Barack Obama's picture used to be. Okay.
No, I think that is far more accurate. I do believe that is far more accurate.
Yeah, that's why I picture. I mean, the thing is that okay. The thing is why I do this. I said, how can you actually deconstruct this so that black boys and black men and black society can actually move forward if it can? Okay, if it can.
I think the forward thinking for them is us helping them be married to white men and protecting white women from black men.
If black women, because black women, okay, if black women knew that they can always get their bodies to white men, okay, they always did, okay. And they know that white men choosing to marry them and elevate them is nearly impossible. Okay, if they could get what they wanted by hook or by crook, they could pick any partner they could. Okay, but it's better to actually get it from a black man that you've already trained to be subservient to you.
And grab second gear real quick. And grab second gear says, is this a family Thanksgiving throwing chairs episode? No, it's not there yet. We're not there.
And at that point, I will land my plane. I think I've made my point fairly clear. Okay? Now you guys can go carry forth. Okay, whatever opinion y'all have. Okay.
No, I said mine forever ago. I just was enjoying the clashing.
Okay, because the literature, the talking point, the books that are still coming out. Okay, BLM said the same thing. Okay, basically, what black women believe, coming from the slave farm plantations,
the family is the woman and the kids.
Women and the kids, okay, which is what Master told her way back when, okay, and it still carries the same shit, okay. The reason that they try to stop black men from actually getting the vote is because she listened to the white woman, okay. She didn't want you over here. Same reason that they put sex into the goddamn civil rights bill. Okay, but nobody wants to believe that shit. Oh, black women wouldn't do that. All right.
Everything you're saying is proof positive that they never had any interest or motivation for black men to be the primary lead. Everything you just described, everything from BLM to including white women in the civil rights legislation.
Yes,
all of that confirms my primary thesis. Be just as they never intended for black.
No, they still don't. The thing is, but the thing is, they want you to actually go out and conquer the white man. So guess what? So they can be what?
The white woman's position.
They want to be the woman king. Okay.
They want you to go conquer the white man while they take the sword away from you, while they take the armor away from you, while they take the logistics away from you. They take every possible tool. They take every possible tool that you might use to attempt.
Let me insert this. Let me insert this real quick, BGS and Black Women.
Okay.
Real quick, because this is important that I stated. I think y'all trying to make sense of this matter. It don't have to make sense.
No, it doesn't.
Both of them shits is true at the same time. Somebody said that in the comments earlier.
Yeah.
Because it's not about like and what really triggered this thought is when Black Who just said logistics. No, this shit don't gotta make sense to me. No, Black Who. You saying logistics. No, this no, they're not organizing shit, including their thoughts.
They're trying to find the quickest way to power that they can.
Exactly.
So if it's the white man that can give them power, so be it. If the white woman can give them power, so be it. Right? If the black man had to have the strength to actually give them power, that's even better. Okay.
Now, see,
on a go.
That's what they're dead set against. I understand. I'm not arguing that they want the power. Yeah. They don't want a nigga in charge of nothing when they get it, though.
No, they want the power. They don't care how they get it.
No. They do care. If it means helping black men to get power, they ain't gonna take it. I'm literally saying that. If a black man gotta help them get power, they don't want it like that.
If Polly Murray said it back, that's why I played her. Okay. Even well, black men do not have enough power, enough people to actually conquer, right?
And I tell my brothers that we're gonna have to negotiate, or however she said, compromise, or whatever word she said, to make this work.
In other words, the numbers, she was saying the numbers, the math on math, right? It's better to do what? Give this shit to the white women.
Put the power in the white woman's hands.
To free the society so that we can actually attain the power that way. Okay.
And see, and
that's what they have been taught for the last 60 years. Okay, this shit is taught. Okay, they're not thinking; it's taught.
Which I believe also supports that they don't want black men in charge. Being a black man being in charge is a threat to their power.
Okay, the black, if they thought that black men could go out and conquer, okay, which they thought in civil rights, go out and conquer and attain a certain amount of power, they think, well, because of the way the society is actually formulate, we're gonna get the power anyway, okay, because that's the way they're trained. Okay,
they're trained that if black men get the power, they're gonna get it anyway.
Yes, yeah, because black men say the same fucking thing. I hear them talk about it all the time. Okay, you see, if you see any grouping of black men and black women, all right, they're not fighting each other. Okay, in fact, Pearl was saying the exact same thing about that panel, right? Okay, how come the black men were not pushing back on these black women that were wrong? Okay,
because black men are scared of black women. I didn't see it, but black men are scared of black women. So
you're not scared of them. You're not scared of them. You're trained to do what? Put your head down and say, yes, mama.
That sounds like fear.
That's not fear.
If I put my head down and disregard what's actually going on and do just what I'm told simply because I'm told and I get no reward from it, sounds like fear to me.
That's not fear. That's not fear.
Define fear.
Define fear. Fear is being afraid of a negative outcome. That's fear.
And I think what you just said displays a person who believes if they don't do this thing, they will get a negative outcome.
No, I see brothers. Okay,
I'll put the definition of fear in the comments, by the way.
Okay, all right. I see brothers believe this is the way things are supposed to go. Okay, they truly believe that shit. I find that's why I'm in the manosphere, because in academics and pro-black sectors, this shit goes on all the time. Okay, and I see it happen.
No, but all I'm saying is, if you believe that, you do it with your head up. You don't put your head down if you believe that's where it's supposed to be.
If you believe your head's supposed to be down, you're gonna put your head down.
I think you put your head down because you are afraid. No. If you're trying to get an outcome that you believe you're supposed to be trying to get, you do that with your head held high.
That's the same reason. That's the same reason a knight kneels before a king. He believes it.
Well, but he's also subordinate to the king.
Because he believes he's supposed to be subordinate to the king.
But you can be subordinate with your head up.
No, that's why you put your head down.
I mean,
so it's not fear. So it's not fear. It's subordination.
It's subordination. Yes, that's a sign. That's a sign of fealty, right? Subordination. I pledge my life to you is because I believe in what you are. Okay, or we bow our heads to God. It's not fear.
Well, no, I get what you're saying from a king perspective, sure, because he's the king and he's quote unquote the all powerful one of that particular nation. I totally get that.
You're
But
not
I'm
getting what I'm
also
saying.
saying,
You're not
I'm
getting what I'm
also,
saying.
huh?
You're not getting what I'm saying. But go ahead, continue.
No, I'm saying I'm not agreeing with it because I'm saying if it's something outside of being direct to like a king, if you just think this is another person in society, I can be a subordinate without putting my head down because I also believe in the mission that I'm under. I'm not gonna do the mission that I agree with, even if I'm not the person.
Can I
Okay,
break
all
the
right,
tie?
Go ahead.
all right, all
Can I
right.
break the tie? Because does it really matter if it's fear or subordination? Both are
It,
kind of have a
it,
negative. It speaks negatively of black men, whether it's
okay,
subordination or
okay,
fear.
okay. There's three kinds of power, right? Okay. First one is quicker, which is hard power. That's fear of a negative outcome, right? That's force, what they call it, right? Okay. Wealth, you're being bought out, which is what FD Signifier tried to do, Mr. Z. Okay. I'm paying you to be subservient. Okay. So you're gonna be there because that's a positive outcome. Third thing is you've been trained to do it. Okay. Which is socialization. Okay. That's why you go to a public school to socialize you into thinking that way. So yes, you will throw your body out onto a battlefield, knowing that you're actually going to get killed because you actually believe in that shit. Okay.
I mean, so
Well,
the
no,
power
I mean,
influence.
I think you guys are, with all due respect, at this point, I think you guys are arguing a false dichotomy. Because I
Okay.
think
Watch out.
fear definitely comes with subordination. Hold on now, because you were talking.
Okay.
Because fear definitely comes with subordination very often, and subordination definitely very often comes with fear. You know, when your teacher trained you to do certain things, your mama trained you to do certain things, and you also fear the result of not doing certain things. So, as far as I'm concerned, more often than not, those two qualities fit hand in glove: the subordination and the fear, and vice versa.
It can, but the thing is, but also the strongest subordination is belief, because I believe that I am doing the right thing. That's the strongest way. That's why religion is so strong.
Oh, yeah. I mean, fear can be pretty powerful too. So
It can be, but yeah, it
I
is. It
don't,
can be.
yeah, yeah.
But that's why I told you the three means of power. Okay, go back and look it up. Okay,
Yeah.
that's like they call
No,
soft
I don't
power.
disagree with
Okay,
that.
one is hard power, which is force, which is the military. I'm scared you're gonna blow up my fucking country, right? So I'm put my head down, right? Okay. Second thing is softer, is because you're paying me. I get a reward for doing what? Being subordinate, doing what you want me to do, right? Which is a job, which is wealth, which is getting married, which is blah blah blah, right? Okay, I'm getting something out of it. Okay. The third thing is I've been trained to do it, and that's my worldview. I believe that what
Okay,
I'm
but now let's
hold,
take
hold on.
let's take
Okay,
the relationship.
one more thing. Okay, I believe that I'm doing the right thing because. Now go ahead.
Let's take the black man relationship with black women, because I
Mm-hmm.
think you can have a black man who has a relationship with a black woman, and
Mm-hmm.
exhibits all of those qualities,
Mm-hmm.
where it's a combination of the desire for reward or compensation
Mm-hmm.
by her being pleased by your
Mm-hmm.
doing what she wants you to do.
Mm-hmm.
You're fearing how she will respond if you don't do what she wants to do,
Uh-huh.
and the fact that you've been trained to respond in both of those ways, in both of those conditions. So again, I think all three criteria that you described can exist in one relationship, or I would say in the broader relationship between black men and black women. We believe it, we want to believe in them, we want them to trust in us, we want them to reward us with their love and their sexual pleasure and etc. We fear the loss of having access to such, and we've all been trained into that process from birth. So those
Look,
all come together in what you described.
that's why they're all three. But the thing is, the strongest one, okay, is the last one.
And they all
Socialization.
if we don't, they tell us to do.
Huh? The what?
The other thing was they'll tell the white man on us if we don't do what they tell us to do.
No. The thing is, okay. Well, the biggest thing is not telling the white man. The biggest dog whistle is real man. You're not a real man if you're not a real man.
Translation: you're not a white man.
Yeah. Oh no. Translation: you're not. My mother said this is what a real black man does for his family. This, thus, and so. Okay. And you have been socialized to believe
And that's both.
Go ahead.
And that encompasses both fear and reward. That encompasses both fear and the reward. Yeah. Because you want her to think of you as a man, that's the reward, and you fear her not thinking of you as a man.
Okay. The thing is that the socialization, okay, or the fear of you not thinking that you're doing the right thing because you actually believe in that shit. Okay, that's how come they can tug at it. Because if you didn't believe it, it wouldn't matter what she said. Wouldn't matter what she said. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You dating that white one because you hate your mama. Okay. That's socialization. Had nothing to do with fear.
Let's up this.
Well, I mean,
Black Guru, if you don't.
No, the fear is what happens if I believe that it means that I'm not a man. That's definitely fear. That's definitely fear. That's you're definitely afraid of not being perceived as being a man.
So, if you don't mind, on Black Guru. Oh yeah, please and thank you.
Kataro New.
It's Joe's. It's Joe's. It's because you know they changed the way our names are. They're showing our tags. I hate that, but
it's a bug. It's a bug in YouTube that does that.
Oh, okay. So it's Joe's. So go ahead.
Behind me. But black women operate on. Thanks for the super chat, Joe. Black women operate on the white supremacist version of ISAT, Indian honor system. That means maintaining their societal reputation by any means necessary.
But what's that reputation? Like,
status. Yeah, go ahead. I mean, because it seems like to me, everything they've been doing as of late, in particular, seems to actually, and maybe it's some kind of cognitive dissonance, you know. So maybe you're right consciously, but it just seems like everything they're doing, especially as of late, seems to me suggest that they're throwing their reputation and their image out of the window. I mean, you see so many examples of that in social media. Yeah, it almost like some kind of switch has been flipped, and they're all kind of in some sort of zombie thing.
You know, the environment is fucked up, and they know that white supremacy is crashing out, and they're gonna be left out in the cold to be hunted by bears if they don't. That's what's happening. So there's one. You actually want to hold this L baby or what? No, let me go ahead and get on my knees and play humble. So they play acting right now. Don't believe it. Man, we kept doing the crack era with chicks were on the street, you know, doing whatever for less than $5. All right, so the environment will dictate behavior.
So I mean, like, we know twerking is originally a mating dance and whatnot, right? So like, so you're saying the twerking on the tables is still that?
Okay, okay. The thing, okay, I'll take a couple of minutes, okay. Basically, and when especially with the boomers making free expression more available, right? And where we actually raise our
free
kids.
Love type shit, yeah.
And free love type shit, okay. What women found out in the 90s, especially during Gen X, okay, it's easier to actually give them sex than actually do the hard labor, which is cooking and cleaning and taking care of kids and all that kind of shit, okay. It's easier for me to get what I want by opening my legs. And the thing is, when we reduce the penalty for being a slut or being a hoe, or being free like that, okay, now I can get what I want, not have to do all the work, and give him what he wants so he can pay me, okay, what you call which Ron calls being a proper hoe. Okay, it's okay. It's an easier life. Okay, I ain't gotta cook.
It's the path of least resistance for them. That's their path of least resistance.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's happy. I'm happy, and I don't have to do nothing else. Okay. Where my mama and where my daddy and my mother and my grandma had to what I call slave to get the same thing. That's what happens. So my sexual attraction brings in more what I want. Okay, without the penalties.
So it's my milkshake brings all the boys to the yard shit.
My
Okay.
milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. my WAP, then to my WAP, right? I don't cook. I don't clean. Okay.
No, she did say that. She did say that. I don't cook. I don't clean. But yeah, she did say that in the song.
Yeah. So the whole shift, the whole feminist shift to the 90s, okay, where this fucking partnership came in, okay, instead of the role of a wife, getting rid of all the gender roles, and if you give him what he wants, and he'll give you what you want. I want a soft life. I want an easier transaction, and all he wants is my body. So it's come down to be a purely transactional situation, right? Okay, house, car, job. What did Munchkin say? Okay. She said everything.
You done fucked up BGS, and everyone, I would like for y'all to send y'all hate mail to BGS, and here y'all go.
As a man, if you don't have house car job, don't look for a woman with house car job. And for the man that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three, and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
What did she say? Y'all want one thing, right?
Yep.
That's the new black order, okay?
Well, I won't disagree that was a plan.
Real quick, Raj, it's not Jermaine's fault. It's BGS's fault, everyone. It's BGS's fault.
It's de facto dating right now. It's not even a plan. It's reality, okay? Tell me it's not. Tell me it's not.
No,
go ahead, Raj.
The thing is, I'm not saying that that's not happening. I don't think it's happening for those reasons. I'm not going to even say on air why I really believe that's happening. Because if it was happening for those reasons, that's an extremely stupid plan. Because men aren't going to sign up for it.
They did.
I do believe we have plenty of.
They did. They did sign up for it. You're Borgen.
Oh, you Borgen, Raj. Okay, I thought it was me. Okay,
they did sign up for it. That's how come it lasted for so long. They had to sign up for it.
Yeah. No, what has happened, particularly for black,
I'm gonna do the best as much as I can because I've been trying to put just like 200 away, which I know don't buy much.
Okay.
Raj,
we can mute up, Raj. Let me mute him. Oh no, he already did.
The reasons why it's not working as well as it would have worked or did work maybe in the 90s is because of porn and all of that. We didn't have, access to literally millions of film of porn of some sort of any and all possible variety. And brothers can smash Latinas, whites, Asians, foreign, domestic, Atlantean, I mean, it's what they didn't account for is the full and wholesale liberalization of the access of sexual gratification of men. So yeah, that could have worked in the 90s. That would have worked. If we were still where we are in the 90s, in a much more insular society and a lot less availability to alternative forms, it would have worked. It can't work now.
If it wasn't for the manosphere and the reaction of the manosphere, it still will be working.
But I see where Black Mirror was coming from. talking about the overall liberalization of the entire environment.
What?
Yeah,
Just because it worked for a time period doesn't mean it's going to be steady. Okay. But
that's true.
men did buy into it. To say they wouldn't buy into it, yes, they did buy into it. I saw them buy into it. Okay. We still hear it going around. Okay. Where
Well, look, I'm not saying it wouldn't have worked, but here's the thing: for every time a brother lays with a white woman or a Latina woman, that's less pussy he got to get out of a black woman. So that fundamentally changes his focus and the overall sexual environment, particularly amongst black people. So I agree, we might still be more suckers than we would be without the black manosphere. But I think though that because we're much more democratized in terms of the sexual environment, the black women would still have a lot less power than they would have.
They don't have the monopoly. They don't have a monopoly.
White women do the same thing. It's not as extreme, but they do the exact same thing. Because if you listen to white daters and listen to white women doing the exact same thing about the dine and dash and the dinner dating and the roster that white women have. They're doing the same shit. Okay, it's no different. Okay, it's not as
look, I'm not. I'm talking about from the perspective, particularly of black people, and particularly the relationship between black men and black women. I'm just saying the broadening of the environment, the passport phenomenon. I kind of left out that important criteria as well. Just makes that woman that you present. I'm not gonna use the name for fear of repeat. It makes
it's too late. Somebody already put a super chat down. Y'all, everybody going to push it today. Go ahead. Go ahead, Black woman.
I just brought her up to make a point about what happened back, the shift between the late 80s and 90s. Okay, that's the shift. Okay, and what we wanted back in the prior to the mid 80s compared to what is given out now. Okay, that's the shift. Okay, back then we knew, our women knew they had to be able to cook and clean and prove that. Okay, they knew that. Okay, sex wasn't going to do it, right? Okay, where'd the shift come? Shift came in the 90s, where what she just did was actually impressed on her by the culture and by feminists.
I definitely. She is 150 million% the product of her environment. That is 100.
Because I was actually arguing with a lot of the feminist or educated psychologists about this shit. Okay, I said, well, we're going to eliminate gender roles, and we're going to figure it out as we go along, and we're going to figure out who gets what, and blah blah blah. I said, where this is headed, right? Okay, and guess what? It's headed that way. And guess what? It's taking the whole society down with it. It's not just us. Okay, white people were suffering this. Why do you think Trump is coming in trying to push all this shit back? It's not just us. Okay, we're just ahead of the curve. That's all. Why do you think Scott Galloway and Reeves and all this trying to push this pendulum back the other way? Okay. Go ahead.
Let me do this because no placeholder over here. Look, y'all over here the one paying for the torture, and no placeholder says let's go use a provider, right? And so we gonna hit y'all with a twofer, and here we go.
What if black women were supposed to be the leaders and black men are just supposed to protect with their muscles and use their listening ears and carry out instructions?
Like, I knew it, bro. I've been saying this forever, but I just needed a little clarification.
That's why Tommy Curry wrote the Man Not. Okay, is because that comes directly out of the slave plantation. Okay, that is directly how black culture is actually formed.
Wait a minute, BJ, because I lied. It wasn't a twofer, it was a threefer.
I miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
And the pièce de résistance.
As a man, if you don't have house core job, don't look for a woman with house core job. And for the man that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three, and they don't have all three. We can do
somewhere
that.
Is lion punching the air right now.
You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. and mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting and bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
And the fact that she smiles at the end is just
yeah, because I said something clever. Yeah,
exactly.
The thing is, and you know, and now like I said, I'll land with this because you know, it's like I said, we've done way too much work on this kind of stuff, right? Okay, is that what I've been trying to do, okay, and sometimes it works, sometimes it hasn't, right? Is show Black people as a group, okay, where this shit comes from. This is a pattern that we have been carrying for the last 200 years, okay? And the thing I'm trying to get y'all to see is a pattern that's been introduced into our culture, okay? Because it doesn't exist anyplace else, okay? And the thing is, we're so embedded into this culture, men included, okay? What's called the winter soldier chip, okay? That we won't give it up, even though we know it's true. We know it's true.
BGS, if you mind reading this comment for me.
Playing this 6 hours is illegal, Z. Like, LOL.
Playing this 6 hours in is illegal. I hear you.
Yeah, that's extended recklessness. Okay.
Right. Hey, look, I tell you, Munchkin don't miss, boy. That's the message right there.
It's called holiday pay. All right.
Right.
You need to find a 6'1+ brother for that Munchkin, man.
Yeah.
Bro, look, to me, Munchkin, I promise y'all, like the BGS best the world that when he played that the first time, I was like, oh, there's no, I say it all the time, and I know I've said it earlier today too. Within a minute, she sums up everything.
Everything she did.
In a minute. And I'm like, how do you debate that shit? Clearly we would have people that would debate it, whatever.
And there's men that were out here that would defend that shit too.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Z. As a matter of fact, yes, he's 100% right. You have people on the fence, like Sarge Willie Pete has a clip that he plays every so often, where it's a panel discussion and it's a bunch of pro-blacks and a sister just pretty much said, I get the first word and the last word, and one of the brothers was like, oh, and she was essentially stressing, and she said it. You get your resources, you bring it here, and you bring them to my feet, type shit. So appreciate. There are Black women that will go out there and they'll just say, yes, the Black community is a matriarchy, and that's the natural order of things.
I was saying, yeah,
that's what you want to hear, because that's the honesty.
That's how I'm gonna play that piece from Deep Space Nine, all right, about the order of things, right? Okay. Okay. It's not my life to give. It never was. Okay. You were born into a system, a matriarchal system, trained by matriarchs, enforced by feminism, and this is where you are. The thing is, they don't like us is because we actually break you guys out of this shit. Okay. That's why they don't like us. Well, that's why Kamala Harris is pissed off at the Black manosphere. Okay. Because we're supposed to vote behind them and do what they said, okay? And most Black men.
Shout out to Tiffany Cross too.
Tiffany Cross still feel that way, right? They blame us, okay? That's Dr. Neil almost lost his job behind that shit, okay? For the Ice Cube effect, because they know it came from him, okay? The thing is, we're just now starting to push back, okay? Which is what I always wanted, okay? As far as Black manosphere, my job is actually finished, okay? Because we actually achieved where we actually were supposed to go. I'm done for the most part, okay? I'm actually helping the next phase of guys to actually push shit forward, okay? With Dr. Curry and Dr. Neal and Dr. T, okay? Get this stuff out into politics. Actually start pushing these white people and black and Black women towards it, to actually get something for us, okay? Because they're not going to give it to us. We got to push them. They wouldn't. If we just held our hats, take our little pussy, and do what we're told, they would keep right on doing what they're doing, okay? They wouldn't stop. They won't stop until we stop them. Okay, even the black, they put their little blinders on and say yes, queen, and keep walking. I'm getting
On that note,
I got that.
Rael says all that goddess empress shit is pro black circles is nothing but black males prostrating before hoes.
Well, I mean, hoes. I wish it was had just to do with pussy. Okay, it doesn't. Okay, I mean they truly they truly believe this shit, man. I've almost got into fist fights. Okay, fist fights.
BGS ain't say you was wrong about the prostrating part though. He's
No,
just
no,
saying it's
no,
not
no,
just the
no, no.
hose part. It's not just for pussy.
I left. I didn't leave. I had to separate myself from the pro-black community because I got tired. I do mean tired of having my shirt tail pulled when I actually checked a black woman in public. Okay. Oh, you can't. Oh no, man, you can't say that to that sister, man. Was she wrong? Well, she might be wrong, but you still can't check that sister like that. What do you mean I can't check her? She wrong. Oh no, man. Blah, 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 blah. Why, man? Well, no, man. It's just we just don't do things that way. Blah, 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 blah. I got tired. Okay, you got to phrase things a certain way. Okay, I don't know who you talk to.
Sister goddess.
They even if they don't say it, they believe it. Okay, we've been saying about that shit for forever, right? About what Mama did. Okay, I always love my mama. Okay. Go back and listen to the blues songs. They very seldom talk about their father. They've been trained. It's a matriarchy. If a black athlete could be trained by his father from the time he got out of the fucking crib, okay? When he gets up on the stage and holds up his trophy, it's thank you, mom.
So they expect this from black men to the diaspora as well.
It's in it. No.
Yes, American. Yeah, this is when I get to go. BGS. If you're Americanized, fuck yes.
Yeah.
What do you mean when you say Americanized? What do you mean? Like,
in other words, you were born and raised here. Yes.
In African society, if in African society, it's father first. Okay, most of them, not all of them, but most.
Right.
I agree. BGS,
yeah,
what I'm saying is,
one at a time.
When you're intermingling,
one at a time. You're both talking. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll go ahead.
No, I was gonna say that. Yeah, Haitian culture is traditionally very patriarchal as well. So if you're born in this country and you're Haitian, especially if you're in New York, Boston, New Jersey,
that shit out the window.
Huh? What you know?
Yeah, no. I'm saying no. That shit is out the window. No, I agree with you. The patriarchal part. I actually see it as somewhat of a battle between that because of external constraints, right? With that, I think once again, if you're Americanized and you matriculate through the American system and you go to school with ADOS and other black diasporans, no, that's just over with. That shit's over with.
Yeah.
Maybe you can maintain it for that kid that was born and raised there. Maybe but by the time you get to grandkids, that's just dunzo.
Yeah,
unless your kid marry out.
I mean, the thing that got had made damn near in tears is we actually showing the domestic violence rates and the interpersonal murder rates between spouses, right? I actually showed it from subculture violence, right? Black women were actually 2 to 4 times higher, more violent toward their men than white men toward their spouses. Okay, 2 to 4 times violent. Okay. This comes directly from the slave culture that's been passed down. Okay, that you're supposed to whip these men into shape. Okay, before the way they talk to us, the way they treat us, the way they actually put hands on us, that's been passed down. Okay, it's been passed down. How do we actually correct this shit? Okay, the thing is, maybe you can't. Maybe it's gone too far. Maybe it's too embedded that you can't correct it. It has to die. I don't know. But the thing is, after 40 years, I'm tired of it. But that's just me.
Let me read this, and then we'll get Raj, and we're gonna have to wrap it on up, y'all.
Yeah.
And Captain Obvious says, and thank you for the super chat. Black women want the ultimate power position without making any personal sacrifices.
Yes. Woman king. Okay.
No, seriously. Exactly.
Why do you think the Dora Milaje is so popular? Okay.
But the sacrifice is the way the men then see you. So you see this, and they actually say that. I actually have the clip where you know what? I'm gonna have to find out. I'm gonna play it before we end out. where the older lady, she calls in to Ricky Smiley. And I found it off of Passport OG, played on his channel. I went to go find it and play it on my channel. She calls into Ricky Smiley and they're speaking about what's his name said, your boy that's in Cali with you, the one that checked Cheyenne Brian. Yeah, they talk about him and what he was talking about, Passport Bros. And she said,
Paul
no,
Pierce.
black men need to stay here. And Paul Pierce, exactly. Thank you. And black men need to stay here and stop running away from the black community. And you could hear from her framing exactly what we've been saying on the stream today. Black men need to make black women whole and stop fucking running. And that was her sentiment. I'm gonna play it in a minute. But Roger, if you wanted to say something, go ahead.
Patty roller.
No, I'm good at the moment. I ended up being distracted, so I'm not where y'all at.
Make your money, Roger. Don't worry about us.
For real. But y'all go ahead, Biz. I'm gonna find this real quick and I'm gonna play it before we end.
I just had a talk with a guy who was showing me some things he was doing as far as buying gold and silver. Just had a conversation with him. So that's all. He was giving me some advice and where to go and some people to connect with.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Gold is hot right now. It might be a little high, but gold is hot right now because they're moving. Your bricks are actually moving toward a gold monetary standard. So gold is real hot.
Now, as far as we got in the conversation, that I don't know, but you know what I'm saying. I'm gonna stick to.
No, we're still generally in the same space of. And let me play it right here. Here. This is what I was referencing. Here we go.
That I dated. Hi, this is Dr. Yana. I'm calling from South Florida, and I'm really exhausted with the number of brothers who always lay their issues on black women rather than doing the work. Black men need to step up and be more masculine, and then it would allow black women to be more feminine rather than doing the work and figuring out how to make things better. We're always running away. Our men are always running to other women and blaming our black women. It's sickening. No, I don't believe black men need to continue to run away from their tribe. Black men do not need to continue to abandon black women. Absolutely not. I think they need to put in the work to become more masculine, and that would allow black women to be more feminine, and we can have a more harmonious community. So I'm very offended by it. No, they need to work.
Where were you at, ma'am?
Exactly what BGS was saying earlier. That's exactly. She literally just did that.
Bow down.
She literally just did that. Your issue is that you're running. You need to become more masculine so I could become more feminine. I can't. So I understood what BGS was saying earlier. I can't do this without you. Now I need you to be kissing my ass the whole way through, but I need you to become more masculine, white man, to make me more feminine, white woman. That's what she just said.
Without the rules of white, culture.
No, BGS, no, absolutely not. Right? So that's where Black Uru, that's what Black Uru in the Rush report was saying. It's okay if we do get into that destination, then it's backstab time because she wants to rule the roost by herself.
Why you think black women cannot marry out?
Yeah, and I don't think it's
for that attitude right there.
I don't think it's
because they think they're supposed to be in charge. Okay, the only way they can actually be themselves is with who? Black men.
And I'm gonna say I don't even think they would stab us in the back. At no particular point would they comport that we are in charge. So it ain't gonna be a stab in the back. It's a right to your face. This dude chest is anything. You know what I'm saying? It's all up in your face because they ain't gonna act like you in charge. You know,
and you're not supposed to act like you are in charge. You're supposed to get the power and be in charge of everybody else, like an overseer, and then give the power to them. That's what they want. They would love to have Miss Ann serve them, okay? While you go out and work, okay, and bring the money home, and have Miss Ann, bowing down to them, okay, and serving her tea.
Raw, I'm about to end out. Of course, Raw gonna ask for the link now. Goddamn, I'm about to end out. Of course, you go. Raw, you got. I might be able to stream tomorrow. Knock on wood, cross fingers. We will see. But definitely because this was super fire conversation.
Man, I can't tell you just in the last couple of weeks how many arguments I have had behind this shit. Okay? I mean, with pro-black people. I mean, heated arguments, man, behind this stuff is because they don't like what I'm actually presenting to them. Okay, they don't. They hate it.
Yeah,
they hate it. No, black men have to step up and stay here with their tribe and man up and become more masculine and you know work 90 hours a week and you know like Mr. Z and elevate their black women.
That's
you know?
rare. I still don't be doing that all the time. That should kill you. That shit. Hey, but I said this to you before. Be just once you start creeping past 70, boy, you go straight zombie. Everything past 75, man, you're autopilot.
I've done it, man. I think my max that I've worked for a week was 120.
I have not hit 100 yet. I keep on getting into the 90s, but let me stop saying that. I've been into the 90s maybe twice a year. For the past 2 years, I've gotten into the 90s a week, but I haven't passed 100 yet.
Yeah. Oh, I've done it, man. That is, man. You are blown, man. But after about a month, you're blown. Okay.
I'm just gonna say there's a records I'm not looking to break.
No. Oh no. I've done it. So I know what it is. So I've done it, and I have guys they're in IT that do that. So they put in, but they're at home. So
yes, Detroit.
They're remote.
Detroit was like hours, 90 hours a week. Detroit a truck driver, so he gonna say, "I did more than that."
No, truck drivers can't do it by law. Okay.
Yep, because they have to get a certain amount of sleep by
they have to get more rest and sleep.
Yeah, they only get 11 hours a day, no matter what.
No matter what. For safety reasons. Yeah.
But that it's a whole different ball game. For all of you who never passed 60, stay there because stay there.
Oh, yeah.
Because everything once you really, I think that really should be the max. But once you start creeping past 65, you feel that shit for real. Everything past 70, oh my God, 75, Jesus. And if you're in the 90s, like Z, that's stress. You just autopilot.
Man. It's been a long time. Well, I haven't worked in a while, but the thing is, even now on YouTube, man, it's been a long time since I've done like 40 hours in a week, man. It's not more than that. In fact, half of my hours actually, like I'm doing right now, is actually give away. Like you being on a panel, this actually work. I'm actually giving it away.
Thank you, sir. You're a scholar and a gypsy.
I know. But it's still, but it shit still adds up, man. Because I start counting my hours of being online and stuff like that, and then being on other people's panels and stuff like that. That stuff adds up.
I'm doing this now too because I know I'm gonna have to slow down. And Trell made me feel guilty one night because I was still streaming at like 12 o'clock and something. He was like, "You ain't go inside and chill with Missy." And I was like, "You're right." And so so I'm doing this while I still can. No kids, not married yet, and like she ain't on my ass about that yet, like that. So number one, number two, but I think I really started taking that like the hours of YouTube into account because one time I was in the chat, Dr. Dunbar's chat, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I do 70 hours a week regularly." And he was like, "Oh, that's including YouTube, right?" And I was like, "No." And like and then you could see like the look on Dr. Dunbar's face was like,
you gotta
was like, "Wait, what?"
You gotta add it in.
Because if I had in YouTube easily, then we're looking at maybe 75-ish on a light week, maybe 80-ish on a heavy week.
Yeah. I mean, my max stream was back in the day was 13 hours.
No, I haven't passed 10 yet. I'm gonna pass 10 eventually, but I haven't passed 10 yet. I got real close. I got like 9 hours and 50 plus minutes.
I used to pass 10 all the time, man.
I did it 10.5 hours, my longest, but I told them next week, if it goes properly, we can do a marathon. So now that you done told me that, I may try to break your record.
Hey, break it, baby. Hey, God bless you, man. God bless you, man. Okay.
Raj, I wanted to undercut the fuck out of you when you because I heard you say you was gonna try to do a marathon. I was like, I'm gonna beat Raj number low key. I'm gonna let him hit that number and I'm gonna beat that shit the next day.
I can tell you, Raj, if you do it, your brain is gonna be jello for the next week.
Well, my thing is, I'm not gonna just purposely try to do it. It's going to depend on how the conversation is flowing. I ain't gonna force that. I'm not gonna do because that quality we ain't doing it.
Man, it's Coliseum, man. Them niggas, I said, you niggas won't leave, man. I be in the stream. The niggas are still there, man.
No, seriously though.
Yeah, they still there. Yeah. So I do it all. I just do it all the time. Anyhow.
On that note, I was about to say. On that note,
well, I can say now, if I count my YouTube hours now, I can say I ain't never counted it by the week. But if I start throwing in YouTube hours, maybe I am knocking something. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I am knocking something. Because
you have to be, Russ, because you're doing at least 3 hours a day.
Yeah.
5 days a week. Yeah,
well, that's 15 hours right there. Plus,
easy.
what I do in my regular life. You know what I'm saying? And don't get it twisted. I'm literally working now. Was just the reason I couldn't keep up with the conversation. I was just having a conversation with somebody about some gold, and he's telling me go to this particular person. He's gonna help me making some connections or whatever.
Cool. Yeah,
but I'm still working. I'll get money everywhere I can get it. Real talk.
It's called stacked employment, which
I
guys do all the time.
I will not say anything, but this is reckless right now. So that's all I will say.
Okay.
And so yes, and y'all take from that what y'all will. I said nothing.
It's time to clock out.
You see what I'm saying? So we will pause right there. Love Piece of Chicken Grease. Y'all go check in. And we got Socrates in the back. Socrates, you will have to catch us next week. But we will pause right here. Love Piece of Chicken Grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. For the love of God, go touch some grass. Go chill with your family on this Indigenous Slaughter Day, Indigenous Murked Day. Yeah. So y'all go chill at what Ross said, the small plaque. No, not small plaque. The blankets. Where did it go? We're gonna read that and we're gonna end up. You said small plaque. The small plaque blankets. We out here hand out small plaque blankets. There we go. Happy try to give all of them native smallpox day. and they definitely did. And $24 worth of beads for Manhattan ass holiday. Anyway, all right, yo. Mr. Z out.
You are now listening to Mr. Z Blackneffect.